Public session. We are joined today by the Comptroller and Auditor General, Seán McCarthy, as a permanent witness to the committee, and he's joined by Josephine Mooney, Deputy Director of Audit. Apologies have been received from Pat Deering, and we will hold over the minutes until the next meeting and matters arising therefrom. Next item on the agenda is correspondence received since the last meeting. There are three categories of correspondence. The first category is Category A, as we call it, and it deals with the opening statements and briefing documents from today's meeting. So document number 1648A and 160 are from Robert Watt, providing briefing information and the opening statement for today. We note and publish that agreed. Correspondence 1655 from Graham Love, CEO of Higher Education Authority, dating the 16th of October, providing an opening statement for today's meeting. We note and publish that, and we'll deal with it in the afternoon. And correspondence 1656 from Seán Fallu, Secretary General, Department of Education and Skills, providing an opening statement for today's meeting. We'll note and publish that and deal with it in the afternoon.
The email from Mr. Love.
Yeah.
When we say publish, I have a couple of people looking for a copy of that.
Yeah.
Are we now free to give that? Okay.
Yes. We've agreed to publish it. Next item, well, we haven't come to it. We will in a moment. It's in the correspondence list. I don't think that was the one.
All right, okay.
Was
that wasn't it. This was just the
Yeah, that wasn't the one I specifically.
Sorry,
but we will in a moment.
We
will in a moment, right? We'll get there. Correspondence from accounting officers and our ministers and follow up to previous PAC meetings. There are a number of items held over from the last meeting or two meetings, and we're again holding them over until we get an opportunity for people to read them. So when we have them all read in detail, we'll be able to move through them very quickly when the time comes. So I'm holding over all the items of correspondence previously held over, and I've read it out on a second occasion the last time. So I'm moving on now to the newer items of correspondence. First item is 1620 from Derek Moore, Secretary General, Department of Finance, providing the following information requested by the committee: additional information in relation to the cash holdings of NAMA and the impact of negative interest rates. And the second item is an update in relation to the case currently before the courts regarding the IBRC liquidation. In relation to that matter, the Department is defending proceedings and says specifically that there will be lodging confirms that a comprehensive defence to these proceedings will be filed within 2 weeks. So we'll just want to verify that that actually happens when the time comes. And the other item was in relation to negative interest rates. They didn't specifically deal with it there. I spoke about early access to dividends, but look, the point is covered. Next item, we note and publish that. Next item, 1622 from Kieran Breen, Director of the State Claims Agency, providing information requested by the committee regarding thalidomide litigation and the number of outstanding cases. We can note and publish this, and we should note that at the meeting of the 12th of July, correspondence from the Irish Thalidomide Association was considered, and there may have been a suggestion that Mr. Breen's evidence was not accurate. Mr. Breen states in his letter that his evidence was accurate, and if further clarification is required, we will deal with it when we engage with the State Claims Agency at our meeting on the 8th of November. But I do note in the letter he sent to us that he didn't receive a copy of the letter that we received from the Irish Thalidomide Association, and essentially he was replying a little bit in the dark. So we want to send it. We want to send it on to them. You know,
it was marked as private connection. I have to look for permission to send it on.
Okay, I'm informed that the wonderful data protection legislation out there, etc., that correspondence was marked private and confidential, so we need to get permission from the Irish Thalidomide Association to forward that to the same claims agency. I presume that was their presumption when they sent it to us, but seemingly we have to verify that consent. So that letter was dated the 12th of July, so we need to get it to the State Claims Agency as urgently as possible with their consent, and if they don't give us consent to follow up the matter, we can do no further about it. Full stop. Next item, and I expect they will, of course, but just make the point, we have to follow that process. Next item is from Mary Lawler, number 1630 from NAMA, dated the 10th of October, providing following information requested by the committee from our previous meeting. One was a breakdown of the 8,000 units directly funded by NAMA, and they were used for breakdown between social, affordable, and private housing developments of 8,113 houses, and there's a detail there on that. We asked for a note on the sale of houses to Cerberus or loans or properties that were then sold back to the housing agency to respond to that, saying it was all done on the market valuations, and there's a comprehensive reply there. A note in the meeting between NAM and officials of the department in relation to development of the new housing project, that's noted, and a note in the 7,000 units offered to local authorities, including the various reasons why they were not taken up by the local authority. That matter has been ventilated on many other cases. Now, there's two items in the letter of particular interest. Is one, the most important question we asked was in relation to Note 5. We asked for the 24 billion sale of underlying assets with a geographic breakdown of where the purchasers were located, as to what country they were from, and they said they haven't been in a position and they will reply to this in due course. So we have to mark that as urgent as we follow up that. And the next item we have to follow up is, one of the main items that we wrote to them about was the document, the issue in relation to the sale of Project Nance. Was it an off-market loan sale? And they say the loan was one of the constituent parts of the board-approved higher refinancing target which was set for debtor connection. Having set the target, NAMA did not specify how it was to be achieved. Therefore, provided Avestas met or exceeded the board-approved target, it was free to adopt a variety of monetisation strategies, including the sale of the secured properties and or refinancing of the loans. Then we asked another question: why was there no publicity following the loan saying from either Avestas or Clairvaux the refinancing target and exit strategy agreed with Avestas was a confidential agreement between the debtor and NAMA? Then we asked, can NAMA confirm the portfolio was sold for 26.6 million with a par value of 352 million? That was a fundamental question we asked at that meeting that day, and NAMA confirms that the residual portfolio was sold for 26.6 million with a par value of 352 million. The cash realised by the loan sale was only one constituent part of the overall cash amount received from the acquired Aventus loan and security realisations. The total amount of cash received by NAMA from the overall debtors' acquired loans was a multiple of the residual loan value. They haven't given us the answer to the question we asked. Full stop. We have to go back. The main issue is we asked specifically about that, and we are none of the wiser in relation to the par value of the 352 million, the total realisation that was achieved on that. And then more worryingly, they say that we asked for a note of the review of the 172 declarations. That's the section 172 declaration that there's no conflict of interest between people involved, and say NAMA is undertaking a legal review and will revert to the committee in due course. So we want to mark that again. And we found that extraordinary, that they've never done a detailed examination, and that the CNAG has highlighted that in the past. So all those items have to be sent back to them.
Point 5, we've got an answer that we got for next week. You had to get an answer.
Yeah, well, there may be further correspondence, but we want all of those items followed up, and the latter ones that are very significant that we didn't get a reply to. Some of them are underway, but we need comprehensive replies, and we need, as a PAC committee, because NAMA are nearly approaching the end of their workload, we want to mark all those questions down to make sure we do our job and follow up those again. Next item is 1631 from Michael Nolan, CEO of Transport Infrastructure Ireland, providing information requested in relation to excess toll payments. We can note and publish this. Next item is 1633 from Dick Long, Director of Corporate Services of OPW, dated the 11th of October, providing information requested for our meeting last week. We did discuss it on the 11th of October, and we're now just formally publishing a note and publish that. Next item is 1634 from Aidan O'Driscoll, Secretary General of the Department of Justice, providing a note requested by the committee regarding implementation of change in the Irish Prison Service. We'll note and publish this, and a lot of that might be relevant to the Justice Committee. Next item 1635B from Aidan O'Driscoll, again the Secretary General of the Department of Justice, in relation to the site acquisition of 3 new Garda stations in Clonmel, Sligo and Cork. We'll note and publish this, and Next item then is 1636 from Derek Moore, Secretary General of the Department of Finance, providing a review requested by the committee in relation to resourcing of the Tax Appeals Commission. There has been some progress. The Minister published that. He mentioned it in his budget speech, and it's out there, and there is an agreement for improvements in the resourcing of that organisation. So that's out there now in the last few days as well. So we know and published that. 1636 from Anne-Marie Walsh of the Office of Public Work, providing 1637, providing a managing valuers report on 5 historic cases on foot of a proceeding submission to DEPR. We discussed this at our meeting and we're noting it today. We're only noting it today. We haven't agreed to publish it yet because there's an extent we may well do, but none of us, some of us hadn't an opportunity, just not to give parliamentary privilege to a document that we haven't just taken a few minutes to look at. I have no objection in principle, but there's quite a lot in it and we can agree to publish it next day if that's what people want. But I'm just saying, as Chairman, I just need to glance through it and think other members haven't read it, just in case there's an issue we would need to be concerned about.
The next correspondence.
We're going to hold it over for the next meeting for discussion. Okay, we'll hold that over. And we've noted it. We did have some discussion on it, but whether we give parliamentary privilege to publishing the full document is really the question we have to deal with next week. Next item 1638 from Martin Burke, Assistant Secretary OPW, comprising a property services agreement in relation to the accommodation for the Department of Health at Mesian Plaza in Bagot Street, Dublin. We discussed this and got it during the course of the last meeting, so we're only formally publishing it now. We had that here the last day. Next item 1640 from Timothy Owens, Chief Executive of Cork ETB, who is replying to our further request for information regarding their employment policies and whether they have a policy preventing people with which they have reached a legal settlement. Mr. Owens says there is no general policy and that the matter being referred to was discussed at the Public Accounts Committee in July 2015 by the last PAC committee at length at that stage, that particular point, and I would ask the clerk to circulate this to members indicating the relevant pages so we can give the committee a report or a summary on what was said by the previous PACs. We don't want to rehash the exact same.
I know, but we're not bound by anything they thought anyway.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, so just on that basis, for me, this is a contradictory letter. It's not a policy, but yet it is a policy in exceptional circumstances. So he has offered that he'd outline those exceptional circumstances, and I, for one, would like to know what they are.
He provides an explanation.
Yeah, so what we will do is, I think that was provided to the previous Public Accounts Committee, exactly what you, and we'll dig it out and circulate it to the members, and we'll come back to it the next meeting, because I think he has...
But the big issue is, it is a policy.
Yes, there was one exception, there was an exception.
No, it says it's not the policy, but there are exceptions. So, I mean, it's the usual, like, when it suits us, we'll do it. When it doesn't, we won't, and I think that's a bad precedent.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, this phrase, there's no general policy, but we can specifically do things. We're not doing it generally, but we're doing it.
Well, if he wrote and said, dear Miss Falsey, I have plenipotentiary status, good luck, it wouldn't say much different than what it's saying.
The Deputy is right, but what I want to do just for now is to circulate his more detailed response that he gave to the last PAC. It's on our record. We haven't circulated today, and we'll circulate it to members during the week, and we'll come back to it. And if we're unhappy with his response, we'll take it from there. But let's just read his detailed response that he gave to the previous PAC, because some of it might answer some of the questions, and some of it might not. We just need to go through it, and we'll get that circulated to the members during the week. So we'll hold this over until then, this item of correspondence. We'll deal with it completely next week. Next item 1641 from Martina Bullman, Private Secretary to the Secretary General of the Department of Education, providing an update requested by the committee in relation to the publication of the CNAG report on University of Limerick and Sligo IT. It is expected to be published in the coming weeks, and we'll note and publish the correspondence. Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, can we just get an update maybe now on what CNHU reports have either been sent to the Minister or are still in the process of being sent to the Minister in respect to different institutes, and just very roughly what those reports are about, because I think it will be helpful for us for today as well, for today's meeting, that we don't deal with issues that we're going to come back to. So is there two separate reports? Like one for Sligo, one for UL. It's a joint report.
It's a joint report.
Joint report,
yeah.
And that's gone to the Minister.
It's with the Minister since the end of August.
And then there's the Waterford one that is near completion. That
very close to completion.
Very close.
Yeah.
And I know what the Waterford one is about, but UL Sligo one, is that to do with the issues raised by whistleblowers?
Not directly. No, it's to do with remuneration matters.
Matters, yeah. That we dealt with in the past.
In
anyway.
both institutions.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Next item then is, we'll agree to, we published that letter from the Department, the correspondence 1642 from Derek Finnegan, Parliamentary Affairs Division, Department of Health, providing an update requested by the committee in relation to the value for money for public nursing homes. So I think they're essentially saying that will be next year. What does the letter say? Put it up on the screen there, 1642. He said, I'll revert to... There are a number of legal issues that are almost completed. The Department hopes to have this work completed by Q1 2019. So he's saying the end of March. So I'm still waiting for an update regarding the audit of empty beds in public hospitals. I'll revert again when I receive this information. So we need to mark that down, that that's only a holding reply. So we'll note and publish that holding reply. Okay. Next item then is 1643 from Paddy O'Keefe, the Tax Appeals Commission, dated the 12th of October, responding to information requested by the committee in relation to bringing the 78 appeals mentioned in the previous correspondence to a conclusion. We note and publish this, and Deputy Cullinane has indicated.
Yeah, it's a very interesting piece of correspondence that we got. If I'm reading this right, on page 3, there's 17 individuals that are responsible for, say, an appeal to the value of 711 million euro, which is quite extraordinary.
That's why I specifically raised this the last day. So.
And I think this sits somewhat with the CNHE's chapter on high net worth individuals. So maybe is this something that we can hold over and maybe form part of discussions, because we're going to have revenue in. Are we going to bring in the Tax Appeals Commission as well
again
when we're dealing with that chapter?
Well, okay, I just want to, if the members will bear with me, because we touched on this the last.
It's an extraordinary figure. Yeah,
and I want to read it just to highlights into the public record so the public will see what we're talking about, right? We asked the last day, and here he has it in writing. There were 3 cases listed in a document we got the last time with the Tax Appeals Commission with amounts totaling 361 million in dispute. So we've asked for a note on each of the 3. So the first item has an amount in this under appeal of 138 million, one particular case, and they say it's on hold for the next few months. Parties are currently in discussions with a view to settling that particular issue. Then there's another case involving 119 million, and they're saying it's ready to be scheduled for a hearing shortly. Then there's a third case with a value of over 100 million, and they say that's proceeding through the appeal system. So 3 cases of 361. We want, I think, certainly before we come to our periodic report, we will need update on those 3. You can't have a situation of 361 million from 3 organisations hanging out there without the PAC. We deal with expenditure, but we want to make sure taxes are collected properly, and we want to make sure that's done as expeditiously as possible. And in relation, I'll move on quickly on this. Then we ask for the figures where there are cases between 10 and 100 million, and there are 14 of those. 1 is proceeding with a value of 68 million. There's 4 more on hold. They're in discussion with a value of 100 million. There are 6 other ones scheduled for hearings with a value of 140 million collectively. There's another one on hold pending a linked appeal of 20 million. There's another one determination expected to be completed by the end of this year for 12 million, and 1 has been settled for 11 million. I don't know the outcome of that, but they just say it's settled. But it's kind of horrific when I see, and Deputy has mentioned, there's 17 cases there involving well over 700 million. And there's only 1 of them has been settled since we raised it, and 1 is expected to be completed this year. So he's actually telling us 15 of the 17, totaling approximately the total amount of the 700, will run into next year at least, and there's not even a suggestion of a closing date. So we're putting it, and then to conclude, there's 61 other cases with a value of an average of 2.5 million apiece still in the system as well, and there's only a handful of those settled. So I would nearly be saying every second month we will want a timeline on these, because we are not sitting here with 876 million hanging there with no date even proffered as to when it might be that Deputy Cullinane. Or Deputy, was it Deputy Murphy? Did you come in earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, you'd have to also ask, I mean, this is the Tax Appeals Commission, but you'd also ask, how did they get to that point? And are there others that are likely? So that's revenue as much as it is the Tax Appeals Commission, because it's a very sizable amount, and anyone that has worked in accounts will know, you know, if you don't, you know, present your tax, you know, that there's a kind of an ongoing dialogue with revenue. That astonishes me, but we may well be losing sight of some of the ones that in the overall context seem fairly small, but in most of our experiences they're quite large amounts of money as well. Anything that would be in the region of €1 million, for example, would be quite a large bill. That's outstanding. I think we also need to consider if what they, and I haven't gone through it in the kind of detail I really want to. I know there was money given in the budget in response to the inadequacy in the, you know, the staffing and the IT systems and that kind of stuff, and there will be a bit of time needed for that to settle in. So I think the timing in terms of the value that we get in relation to having them back in again will be important. That I think we've got to allow them to get their systems in place. So it's probably going to be at the beginning of next year before we're likely to have them in any kind of a fruitful way, but I think we should have the revenue commissioners in at the same time.
Fine, and definitely our job is to keep public pressure on this, to keep them hopping, because, you know, these things can just rumble on year in, year out, and I think we have a duty to make sure now that resources have been allocated that they get to the job. And we only highlighted the top, in our meeting the last day, the top 67. Like, there's thousands more smaller ones behind the system, but this is where big money is, Deputy Cullinane. And I stress, these are estimates, they're not final determination, they are estimates. I'll say that again, they are estimates, but they're probably reasonable, best estimates at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it's fair to point out that every individual has a right to appeal the tax liability, so I have no difficulty with that, including high net worth individuals. Having said that, if there's 17 still in appeal to the value of 711 million, and I hear what you're saying in terms of getting a bi-monthly update on whether or not they have been settled or there has been a resolution, because essentially it's a dispute on the amount. But I would want to get under the bonnet a little bit more in terms of what's the substance of this, what's the nature of these disputes. Now, obviously, it's one side is saying, I don't believe I'm liable for this amount of tax, and revenue is saying you are, and then but it's what type of issues lead to it, because like the reality is, especially when you're into this type of money, these are individuals that have the ability to employ the tax specialists and all of those that can get the type of write-downs that most individuals could not get. And while it might be all legal and it's all done in terms of tax avoidance, there still could be consequences for the taxpayer in it. Maybe if there's loopholes, if there's things there that we need to be aware of, I think that would be important as well, because I appreciate the staffing point in terms of the Commission is important to do their work. But what I'd be more concerned about is, and I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm looking at the number of individuals and the value. Is this an example of very, very wealthy individuals simply looking for every possibility to avoid paying their taxes?
But would many of these be corporate?
Just if you look at the screen, there you can see that a lot of the very high value ones are actually corporation tax. There's VAT, customs and excise. There's one income tax one, which is a figure of about 19 million. And then there's a couple of VAT. So I think a lot of them are probably in the nature of corporate cases rather than individual cases.
Tax, and dividend withholding tax is mentioned as well. And then there's some income tax. So Yeah.
But whether it's corporates or individuals,
Yeah.
it's still entities and
Yeah,
small
it's
numbers.
money.
Small numbers of individuals or entities and big money.
Yeah, when you're at the 1 million to 10 million bracket, you can see a significantly more appearance of income tax. So there's figures there, 2.whatever million.
Need a bit more information, that's all I'm saying.
This document, they obviously have, we might just ask them to recast those schedules on each of the tax headings, just saving our overworked staff having to do it. We have the document here, they have it on a spreadsheet, so we'll ask them to break that schedule down, give us the amounts under VAT, give us the amounts under income tax, give us the amounts under corporation tax, give us the amount under dividend withholding tax. Just, and recast the schedules because they have the information and make it be very useful for us, and it'll simplify it, make it easier for the public to understand it as well if they got it in that way. So we'll write back to them just to recast that schedule in the manner we've just requested. Deputy Cassells.
Thank you, Chairman. Deputy Murphy asked in respect of how we got here, and I remember when they did come in on that day, we've never heard a set of witnesses willing to offer the woes of their office as much as they did on that particular day, and I suppose that's why the Minister for Finance determined that I got a whole paragraph in respect of the budget speech. And when you see the amount of monies on appeals and vis-a-vis the resources that they have, it's something that definitely does need further examination. So I'm glad, Chairman, that it's being raised here today. But can I ask you, beyond getting an appraisal and a spreadsheet of what we have today and what Deputy Cullinane has said, because you are talking about in the region of €750 million in monetary terms that's under appeal. I mean, how far are you going to press this, Chairman, in terms of actually, you've talked about asking for deadlines as to when this, is that something that can be pressed in terms of actually asking for deadlines in terms of how these settlements are come by?
Okay, we'll get the information. What I would suggest, and I suppose in fairness to put it in context, this $750 million is in the context of approximately 60 billion collected by the revenue every year. So it is, you know, you have to, you know, out of the 60 billion, we are talking about less than 1 billion, which is probably well less than approximately 2%. I'm not making light of it, but I'm putting it in context of what the revenue do. In fairness, you know, I'm going the other way now. In fairness, I'm just putting the overall figure in context. However, they probably can't give that, but they should have their target timelines for it. They mightn't meet the target, but if they've no targets for dealing with it, I get very worried. So we need.
Well, I think the point that you made, Chairman, is quite right. That, you know, whilst this body looks at the expenditure, the scenario where income is being left maybe in hiatus for a long time is equally as impactful on the resources of the state as well, and should be pursued.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll publish this. People that, you know, I think the other, this will be followed, but we're specifically going to come back to it when we recast that schedule. And I think we'll actually ask for their targeted dates when they expect to have the matter concluded. Okay, their target. You know, it may not happen, and we know every one of these people at the end of it can go to court if they like. They have no control over that. But from their targeted point of view, and then we have the situation then that we found a laguna in information between the Tax Appeals Commissioner and the Revenue, because we had asked the Revenue, I think earlier when they were in relation to cases that went to the Tax Appeals Commission, the collection rate in relation to that, and neither of them actually completed. The Revenue say, we just get told by the Tax Appeals Commissioner what the figure is, and there's no match-up between what the original estimate was from the Revenue. We've actually found another laguna. Am I right? There was a gap there.
In a history of that, I expect with the development of the systems within the Tax Appeals Commissioner or Commission that there should be better information and better tracking of individual cases through the system.
Okay. Look, I think we've discussed this one well enough. We know we are coming back to it. Okay. So next item is, and that was the useful letter to receive. Next item was 1644 from Michael Horgan, the Higher Education Authority, responding to the committee's request for a letter of Mr Love's resignation. Since the letter was received, the HE has sent us a further email advising Mr Love that Mr Love authorised sending a copy of his resignation letter to the committee, and this was circulated to the members yesterday, so we note this, and it will be discussed in the afternoon. Next item, 1645, Robert Watts, Secretary General, and there's correspondence 1665. You know, we'll note, and we will publish it. I'm told it's been published. I've seen some publication this morning, so I'm informed, so it's a bit academic because
Someone got there before me.
somebody got there in front of the PAC committee, and I have no idea. I'm just made aware of it recently. So we'll publish it because it's out there. Next item, 1645 from Robert Watt, Secretary General, replying to information requested by the committee in relation to the PPP reviews. We'll note and publish that, and we can raise it with him when he's here. Next item is Robert Watt, 1646, regarding a review of the Department of Public Expenditure Reform of the Exchequer and Audit Department Act 1886. We note and publish that, and people can raise that he responds fairly to the issues raised. Next item, 1647 from Robert Watt, in relation to our request for value for money of various public bodies which was conducted. We can raise this with him. He's saying really it's up to the local government management agency to provide a copy to us. He had sight of it, but he wasn't the author or commissioning the report, so we're separately written to the local government management agency for that report because it was they commissioned that. So correspondence item C, we can note and publish that letter. Correspondence item C, one was held over from last day, we continue to hold it over. So 1618 from an individual with the committee regarding the review of property transactions in the OPW. This matter was discussed at last week's meeting, so we note that, and we do want to check some documentation before we decide to publish it or otherwise. 1628 and 1629 from Deputy Murphy, providing replies to parliamentary questions regarding Garda stations, mass and properties. These matters were raised at last week's meeting. The Deputy, very interesting information.
It's just useful. There's no point in
it's there, and it's noted and published, and it's already in the public record by way of PQ, so we'll publish it here again. The next item then on our agenda is the heading of statements and accounts received since the last meeting, and there's I think 7, and they're coming up on the screen now. So the first one is the National Concert Hall. Clear audited opinion, again, attention is drawn to the recognition of an asset in respect of deferred retirement benefit funding for pensions. We discuss this often at length. Next one, Office of the Pensions Ombudsman, clear audited opinion. Next one is Transport Infrastructure Ireland, clear audited opinion. Next one, Residential Institutions Redress Special Accounting period. There's no turnover. So what's left in that account if there's no turnover, or did you want to come back to it?
Well, effectively, it's the account out of which awards are paid to individuals. There were expenses which are expenses of the vote in the year. This is just literally the fund that is available to compensate individuals. So
there's nothing paid out of the fund in 2017?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And is it expected at any will, or is it all through Karen?
I think there are still a number of cases, but
there was none that year.
There was none that year, yeah.
I think we should write back to whoever's over that resident, ask what's the projection in relation to potential future claims to be paid through the account, because while there might have been none that year, there might be a lot in the system, or there might be very. So we'll actually write to the chief executive or accounting officer of that organisation, ask for an update report going forward.
I think perhaps, Chairman, maybe just have a look at the financial statements. There may be an indication there.
Well, what we'll do then is we'll circulate the financial statements to the members of the committee, and if we have any questions on it, we'll come back next week. So we'll circulate it. We've done that on 1 or 2 occasions, and it's useful. Yeah.
There's still outstanding sums from the religious bodies. So where does that tie in with this fund?
There's a separate fund, which is the Caranua Fund.
No, that's a separate fund.
I think the funds would be taken in here into this fund.
From the 2002 agreement and the 2009 non-legal agreement.
I need to kind of look back at it. It is a bit confusing as to where the different funds are going. But,
because just on the 2002 one was a legal one, and there's still some funds or property outstanding.
Property.
Property.
Yeah.
And okay.
Okay, and we are coming back to, because we've asked.
And I think the department, of course, is updating the committee on a quarterly basis. I think in relation.
No, we asked last week in our meeting last week or so to write to the department, because they had told us in their correspondence over the summer that a number of transactions were to be completed by the end of September, and we agreed to write to them last week or the week earlier asking for an update. Did that actually happen? So that arose out of the correspondence we received. So we'll get an update on what was meant to have been completed by the end of September, and see did they meet their own targets that they gave to us in terms of correspondence we received over the summer. Okay, and so that matter will come back before us by way of correspondence from the department in the very near future. So next item is the Ciste Pension Tihan Oireachtas clear auditor's opinion. That's in Irish. It's wonderful, clear auditor's opinion. The Arts Council clear auditor's opinion, and the attention is drawn to weakness in control over grants. The Council has made provision for payments of 196,000 due in relation to grants awarded in 2017 under the Arts Programme. The Council has provided funding for these grants to an outside agency now in liquidation, but the agency has not paid over the grants to the intended beneficiaries. Deputy Cullinane and Deputy Murphy have indicated.
I know the CNAG says that attention is drawn to weaknesses. I would wonder whether it's weaknesses or failures, because I'm sure there are basic requirements, like basic controls that any organisation should have in place. And I just don't accept that it's that weaknesses suggest that they're not there. In many ways they are. Of course they're there, they just weren't adhered to. But if I'm reading this right, it's quite extraordinary that the Arts Council gave a third party 196,000 that was intended for beneficiaries and grants that they never got because the company went bust. It's quite extraordinary, to say the least. I know their overall budget is 67 million, but we all know that the beneficiaries of these grants are organisations which need the money, which run on very tight budgets. There isn't a huge amount of money available anyway for those organisations. So is it the case then that these organisations just didn't get the money? Was there replacement money that was given to them, or are they left high and dry?
That's effectively the situation. The Council is aware that there were commitments given, but the grant funding didn't get through the agency that was given in advance, if you like, to fund that scheme. And the organisations, the Arts Council effectively is undertaking to provide replacement funding.
And the follow-on question then would be, why, given that it's 196,000, why would you need a third party to do that in the first place? Surely that's what the Arts Council is there for. I don't understand why you would give 196,000 to a third party who, if it's a private organisation, are going to make money on the back of it. To give the money to recipients strikes me as a bit bizarre.
Deputy Murphy indicated. We'll deal with
some of the questions were answered already in relation to replacement money, because it may be that you know, fairly small entities are, you know, fold because of that kind of money. Was it one scheme, or was it an entity that was kind of doing duplicate work for the Arts Council? Do we know what?
Well, it was actually administering a scheme. I mean, I don't have the details, but I can actually read the section from the Statement on Internal Financial Control for you. It's on page 880 of the annual report, if you would like to bring it up. The Arts Council paid one of the organisations, these are grant recipient organisations of the Arts Council, paid one of the organisations recurrent grant funding of €225,000, which was funding for exhibition support of funding for exhibition support of 25,000 and 170,000 to fund an arts programme administered on behalf of the Arts Council. In March 2018, the Arts Council became aware that the organisation had not in fact paid the 2017 grants to the intended beneficiaries. The organisation went into liquidation shortly afterwards. Following legal advice, the Arts Council has undertaken to honour all payments due. The Arts Council has estimated that a total of €196,000 is due to intended beneficiaries, including some amounts in relation to previous years. The 2017 financial statements recognise a provision for the full amount due. The Arts Council has no realistic prospect of recovering these amounts from the grant-funded entity now in liquidation. In general, the Arts Council pre-funds organisations in advance of expenditure being incurred and has the sanction of the Department of Culture, Heritage and the Gaeltacht and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform to do so. The Arts Council's control processes include advancing of funding to organisations in tranches and verification processes to obtain assurance that conditions have been met before the next tranche is advanced. However, the full amount of funding for the arts programme was advanced to this organisation in one tranche in January 2017 and before the 2016 financial statements were received. The Arts Council plans to review its controls over funding to outside organisations, in particular where funding is provided in one tranche. It also plans to review its processes for assessing the financial viability of grant-funded organisations.
Could I just follow up that and ask, like, how many beneficiaries are we talking about here? And are there other situations where the Arts Council, you know, more or less repeat that kind of exercise? And I can see the weakness there, where they, you know, between 2016 and 2017, where they paid before they'd received the accounts, so they wouldn't have known they were in trouble. So that's a very obvious weakness. But do they do this with other organisations or other exhibitions or whatever?
I think what's unusual about this situation is that it was grant funding which was intended to be forwarded to other organisations. Whereas most of the grant recipients would be receiving funding for their own activities and purposes. So I think that this is a little unusual. It was a very niche kind of area of the arts. I think it was in the film area. And obviously there was some discretion, or there was a scheme put in place, and it was felt that these individuals were best placed to process the applications within the framework set in the scheme.
And how many?
It's a small number, maybe 8 or 10. I'm not quite sure. I don't have that level of detail.
Okay.
We'll get a detailed note. We'll write to the Arts Council for a far more comprehensive note on it than Mr. McCarthy has read out to us there, because just so we can get what sounds like a bit like Console, you know, an organisation was funded and then people were left when they went into liquidation. It's a mini Console to me, you know, Deputy.
Just on that, the questions have been asked about how many, 8 to 10, and relative.
That's just my recollection now.
Yeah, that's okay. But certainly, Chair, I think we should write to them to get full details, because again, alarm bells ring here now for me when I hear this. Money is prepaid. How does an administrative body go into liquidation? What has happened here in relation to this? What are the implications, as has already been said, for a repeat of this, or has this already happened? And I heard in the briefing given that previous years it hadn't been paid over. What does that mean? In previous years it wasn't?
Well, I think the funding for 2017 was 170,000, but the total loss is put at 196,000. So that would indicate about 26,000 related to prior year.
To prior year. So if it relates to prior years, nothing was learned. You know, it's difficult to sit here and listen to this with arts organisations struggling on the ground. All of this should be done with proper governance procedures, proper internal controls, proper learning from a mistake, proper learning. We need details on this.
But the message is that the Arts Council had 196,000 less to give to other people who should have got funding.
Well, no, they're now going to make it up. And
they're making it up
but
to
how
the people.
Are they going to?
But they paid on the double. They paid to the company that went bust, and they're now paying it a second time.
And that means other people must be down.
So I'm saying other people.
Or groups are down.
Their grant fund programme is down 196,000.
It's a smaller
for other people. Yeah. Because they had to pay in the double on this.
The company that received 196,000, is that a private company, or is it a public body of some, or an organisation itself that's funded?
It was a company which is now in liquidation.
I know, but is it essentially was it a private company?
My recollection is it would be have maybe charitable status for arts purposes.
Right. Okay.
Okay. What we'll do on that, when we get the name of the company, we'll get somebody in the building. or through your office do a CRO search on the organisation to see was it a company limited by share, by guarantee, or whatever. We don't know. So we're going to find out who that company was. It's a matter of public record if it's a company, and we'll see where we are in relation. Now, we're not revisiting the liquidation. That's not our job, but we want to know who or what we're talking about.
The charities regulator may have a role here too.
Fine.
Because you're not, with charitable status, you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to make a loss. You're not. There's.
Yeah.
all
So
sorts
I'm
of-
just saying we will find out. We'll do a search in that company and the current state of liquidation.
I think obviously the first protocol is probably the Arts Council, who can give
we'll
it
write
more
into them in the
detailed
first place, and when we get the name, we'll take it from there. So we're right.
Oversight mechanism they have
Yeah,
in place.
but we want to deal specifically with this. The statement you read out, they're putting procedures in place. I consider that just total woolly stuff. I don't believe. I'd love to know what they've actually done in terms of checking the audits of every other organisation. We'll ask actually, given that you referred to that in their financial statement, evidence that they've actually carried that out.
Yes, and I mean, some deputies may remember the funding for SIP2, which we looked at a number of years ago. One of the learning points from that was the danger of advancing funding without being specific as to purposes for use and so on, and guaranteeing that those purposes would be delivered on.
Okay.
And Deeper issued a circular saying the exception was to be advance funding, and that exception could only be where there were adequate controls in place. So it is certainly something. I think many organisations wouldn't have working capital effectively. They're completely dependent on grant funding, and therefore they can't act without being funded in advance. And that's why most of the arts organisations have sanction, or at least Arts Council has sanction to fund most of these organisations in advance. But what you then need to be doing is funding as you go, rather than funding in a single tranche. So that's a learning point.
Based on receipts or based on evidence that the money...
Well, you advance a certain amount of funding, and then you get evidence that it has been spent for the purpose. You advance another tranche, and then you get evidence. So rather than pushing all of the funding out in one go.
Similarity to the DIT library, and in fact you're saying that Deeper issued a...
There is a circular
so that
on it
may well
from
have predated
2013 or 2014.
Yeah.
So that probably happened prior to the DIT library incident.
It did, but I think that was a procurement as opposed to a grant funding type of situation.
Comparison that most deputies, it's not unusual for a government department to advance funding to organisations to get them up and running and then pay them. For example, we're all involved, are familiar with the community employment schemes, and they run for a year. They get funding for the first few months, and then they get a payment every month, and then come to the end of the scheme they have to have an audit, and then they can be rolled over once all that's done. But they do get a little bit to get them up and running, but they don't give it all. They don't give them the year funding up front. They give them maybe a month or two up front, and then a monthly payment comes in stages after.
It's standard that an organisation would profile their expenditure, so if there's more activity at certain times of the year, that's understood and they're funded accordingly.
Okay, look, and the last item then was Intertrade Ireland, the clear auditor's opinion, so we note that as well. Next item on the agenda then, we want to move quick, is the work programme. Essentially there, today's programme is in front of us. Next week we're dealing with matters in relation to housing. On the 8th of the 11th we're dealing with the State Claims Agency in relation to cervical cancer, thalidomide, and I want to list with the State Claims Agency this issue of medical negligence, which is the biggest issue as well. Write to them in advance for a breakdown of, and people will be surprised at this, the biggest bill out there facing the state is the 2 billion of medical negligence. I think that not enough attention has been given to prevention. If we had a fraction of that for the health services, we wouldn't be. It's outrageous that there's so much medical negligence. So I want in advance to get a report as soon as practical, and we will come back to it. For every case that they have listed with a potential amount of $1 million, I'll just start at $1 million and not going below that. Let's see what that shows us. And I want to know, in relation to those cases, a breakdown, a bit like we got from the Tax Appeals Commission, ones that are between 1 and 5, many are between 5 and 10 million, or the different bands. And in particular, this is what I want to know, the number of cases where the same professional person is involved. Because if there's a situation out there that there's a professional out there has 8 or 10 medical negligence cases in the system and is still continuing to carry out medical procedures, we need to know that. The public needs to know that, because you can't have people making negligent mistakes on a regular basis and cases piling up and carrying. I'm not suggesting it's happening, but I don't know. So I need a breakdown of that medical negligence 2 billion figure, and we're going to start looking at it. Let's get the first schedule of figures and see where it takes it. But I do believe we have somewhere a duty to prevent, better measures in place to prevent these reoccurring. I know they have all their systems in place for notifying every event, but the figure is going up 300 million every year on top of what's already there in the past. So, and just think, if the health service had half of that money, wouldn't it be fantastic, you know? So you understand it's an issue. We've all talked about it globally. I think we could do a very good, useful service, getting a bit of specifics in that.
Shouldn't we just about the absolutely about if there's an individual that is turning up? I think it's just not the individual, maybe an individual hospital as well, because there may well be more, because you'd keep hearing particular hospitals mentioned, and obviously this is not just about a very large amount of money that would be available to the health service, but I think I rarely would hear, and I think we'd all concur with this, people coming out of the forecourts saying that that money was any kind of compensation for what has happened. So this is a human thing as well. That the money gives us a tracker for, if you like. Just on a different point, in relation to the work programme, can I just ask that the broadband is actually put on in this? It's on the bottom, I think, but it's not. I don't think it's slotted in, or have I missed that?
That's on the bottom. There's no date.
Yeah.
It's on our list specifically. So in the next week or so, we'll try and schedule work out to the early part of next year on the basis we're all here.
Is there any chance of getting it into this year?
We'll discuss it. I'm free. I'm open-minded as to what priorities we want to deal with. So look, we'll ask the Secretary to look at all the things that are on our schedule and see, can we just do a provisional draft for extending.
Can I just say, even the section in relation to, like in 2017, the demands contract was rolled over to 2030. Okay. And essentially, well, there was provision within the contract to do that. There was also, and it was in one of the Sunday papers, there was also another entity that was interested in tendering for it. It was BT Ireland. Now, by virtue of the fact that it was rolled over, it was then eventually purchased by the state, the infrastructure fund. Now, it would have been more valuable by virtue of the fact it was rolled over, so we probably paid substantially more. So this is relatively recently we're likely to have paid substantially more, and I think we need to understand why that was rolled over so.
And then sold back to the state.
And then it's sold back to the state. First of all, 78%, and then the balance only recently. But it would have cost more to buy it back because it was more valuable, because it is a longer term contract.
Deputy Cullinane.
Support Deputy Murphy in terms of the National Broadband Plan and the that issue coming before us. Just to go back to the previous issue, because you were saying that we need to get a breakdown of the number of cases. And in the number
hospital is a good suggestion too.
And the number of individuals. So there might be an individual who might be the subject of, say, 2, 3 or 4, whatever number of cases. I think if we ask for a breakdown of individuals, they may not give us that because it's...
We want no names, just...
I know, but it's the way we ask the question. It should be on the basis of if there's 2 cases that involve, or more, that involve the same individual, and again in bands, they're more likely to give it to us that way. But it just, I'm just saying, it depends on how we ask the question.
Okay, so we put it in the bands and where there's one, and if a person is appearing...
Just 2 or more, and then it's 2, 4,
and
5, 6 or whatever.
There's no question of us asking for names or anything like that. No question. Deputy MacSharry and Deputy Connolly.
Ladies first, actually. I think you would ask first.
Okay.
Just 2 matters. One is on the work programme, and I see HAP is down there.
Well, that's coming up as part of the housing.
Oh, that's not coming up separately.
It's the second meeting of housing on the 28th.
We said we're having the housing in 2 meetings. One got to construction, and then the second one is more got to do with housing support, rental supplement.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah, and the approved housing bodies are not available next week, so they'll be in on that second day as well. They can't all come the next. So there's going to be 2 meetings on the housing.
Okay. Certainly HAP has to be looked at.
It is.
And we need
and the second meeting.
We need adequate time for it. It's now up at 421 million officially.
Yeah.
It doubled from in 1 year to 300 million, and now at the allocation in the budget is 121 million. So we're practically up at $500 million on that payment alone.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that we want adequate time on. In relation to the medical negligence, I welcome your approach, and it's right to teasing this out. And before we ever get to court, there are 2 things. Open disclosure is not operating, so we can't look at one without the other. And the second thing is, I don't know how many independent reviews, independent assessments have been carried out prior to any medical negligence case. Unfortunately, my own self, not personally, but I have intimate details, unfortunately, in relation to one review. So I know
a review by whom?
An independent review by a particular hospital in relation to mistakes that happened. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I come from that independent review, which is just one review, the costs of those reviews, before we ever get to court, the cost of the independent reviews, we leave the internal reviews alone for the moment. So then you have the different type of external reviews, the reviews where people can be cross-examined or questioned, the reviews which I'm now familiar with, unfortunately, where there's no examining, but there's an independent review outside people, consultants, outside nurses, and all sorts of questions around whether they're actually independent, not to mention the cost and the value for money before we ever get there. So I'm just highlighting that because I'm going to come back to this. I'm in the process of asking questions about that, the actual cost of those, and at no stage do I see any of the institutions learning. I see that we're snowed under with governance and with various documentation, but the actual learning is greatly missing. And that's how we end up with medical negligence cases. That's how we ended up with barristers making money. At this point, you know, I won't say anything on the record, but I see why people end up. I see why there are high fees, because at no stage in that process do I see a learning going on, I have to say, and I see that we're being snowed under with all sorts of documentation, but no learning, and that ties in even to the Charlton Commission, going back to individuals learning and
on that
system
exact
learning.
point, for example, I can mention HICWA did a statutory review of Portlaoise maternity unit, and they found there had been previous reviews and reports done, recommendations made, but shared with nobody.
The cost.
They were shared with nobody, even the conclusions. So there was no learning process because the report was done, put on the shelf, and let's see what happens. Deputy MacSharry.
Sorry. Yes, thanks very much. On the work programme, I agree 100% with Deputy Murphy on the broadband thing. I think it's timely that we've looked at it. I'll also be interested in the CNAG's view on, not now like necessarily, but forward when we are looking at it, a view on the wisdom behind renewing the contract and then selling it. Then buying it back. I think that's an issue. And also, whether we'd have a role in the entire procurement section of the department dealing with the contracts and the tendering and all of that stuff, I think might be a useful exchange if people felt the time was there. On medical negligence, several times at the meetings here in the past, I brought up the fact that when we pay out, or when we pay out with admission of liability or when we pay out without the admission of liability, there's no mandatory follow-up training, monitoring, anything like that. It's just on we go. And that's not to prejudice the medical professional involved, but I think as a matter of form, as a matter of practice, we should have a mandatory process, that whether the person was squeaky clean in the best possible position under the sun or whether they were in fact negligent, we should have a process. In any other walk of life, that would happen. And I think that's something that we've mentioned here before, and I think we should really push for it.
Okay. Look, we'll come back to the work programme the next week to extend it out a bit further. At this stage, we've completed our work. I'm going to suspend it for 5 minutes while the witnesses take their, and we're finishing the deeper session when the bells ring for voting. Okay, so we're suspended for 5 minutes. Public session. So for our morning session, we will be dealing with the appropriation accounts for 2016 and 2017 for the vote for the Minister of Public Expenditure and Reform, superannuation and retired allowances, and the Office of Government Procurement. We'll also be dealing with the CNAG's reports in Chapter 2 of his 2017 report in relation to collection of pension contributions due to the Exchequer, Chapter 3, control of funding for vote of public services, and Chapter 5, vote accounting and budget management. And the CNAG 2016 report, vote 6 on budget management, and the CNAG special reports 95, 99 and 100 in relation to financial reporting in the public service for the years 2014 to 2016. In relation to those reports, we've been dealing with them on an ongoing basis. There's nothing particularly new in it, but we haven't formally discussed them with the department. And just on that, I just want to say the Public Accounts Committee, as a result of those earlier reports, decided towards the end of last year to write individually to each of the 300 organisations or so that are audited by the CNAG, asking them to meet their timelines. We brought the education sector in at length, the ETBs, where a situation only 1 out of the 17 was meeting reasonable timelines for producing financial statements, whereas on this occasion every single one of the 17 have done so. So there's been a significant improvement in the preparing of the accounts by public bodies over the last year or two, with the help of DEEPR, the CNAG and ourselves, and maybe we'll ask Mr. Watt in his comments just to possibly just give a short view at the end of your own comment in relation to the issue of, while it's fine getting them into the CNAG and getting them audited, but then there's regularly what would appear to be another delay before they get laid before the Oireachtas. I think they have to go to ministers and sometimes they have to be notified. The next thing we will want a mechanism to see, can that end of the process be speeded up? It's the next chapter of it, but you understand the question I'm raising. So, it's a very busy schedule today dealing with all those accounts, and understandably the opening statement will be that little bit longer than normal because there's so much to be covered. And we're joined today by Robert Watt, Secretary General and Accounting Officer, Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, David Feeney, Chief Operations Officer, John Pender, Public Service Pay and Pensions Division, and Helen Codd, Corporate Support Unit. I want to remind members and witnesses and all those in the public gallery to turn all mobile phones to airplane mode, as merely putting them on silent is not adequate and it can interfere with the recording system. I want to advise the witnesses that by virtue of 1721 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of your evidence to the committee. If you're directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you're entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You're directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you're asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise any or make charges against any person or persons or entity by a name in such a way as to make him, her or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of Standing Order 186 that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits or policies of government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. We expect witnesses to answer questions put to the committee clearly and with candour. Witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. We will take the opening statement from the Controller and Auditor. John, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The 2017 appropriation account for vote 11, Office of the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform, records gross expenditure of almost €53 million. This was an increase of €9.8 million, or 23% from the prior year, due in large part to additional spending of €7.4 million by the Office of the Government Chief Information Officer. At the end of 2017, the department had underspent by €2 million relative to its budget. Unspent capital funding of €685,000 was carried forward to 2018. The remaining €1.3 million was liable for surrender back to the Exchequer. The surrender at the end of 2016 was €2.5 million. I issued clear audit opinions in relation to both the 2017 and 2016 appropriation accounts for vote 11. Vote 12, superannuation and retired allowances, is used to pay pensions to civil servants and prison officers. Pension payments for other public servants are charged directly or indirectly to other votes, including those for education, health, Garda Síochána and army pensions. The gross spend on vote 12 in 2017 amounted to €535.5 million. This represented an increase of 7% from 2016. Appropriations in aid, mainly comprising employee pension contributions, amounted to €202.5 million in 2017, which was up 28% from 2016. The increase was mainly due to increased employee contributions in respect of the single public service pension scheme. The net result was a surrender at the year end of €33.5 million in respect of 2017 and of €50.8 million in respect of 2016. I issued clear audit opinions in relation to the 2017 and 2016 appropriation accounts for vote 12. Chapter 2 of my annual report deals with the collection of pension contributions due to the Exchequer. The Department of Public Expenditure and Reform issued a circular in December 2016 requiring certain state bodies to make employer pension contributions to the Exchequer in respect of public sector employees pensionable under the single public service pension scheme, which commenced on 1 January 2013. As at the 14th of September 2018, only 14 bodies had made employer contributions totalling €4.35 million. The Department had not yet completed the work required to identify all the bodies that will be required to make contributions. Because the contributions are payable with effect from 1 January 2013, at least 5 years' contributions will become payable. This may impact on the cash flow of each entity concerned and on charges for the services they provide. Members will be aware that the Constitution and legislation set out the framework underpinning the manner in which funds are appropriated for voted public services. The appropriation system in Ireland differs from that in other jurisdictions in that the passing of appropriation legislation is generally taken very late in the year, usually in December. As a result, an unexpected dissolution of Dáil Éireann later in the year could have two serious outcomes unless agreement can be reached on the emergency passing of an appropriation bill. First, appropriations in the financial year would not legally be in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Second, spending on supply services in the following year could not proceed, creating a risk to the continuity of voted services. In my function as Comptroller of issues of funding from the Central Fund, I wanted to draw the Oireachtas' attention formally to this risk. Vote accounting and budget management is a standard report that consolidates and summarises expenditure across all the votes. It highlights key variances relating to estimates and demonstrates medium to long-term trends in key vote issues. The 2017 chapter also outlines the limited guidance provided by the current financial reporting framework regarding the accounting for capital assets in the appropriation accounts. These weaknesses are expected to be addressed in the comprehensive review of the accounting framework being undertaken in the context of developing the financial shared services model for government departments and offices. Turning now to the special reports on financial reporting in the public sector. As members are aware, timely preparation and presentation of audited financial statements is a key element in public accountability and in providing effective oversight. The three special reports before the committee today reflect a strategic focus by my office to drive greater timeliness of public sector financial reporting. I will focus my opening remarks on the most recent report, Special Report 100, which deals primarily with financial statements for periods ending in 2016. For that year of account, I had responsibility for the audit of the financial statements of 287 bodies and funds with an aggregate turnover of €218 billion. Most public bodies should be able to prepare financial statements for audit within 2 to 3 months of the end of the relevant accounting period. All government departments and offices produce their appropriation accounts by the end of March, as required by law. Half of the other public bodies produced their 2016 financial statements within 3 months of the year end, and this represents a progressive improvement since the 2014 year of account. Significant progress has been made in completing audits early. My office gives priority to higher value accounts, and this is reflected in the graphic which can now be seen on screen. This shows that 97% of the turnover subject to audit had been completed by the end of September 2017. This represents 2/3 of the number of 2016 financial statements. Government departments are generally required to present the audited financial statements of the public sector bodies for which they are responsible to the Oireachtas within 3 months of audit certification. Of the 2016 financial statements that had been certified and were due for presentation at April 2018, some 80% had been presented on time. Arising from a recommendation in Special Report number 95, government departments are now required to report in their appropriation accounts on the presentation to the Oireachtas of audited financial statements of the bodies and funds for which they are responsible. And you can see an example of this at the back of vote 11 for 2017. This should increase the monitoring by government departments of the production of audited financial statements by the bodies under their aegis. At the end of 2017, there were 13 sets of financial statements that had not yet been certified, representing a significant improvement since the end of 2015, when there were 25 sets of financial statements in arrears. All but 2 of the 13 arrears at end 2017 have now been certified. The university sector, which previously had a high incidence of arrears, has shown significant improvements in timeliness of financial reporting. Significant organisational change that the Education and Training Board sector underwent from July 2013 was a contributory factor to delays in the presentation of audited financial statements. However, as you've mentioned, Chairman, much progress has been made in relation to the timely presentation of ETB accounts for audit and in achieving earlier completion of audits of ETBs. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy, just before I call Mr. Watt, you've given us the figure for 2016. I'm not asking you for exactly what happened since, but has there been an improvement in 2018 in respect of 2017 financial statements?
The presentation?
Yeah.
Yes, there has been an improvement.
Just give us a quick observation. You mightn't have...
well, I mean, it's still not 100%.
No, but has there been an improvement from the 16 financial statements?
Yes, there has. With the 17
has been an improvement again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
Those figures are currently being audited at this stage, but there has been an improvement again
this
year compared
absolutely.
to previous years.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting there.
So it's progressive every year. There has been an improvement across the board.
Okay, now I'll ask Mr. Watt to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and the members of the committee, and thank you for giving the opportunity to make a statement this morning. The agenda, as the CNAG has outlined, covers a number of chapters from various reports for 2016 and 17. The appropriation counts for 16 and 17 votes 11 and 12, and special reports 95, 99 and 100. So in the interest of time, Chair, what I'll do is I'll take the opening part of my statement as read. It basically says how brilliant the department is. I know the committee shares that view anyway. So I'll skip ahead to the section that deals specifically with the reports, which is from page 6 of the written statement. And colleagues, I think, will be able to get it up there on the monitor. So items on the agenda from there. So now I'll just give a brief overview of the items on the agenda. And the first relates to Chapter 6 of the CNAG report and Chapter 5 of the 2017 report, Vote Accounting and Budget Management. And the first item is Chapter 6 and also address Chapter 5 of the 2017 report. In respect of 2016, gross vote occurred expenditure amounts to 51.8 billion. This is 100 million or 2% under profile, and 900 million or 1.8% up on the 2015 figure. Gross voted capital expenditure was 4.2 billion, and this was 200 million or 6.2% ahead of profile, and 500 million or 12.9% up on the 2015 figure. The higher level of capital expenditure, the outturn figure for that year, was signalled in the mid-year expenditure report and related mainly to roadworks in response to 2016 floods that members will remember, and faster than expected progress in relation to the schools building programme. So they related to conscious government decisions to increase spending during the year. In respect of 2017, gross voted expenditure was 58.5 billion. This was 480 million, or 0.8% higher than the gross expenditure allocation set out in the 2017 revised estimates volume. This increase was expected, as was accommodated within the further revised estimates, supplementary estimates agreed by the Oireachtas in December. The additional expenditure was mainly from policy decisions related to the provisions of domestic water services. The revised estimates for 2018 provided for total gross vote expenditure of 61.8 billion, an further increase of 5.5% on the 2017 outturn figure. On budget day last week, Minister Donoghue announced additional allocations for 2018, mainly relating to health, housing, education and justice. Taking these adjustments into account, along with the provision of a 100% Christmas bonus for such welfare recipients, the revised allocation for 2018 amounts to 62.8 billion. Of this, 56.9 relates to current expenditure and the balance, 5.9 billion, relates to capital expenditure. In terms of progress this year, total gross vote expenditure at end September was 44.9 billion. Of this, 41.6 billion relates to current expenditure, which is ahead of profile by 265 million, and is up 6.3% on the same period in 2017. Capital expenditure to the end of the third quarter amounts to 3.3 billion, which is 253 million, or 7.2% below profile, and 756 million, or 30% above the same period in 2017. And this reflects the significant increase in the allocations for capital spending in 18 this year, a trend we've seen since 2015. The second item on the agenda concerns the vote for Department Vote 11, the Office of the Minister for Public Expenditure Reform for 2016. I also address the Department's 2017 vote as well. The estimate for 2016 was 43.7 million, a 7.7% increase in 2015. And as has been mentioned already, this is driven mainly by the need for additional resources for the Office of the Government Chief Information Officer, Structural Funds Technical Support and Assistance for Regional Assemblies, and the Special EU Programmes bodies. The increase was also due to the creation of new subheads for the funding of pensions of bodies under the Department's aegis, Civil Service Learning and Development, and the support for the implementation of the Protected Disclosures Act. And maybe, Chair, in relation to Vote 11, there has been an increase in spending above average over the last number of years, reflecting the consolidation of functions that were previously undertaken by other government departments that are now undertaken centrally. And this reflects public service renewal, civil service renewal, public sector reform in relation to, for example, IT, and the CNAG mentioned the very significant resources that are going to the OGCIO. And one of those projects involves, and we can perhaps talk about, is SharePoint, which is the implementation of a suite of e-systems, EPQs, e-submissions, e-records, which will apply by the end of next year to 36,000 civil servants across all the departments and bodies, and in effect that's been delivered centrally by the office. So there's a lot of developmental work, software work, which previously would have been undertaken by departments, which is now consolidated centrally, and that reflects our view that that expertise, capacity, centrally can deliver more effectively, particularly in relation to smaller office departments that wouldn't have very developed IT systems. So that's a theme in looking at the vote over the years, is the consolidation. The same argument in relation to learning and development as well, where more and more learning and development is done centrally through the shared services, again because of the belief that we'll get better value for money, better quality service if we do it centrally. In relation to 2016, the audited surplus to surrender was 2.5 million and arose for a number of reasons as set out in the briefing supplied. The estimate for 2017 was 53.1 million. This increase was mainly driven by the need, once again, for additional resources for the Office of the Government Chief Information Officer and Administrative Pay. It was also due to the creation of new subheads for the Public Service Pay Commission and the Irish Government Economic Evaluation Service and the Single Public Service Pension Administration Schemes. And in relation to the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Service, this involves the recruitment of economists at different levels who come into the service but who spend initial period within our department and are subject to a specific training programme. So the costs, the pay bill costs and the training costs during the earlier period of their careers is focused on our department's vote, and then people within the service then are sent out to other departments to do their work across systems. So again, that explains a large element of the increase in spending. Once again, the audited surplus to surrender in respect to 2017 was 1.3 million and arose for a number of reasons, as again set out in the briefing supplied. In respect of Vote 12, superannuation and retired allowances, the net outturn for 2016 was 341.1 million compared to an estimate of 391.9, giving a surplus surrender of 50.8 million. This arose mainly because of an underspending on established lump sums and graded expected receipts from the single public service pension scheme. And as we've debated here before, Chair, estimating the lump sums from any given year is very difficult, problematic. As you know, it fluctuates quite significantly. So it is a challenge for us to actually estimate, and that's the large variability in the vote relates to the lump sum element and then in relation to the receipts. And we have a better handle, hopefully, in relation to the receipts going forward. In 2017, the net out term was 332.9 million compared to an estimate of 366.4 million, giving a surplus to Serenity Exchequer of 33.5 million, which arose for similar reasons that I outlined in relation to 2016. Let me turn to Chapter 2 of the CNAG's report for 2017, which deals with the collection of pension contributions of the Exchequer. The 2012 legislation underpinning the new public service pension scheme provides that certain self-financing public bodies may be required to make an employer contribution for their staff members who are in the single scheme. A review and engagement with the bodies to which this is likely to apply is ongoing in my department and will be completed by the end of this year. On foot of the review, I expect that 25 to 30 mainly self-financing bodies will be deemed eligible for employer contributions. Since the CNAG completed the analysis set out in this chapter, 2 additional bodies have remitted employer contributions. The current position is therefore that 16 bodies are submitting employer contributions with 5.7 million remitted to date, and any money that's back money or money that's owing will be remitted to the Exchequer in due course when we establish the exact position. So any bodies that didn't make the full remittance in time, they will make good to the Exchequer in due course. Chapter 3 of the 2017 report deals with the control of funding for voted public services. Given that the legal appropriation of funds for supply service generally occurs very late in the year, the chapter highlights the potential risks to the approval of the estimates arising from a failure to enact the appropriations legislation by year's end. In considering this matter, it is important to note the constitutional requirement that legislation to give effect to the financial resolutions of Dáil Éireann must be enacted within the same year. The Constitution also requires the appropriation bill schedule is based on the timing of approval by the Dáil of supplementary estimates for the year, thus ensuring that all estimates voted by Dáil Éireann are reflected in the relevant appropriations bill. Mindful of the risk as identified in relation to the enactment of the appropriation bill at the end of the year, officials in my department ensure that there is very clear and constant communication with the Whip's office on the timeline for publication of the bill, providing all relevant briefing in a timely manner, including for the Business Committee of Dáil Éireann. And this is a risk that we're very much aware of. I should say that it's never happened that we didn't enact the appropriations bill, and for very good reason, because we wouldn't be in a position then to spend any money from the 1st of January, including the salaries and so on of everybody who has to vote on the bill. So we know, Chair, that when it comes to it, Dáil Éireann always finds the time, because in effect the state will fail to function because we wouldn't be able to invoke the 80% rule. Just on that,
because it's a new point that's been raised, and I've seen it raised recently, just on that, I take it you have on your desk one ready to go.
Yeah.
If anything ever happens.
So you may recall.
And I could be passed by the dawn in 5 minutes.
Yeah. So it happened in 2010. You may recall that period. Yeah. When the government when there was an election pending. Yes. And the government had to. So the budget was passed. The budget was introduced by Minister Lennon at the time, right. Brian Lennon, and then the majority of the Dáil decided to support the enactment of the finance bill, and the Social Well quickly done it to clear the deck so that the budget was implemented in advance of the election. And during that time, the appropriations bill very quickly was taken in the House of the Dáil and enacted. So supplementary estimates were taken, and the bill then was voted upon and enacted very quickly, because again there was that situation that if the Dáil had been dissolved before it had been enacted, well then we wouldn't be in a position then to invoke the 80% rule for 2011 as it was.
And just explain the 80% rule.
So the 80% rule in effect is that if 80%. So if the appropriations bill, let's say the appropriations bill is not passed. So if the appropriations bill for this year is passed, and we will hopefully passing it in the next 4, 5, 6 weeks. That means before the individual votes for 2019 are voted upon by the committees, that we can invoke the 80% rule, where with the CNAG's sanction, the Minister of Finance can give credit to the central bank to issue through the supply accounts the requisite amounts to keep the votes funded and the state in business.
Yeah, and if there was a particular vote, was a relatively new vote. It happened one year, I think the census was coming up, and the 80% rule didn't get the census up and running early in the year, there had to be an emergency estimate almost. Like
so what happens then, Chair, is that we would bring...
And excuse me, the only reason we're saying this is the public watching, might be aware of this, and it's important that they be aware of it. It's a bit interesting, but some people do watch this very closely.
Yeah, so in terms of if then a vote because of large expenditures in the CSO that year with the census, if they exceed the 80% of the previous year before the vote is taken by the relevant committee, what we did that time with the agreement of the whips and so forth, the business of the House, was that the vote was taken earlier, and that was pushed through earlier to ensure the CSO had the legal authority to spend their money.
Even notwithstanding that maybe the new government had not yet been formed, the Dáil agreed, the whips agreed to pass it, notwithstanding the new government.
The Dáil would agree.
Yeah.
Normally it would relate to non-contentious spending. Obviously, CSO census would generally be non-contentious spending, so the Dáil would approve the vote, and that would give the authority to spend up to the limit that was set out in the estimate.
That's good to clarify that. Yeah.
But we are.
No, but the CNAG did highlight it in his report,
and
there are mechanisms in place, and he has the appropriation
Same thing happens every year, though, isn't it? It's the same circumstance every year.
Well, the appropriation bill is passed almost at the conclusion of before the end of the year. But in the event of an election being called very close to the end of the year, you might be ready within an hour's notice for the Dáil to pass a motion to allow it to happen, if required.
And the reason it happened
and he said 2010. It did happen in practice.
And the reason it happens at the end of the year is because we need the supplementary estimates to be voted upon, so that we can have the appropriations bill enacted, to have the appropriated amount for the year. So that's why it happens.
Like good Boy Scouts, they're always ready. Okay.
Well, hopefully anyway, in relation to this matter, Chair, hopefully we are. So. Let me refer to the CNAG's special reports 95, 99 and 100 on financial statements for the financial period for years ending 2014, 15 and 16. These reports review the timeliness of public sector financial reporting for these years and identified bodies where delays had occurred and summarised the issues brought to attention in the audit reports. The general trend in the timeliness of financial reports for audit has been positive, as has been mentioned already. For 2016, all appropriation accounts are produced by the required deadline, which is 3 months. For other accounts, 50% of bodies submitted their 2016 financial statements for audit within 3 months of the end of their accounting period. This compares with 40% of bodies in 2015 and only 1/3 of public sector bodies in 2014. There has been a significant improvement in the timeliness of presentation of audit financial statements to the Oireachtas. Over 80% of 2016 financial statements were presented on time, compared to 70% for 2015 and less than 60% for 2014. And as the CNAG has mentioned, we hope there will be an improvement in respect of this year. Furthermore, the number of accounts in arrears which are identified, accounts not certified by the end of the year following the year account at end of 2017 was almost half compared to the end of 2015. Special Report 95 recommended that my department consider requiring departments to include an annex in their appropriation accounts reporting on the presentation of audited financial statements to the Oireachtas. And I informed the committee last year that I accepted this recommendation, and it was included as a requirement for the 2017 appropriation accounts. And I think that requirement, in addition to this issue being highlighted by the CNAG and by this committee and then by ourselves by following on arising from the recommendation, I think has led to some improvement, Chair. But as ever with these type of issues, we need to keep ensuring that it's not an issue for departments, because departments produce their accounts after Q1 and are audited and so forth appropriately. It relates to bodies that will be outside of central government where the issues have arisen in the past. But we need to be vigilant to ensure that accounting officers, those responsible, accountable persons, understand their responsibilities and continue to deliver. But in terms of what next steps we can do, I think the key issue for us is to keep the pressure on, keep reminding those responsible that they have obligations in relation to auditing accounts, preparing accounts and have them audited and then presented in a timely fashion. In relation to the presentation of accounts, I think there are issues that we can look at. Sometimes accounts have to be approved by ministers, sometimes they have to go to government, and that's something we can look at, whether it's actually necessary for all of those accounts to go through that process. That's something we have to look at, because sometimes the government, it's not really an issue for government, it's just they just note the annual report and they note the accounts, but sometimes there can be a backlog in terms of government business. But we can look and see, can we streamline that to ensure that the percentage gets even above the 80% that we're talking about. So in concluding, just to highlight some recent outputs which testify to the impact of the department's activities, and I've mentioned some of this already. Since we established the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Services, which is a key part of the work of the Department, we published over 200 papers to try better inform government decision making on how public money is spent. Since its launch in September 2017, the new Learning and Development Centre, One Learning, has over 10,500 attendants at training courses across 44 civil service organisations in 23 counties. Over 500 candidates have completed the Graduate Development Programme since 2015. An additional 200 candidates have recently commenced the current programme. Since March 2017, almost 13,000 civil service managers have attended the Managing People and Performance Training Programmes. Over 2.75 million elements of data were collected from 21 civil servants during the course of the Employee Engagement Service, the results of which are published last March by my department. The high-speed government cloud network has been rolled out to almost 500 locations. 17 departments and 7 agencies are now connected to the OGCIO's build-to-share application, which I mentioned earlier, Chair, and 35,000 staff across civil service bodies have access to the platform. And over 8,200 high-quality data sets now available by Ireland's Open Data Portal, and we're seen as amongst the top administrations in Europe when it comes to the availability of open data. And I set this out to try put in context the amounts of money that are spent within the vote, because sometimes we don't focus enough on the outputs, and it is ultimately the provision of services across what is quite a large system. The Irish Civil Service is quite large, the number of departments and offices are many, and it just sets out the types of services that we're trying to provide. Finally, I'd like to pay tribute to the staff of the department for their hard work and the contribution they have made to what we've achieved. Delivering on the wide writ of our mission requires our employees to have a broad range of skills and perspectives. And I'm personally invested in ensuring that our people are equipped with the necessary aptitude and expertise to meet the department's objectives and to fill their own potential in their careers. In this regard, we're pleased to say that earlier this year, the department won Best Learning and Development Organisation in the medium category of the Irish Institute of Training and Development's 2018 awards. So thank you, Chair, and the committee, for your time.
And thank you indeed, Mr. Watt. So, speakers have indicated so far in the following sequence: Deputy MacSharry, Deputy Connolly, Deputy Murphy and Deputy Cullinane. We're starting with a 20-minute slot, then 15 and 10. And because we're completing our work with Deeper before the voting session, I'm going to be very strict on the time, and if there's time for somebody to get in on a second occasion, well and good, because we have another meeting in the afternoon on higher education. So, Deputy MacSharry.
Thanks very much. And just to start on the vein that the Secretary-General finished there in paying tribute to the team in the department. Often the exchanges, particularly from me, but the committee generally, and here are robust and adversarial. And just to say to you and your team, do a very, very good job. And that probably isn't said enough in here, certainly, and by me, secondly. And just to put that on record. On the accounts then generally, and you did allude to the fact that I suppose it does look good that you're returning money every year, and so just for again the benefit of the people watching, are we budgeting wrongly, or are we super efficient and producing surpluses that we're able to return? It's not a huge amount of money, obviously 4, 2.5 and 1 odd over the last 3 years.
So I think anybody, including ourselves, if we're returning money to the Exchequer on behalf of the taxpayer, it doesn't mean that we're necessarily more efficient or super efficient. It means, in effect, that in our case, we had planned to expand a number of programmes, and we weren't able to expand those as quickly as we had hoped. And as you know, Deputy, because we've discussed this many times before, that recruiting staff, getting the right people in, trying to meet the deadlines, particularly in relation to new projects on the IT side, and a lot of the underspends relate to IT. So we've ramped up the spend, and this involves recruitment of people, the use of expertise in order to deliver on the Build to Share programme. But we just weren't able to get people on board as quickly as we had hoped, particularly in relation to OGCIO and also in the Learning and Development Shared Services project, which I mentioned. So it's in effect, maybe it's an optimism bias on our part when it comes to delivery of these programmes, that we think we can do better than we actually do. So it's a budgeting challenge as opposed to an indicator of super efficiency on our part.
And when you're expanding a programme and you decide you need particular expertise, I mean, have you the freedom to be able to write the spec for the job that you feel needs to be, is that your kind of personal role?
Yeah, so it depends on so I'm not an IT specialist, so we've Barry Lowry, who's a technologist, who's head of the...
if you were looking for him now, just say, and you mentioned Mr. Lowry there, would you write that spec, or because you're not an IT specialist, would you get somebody else to help you with it? So
when Barry came in, he's been with us a few years now, so that would have been a role that we were evolving and defining. So we would certainly take advice from other people, because I'm not a technology expert, but we'd have people within the OGCIO who are leading people in this sector who are amongst the best in the country when it comes to...
What's the OGCIO?
The Office of Government Chief Information Officer, OGCIO.
All right, so they'd be able to...
So they're in effect the people who provide the infrastructure, the shared services.
Yeah, and then when you're looking for somebody, then it goes out to the public appointment service then.
So Mr. Lowry was appointed through the public appointment service, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's grand. That's just a trend I'll be coming back to later.
But there's a broader issue, a wider issue about our capacity and the state's ability to attract people with those skills, because there's a very strong premium on them, of course.
Yeah, of course. There was the doubling of the budget for the Chief Information Officer.
Yeah.
And again, that's that role, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and again, so the people wouldn't, but it's nothing to do with the Government Information Service. This is particularly just ICT and the provision of the kind of technical expertise that we require to modernise.
So if you think about the government services that are provided throughout the country, there's a backbone there. There's a network, a very sophisticated network, and more of the services are on cloud. And Barry and his team, they would support that, and they would provide that service on behalf of the entire public service. And as I mentioned, in relation to development, so the one that springs to mind always is in relation to the Build to Share, which is the application of these common platforms, e-platforms across the civil service. So these are massive IT transformation projects. So if you recall in the past, and certainly colleagues on this side of the table will recall, when we did parliamentary questions, so we've 50,000-60,000 parliament questions a year. People used to run around with pink folders, and you'd know it was oral PQs were coming up because people were running around with the pink folders, and you'd make changes on a hard copy. So let's say the AO would write a draft, and the AP would write a draft, the PO would change it, eventually it might get to the minister and the minister. So now what happens is all done on an e-system where you can track the changes, and it's done very efficiently and very quickly, and then it's email then to the minister's office. Then it's CC to myself. So that's one example, and we have e-submissions, we've got e-records. So in effect, the paper within government departments is collapsing. The amount of paper that's been kept, everything, more and more things are filed electronically, apart from legal documents, deeds, and so forth. And that will lead to a significant improvement in retrieval costs. So when we have to, if there's an inquiry or an investigation or a review of something, retrieving all the documents is always an issue. There's a challenge, particularly with manual systems. By the end of next year, we should have the vast majority of government departments have this e-record system. So that's what Barry's team were involved, Deputy, in the rollout of those big software changes, development changes in the system. Which is great, and we're still not spending all the money we give, which is even better. Yeah. So we're starting to see very significant efficiency changes, and one of the things it facilitates is that now we have much more mobility within the civil service. So if you're working as an officer in Department X and you're used to these systems, then you'll be moving to a new department and you have familiarity with all those suite. So you can go in day one and you're effective and you can deal with it. Very good. That is leading to efficiency changes as well. Yeah. So it's something that we're very, and like if the chair is interested, it would actually be at some future date. I know you're busy, your agenda is very busy. It would actually be very interesting to ask the team to give a 5-minute demonstration on what it actually looks like, because it really is transformative in terms of how people are working within government departments, where the applications are applying.
Where would that take place? In the office?
So it's led from our office, from Barry Lowry's office, and it takes place now. It's been rolled out. So most departments now, I think, have the EPQ system and have the e-submission system. We're rolling out e-correspondence. Actually, we introduced it this week to our department, so that we have. So the old e-correspondence system was based on Lotus Notes. So the new system will be based on Word SharePoint. That's more efficient. But certainly, we could at some future date do a 5-10 minute demonstration. I think members would be interested in seeing how it actually works. It's a very important system. Okay, just moving on to one of the things. That's mention of a legal case that the department won, but have to pay the legal costs. Yes. So I'm sure the Republic would wonder how that would be. Yeah. So this was in relation to the challenge to the sick leave changes. You recall, Deputy, we introduced a number of years ago changes in sick leave entitlement, which were a very significant reform, where previously if people who were on sick leave, they'd get half pay, you get 6 months and 6 months, and that's gone to 3 months and 3 months now, and there's a critical illness protocol. So for people who have various critical illnesses, they're treated in a different category. On behalf of the Gardaí, the GRA challenged this, and it went through various iterations of the court system. So we ultimately won the case, but there are issues around the way it was handled and so forth, and the costs weren't awarded to ourselves. Now we were disappointed with that outcome. I don't think we've gotten the final adjudication on the costs yet. It's still outgoing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's still outgoing now. You know this in terms of court cases and how it.
So the judge took a view that while you won the case, that really you should divvy up your own cost because.
Yeah. So it's about 200 to 250,000 is the cost in total.
Okay.
So look, I'm not going to. We weren't happy, but you know that's the nature of it. We were happy that we won the case. It was a very important principle we established in relation to the nature of the sick leave scheme. But it looks as if we're going to have to pay the costs. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say, deputies are aware, absenteeism within the service is a significant issue, and this change has brought about very significant savings, which are multiples of the cost of the legal case.
And what was the percentage then, and what is it now?
So we've saved cumulatively since 2014. We've saved about 140, 150 million when it comes to the cost of sick leave around the civil service and the public service. So it's still too high. And it's still a problem, but it has come down.
And what's the percentage? Is there a percentage?
So the percentage then will be around, from memory, I think it's about. It was 4.4%, and now I think it's 3.94%.
Does it spike on a Thursday after our Man United are playing on a Wednesday night, or is there any analysis like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of analysis. There's a lot of analysis. So there are people who have repeat absences on a Monday. So if we see that pattern of repeat absences, well, that's investigated by the HR department. So always the balance to be struck here between people who are genuinely ill. So obviously, like all good employers, we want to be compassionate and help people. So if people are genuinely ill, they get all the support they possibly can to help them get back on their feet and return to work. But when it comes to people who have a pattern of repeated absences because they just don't fancy it today, well, that's something that we don't tolerate. And there have been issues in the past where people would turn a blind eye to this, where HR wasn't sufficiently well developed to work with managers, but we are pressing ahead now with a much more interventionist approach, activist approach when it comes to repeated absenteeism, and it is an issue.
And we've saved across the service about 140 million.
We're saving money. So yeah, we're saving within the civil service. Within the civil service, it's 24.5 million we've saved, and it's, as I said, it's 4.4% in 2017. So it's about 10 days now, and this varies by department and it varies by grade. So it's a very different picture across the system.
So it's good news.
It's better than it was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we're happy, but it's better than it was.
So you've obviously information there. You might send that on to the Commission.
We'll send it on.
Send it on to us so we can see the analysis that you seem to have there.
Yeah, we've lots of data on it, Chair, as you're aware.
Would there be a corresponding increase in costs of social protection payments if people are out sick leave not getting paid here?
There is an element of that.
Did you take that into your figure?
Yeah.
Grand, thank you.
Yeah, we'll send you a note on it, Chair.
Yeah, thanks.
It'll be interesting to see the trend.
Okay.
I just want to move on because we're about halfway, I think, to a number of different issues. Just protected disclosures. Are there any before the department at the moment?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think there
that's good. Well, sure, look, if you check that and there is, you might just let us know.
Yeah.
And I just have some kind of general questions as a Secretary General on your view on the matter. If a protected disclosure is provided to an individual, let's say you just for example, but this is a totally hypothetical situation, but let's say the Secretary General, so not you, in a department, and that individual is part of the subject matter of the disclosure, should that individual be compelled to hand that on to an independent person to deal with?
So the guidelines, Deputy, will be very clear on this. So if somebody made an allegation against me, well then I would have no role, act or involvement in the investigation of that, or the review of that. That would be.
Well, let's say. I mean, it might be you, and as I say, I shouldn't be using you as an example. Let's say me, for example. It's easier to say me. So the disclosure is made to me, and maybe 20 other people as part of it. But the disclosure is made to me. Is it reasonable that I would have any hand, act or part in carrying out the procedure in the guidelines.
If the allegation is made against you,
Yeah.
you have no role whatsoever in how
Even
that
if it's only in part against me, or it just implicates me.
So the decision we made in terms of having a review, an investigation, I think an investigation, we call it, David, is it? Rather than a review, an investigation, well, then you'll be informed as part of the investigation that an allegation has been made against you, because, you know, as part of an investigation, you'll be given the opportunity to give your side of whatever happened. Of course, it depends on the nature of it. But when it comes to the actual management, conduct, operation of that investigation, if you're the subject of the complaint, well, then you wouldn't be involved in that, no. And the guidelines, I know you're aware of the guidelines, because you mentioned this previously to me, that it's something which we're very conscious of, that people in the department have confidence that we have a panel of individuals, if it's a review within the department, a panel of individuals who are respected, trusted, trained, and who would do a thorough job, an independent job when it comes to investigating any.
So if a disclosure comes into me, I'm implicated in it. Am I compelled to share it with others to say, look, I'm implicated in this here?
So if the disclosure is about you, it'll be made.
Well, it could be about 50 people, including me.
It would be made to HR within our department, and HR then, based on the guidelines, would decide whether it warranted an investigation.
Yeah.
And so you can, as the person making the disclosure, you've got various choices here. You can ask for an independent review, or you can go outside to an external person. Now, under the legislation, if you go for an internal review, in order to get the protection of the legislation, it has to be reasonably believable. Where if you go outside the department, it has to be substantially true, the allegation, which is a higher test. So the system is set up in a way which
but
provides...
none of the 50 people implicated would have any role in deciding what was reasonably believable. Is that fair to say?
They can't,
okay.
definitely. They can't. Now, of course, if it came to that, if it came to a situation where, let's say, I don't know how it would arise, let's say there was an issue about vote management in the department, and, you know, all the principal officers or all the APs involved in vote management were in some way implicated. Well, then if it was such a broad issue, well, then that couldn't be reviewed within the department, because it'd be just so broad. You couldn't find somebody who...
And what would happen then?
Well, that would have to go to an external review, an external investigation.
Okay, so if there was evidence, say, of best practice not being followed, I mean, what then, on the one hand for the disclosure, and on the other hand for the organisation?
Well, best practice. If you're saying to somebody, well, you're not doing as well as you should be doing there, or that's shoddy work, or it's not as good as it should be, that wouldn't be a protected disclosure, because there should be no circumstances where somebody shouldn't be able to put their hand up and say, we can do better there. So it should be much more serious than that.
Yes.
But if it was a serious allegation about misappropriation of funds, or breach of ethics, or some harassment, bullying type situation, well then, if it would involve lots of people in the department, then it would have to go outside the department.
Yeah.
But generally, we find these are situations which are confined to one individual with particular circumstances.
If it didn't?
If it didn't, it would have to
go outside the department, what recourse would the discloser have?
Well, first of all, we have to find a person who is independent on the panel, who is independent of the person or the section or the division within the department, who can be seen to be genuinely independent. So if it involves lots of people, well, then we'd have an immediate practical challenge to find somebody who's seen as genuinely independent, because we're not going to ask somebody within the corporate service unit, for example. We're not going to, David is not going to look at something that might happen in another part of his area. It has to be somebody who is in a different part of
Who would the onus be on?
The onus is on us as a department to investigate the complaint.
Or every other department?
Yeah, rigorously.
So if it was an agency under your remit?
Agency would be the responsibility of the agency. But just to say, like,
could you trump the agency and say, look, I'm aware there's a disclosure there, look, it's not appropriate, guys?
It wouldn't be brought to my attention.
If it was? I know this is very hypothetical, because it's going to assist me in something else.
So if it was brought to my attention, I would ask our HR people to talk to the relevant individuals in that agency to set out very clearly what the guidance say in respect of how to treat protected disclosures. So I wouldn't get involved.
Is the guidance clear enough, do you think, on that?
So we have, I think we made this definitely the last time. I certainly read transcripts about the conversation. So we've done a review, which looked, so the legislation was enacted a few years ago. I believe it was enacted a few years ago, and we've done a review and we've asked a group now to look at, the government have asked the review to look at the implementation of it. So it really comes down to the question of, we're not suggesting at this stage any legislative changes, but we are looking at the guidelines. Because there is a question about, are they being implemented uniformly? Do people understand what their obligations are? Do we have enough trained people? You know, a lot of it has to do with having trained people, and we have, through the Office of Government Procurement, we have a programme where we're actually investing to ensure that people have it. Like, this is not, like, when it comes to allegations that are made, it's complex. And there are different stories, so people have to be trained and have to be professional about it and diligent about it and go through it in a professional and thorough way. So I think when it comes to disclosures, it's that question about, do departments know or offices know exactly what their responsibilities are, and do they have the people with the capacity then to follow the legislation?
Okay, that's grand. I'm going to leave that one now. You mentioned the Government Economic Evaluation Service. Just one thing struck me. In recent weeks, we've been examining things here about the OPW in terms of a mistake that was made in the calculation of measurement versus the agreed amount on Mesian Plaza, and it leading to an overpayment. Well, not an overpayment. It costing the state effectively 344,000 a year for 25 years. The Secretary General or Commissioner, as we'd more commonly refer to him at, felt that that was absolutely not a matter for disciplinary action or any disciplinary process within the department. They said that they would feel partly responsible but not completely responsible. And it is something that's coming up here, say, in the 2 years I'm around here anyway, is the absence of tangible sanction. So that, I mean, I made the analogy last week that if a mistake like that was made in the private sector, I used just Jones Lang, I'm picking a name out of the sky, you know, I'm sure you'd agree, you know, you might last the rest of the day, but unlikely the rest of the week. And I'm just wondering, have the government economic evaluations ever done any papers on the need to introduce sanctions?
Yeah. But we haven't, the economic evaluation hasn't done a review looking at sanctions, but we have looked at this in other papers in the department previously. Yeah. But just in relation to James Lang or any other company, it's not my experience. It's not quite as straightforward as that. Like, you are allowed to make a few mistakes in the private sector too. You know, they accept a world of uncertainty too. You're not necessarily fired. And a contract.
I didn't suggest
generally a contract would be that you have. You know, you have a few opportunities to fail, and then you're chucked out. You know, it's not after the first or the second, but maybe it's the third time you say it's not working out for you. Because of course you have to, like the private sector, like in our system, you have to give people warnings. So if you make a mistake and you say, look, that failure.
No, but I'm not looking for anybody's head.
Yeah.
I mean, I asked disciplinary process.
Well, there is a disciplinary.
So a verbal warning is part of a process. But I mean,
there is deputy within.
But if we're not even looking at a process,
yeah. No,
if I thought, listen, if I can, you know, a 10 million mistake over 25 years is within the bounds of acceptability. I mean, God, I think that's a bad benchmark. Yeah. Would you agree?
So I don't know the details of it. Okay. So I don't know the details.
We're all over the papers.
I heard about the measurement issue, but I don't know the exact details.
We were told it was very complex. Unfortunately, I have some experience in the area, and it's not complex at all. It's kind of banana maths.
Yeah. So mistakes happen. There was a case recently.
Let's move on to another. Can I ask that maybe the Government Economic Evaluation Service might look at a paper on the issue of the need for sanction? Because I don't
think it's an economic question. It's a question of having a very clear culture.
No, I don't think it's about culture. I think it's about individual performance, and I think we hide behind words like culture and systemic failure on a regular basis. Yeah. And I think in the private sector that's less likely to happen because people know there's a process that's very clearly identified that engages at a particular point in time when there's wrongdoing or poor performance. It's a lot more obscure in the public sector.
So I think the process is not dissimilar in the private sector, in the public-private sector, in terms of how you. But I think there is a greater reluctance in our system to have it out with people. Yeah. So I don't think it's a process issue. I think it really does come down to, is there a willingness there to have those difficult conversations?
And the willingness by who?
Oh, I think it has to do with the managers, leaders, the heads of organisations and so on.
Okay. So as one of the supreme leaders, would you not think that this is something that we should...
Well, I'm not going to comment on the OPW case.
I was giving an example of that. Yeah. No, but just because your department,
I agree.
Do help advise governments on how to save money, how to avoid repetition of mistakes.
if you have somebody who is involved in discharging a function, and if they make a number of mistakes, well, then they can no longer stay in that role because they're not able to do their job. They're not able to discharge for what they're being paid.
One of your closing remarks was, and I'm out of time, and I'm out of time, and I have a supplementary to this question. Please, I would appeal to you. You were at pains, and I admire you for it, to point out, and the proof is in the pudding with the exceptional performance of your department, that you were totally personally committed to the appropriate expertise of your team, and that's clear. I'm not sure others are. We established last week that the commissioners, none of them have a property qualification, for example. Now, I want to leave that and just go on to other and ask.
Can I answer that? Can I give a comment on that?
Let me roll up the next question, because I don't want to annoy the chairman. So you can answer that, certainly. The second part of I suppose, property-related matters that I'm interested in your view on relates to a meeting here back in May to do with the sale and acquisition of the dog track in Harold's Cross. And again, my crude valuation at the time was probably within a couple of million of what ended up being the Savills valuation, which we were informed of the existence of that meeting, but yet the state paid 23. I've described it at the meeting here as kiting. You know, it's like paying one overdraft off with another. And if it was a bailout of a state agency, so be it. But tell the people that, rather than dress it up as a value for money purchase of a property for 23 million that was worth 12.
Well, just in relation to the profession. Just in relation, thank you, Deputy. Just in relation to the professionalisation of the civil service, since 2012, when our department was established in 2011, and since we started developing the civil service renewal programme, a significant focus has been on professionalisation of the civil service. I think it's a fair critique of the service over the previous generation, 15, 20 years, that we went far from being a professional to a generalist service. Like, you need generalist civil service, because that generalist civil service have a professional capacity as administrators, but you need alongside that professional people in relation to accountancy, economics, auditing, tax, actuary. John's an actuary who's with us, brought into our department. We have many people now with specialised capacity, and that's what we need to do. We need to build it up, and it's something that we've been pushing in our department. HR, like professional HR, is absolutely critical. I find it astounding, the notion that you try run any organisation of scale that involves people where they have a professional HR person or people with professional qualifications who are interested. Ditto with audit service for accountancy, finance officers, economists. You know, I think if you want to build a bridge, get an engineer to do it. They tend to do a better job. And that philosophy needs to be within our system. And we are professionalising. We're professionalising very, very significantly. More and more of the recruitment we do is for specific tasks, specific activities. And any agency, particularly agencies that are involved in delivering for citizens, delivering, particularly projects, IT projects or buildings, you have to have the expertise because it's a professional, it's a specific function. In relation to Harold's Cross, and I know you're talking to, I think, Secretary General,
we'll be looking at it
this afternoon. It would not be acceptable for any transaction to be organised in a way to bail out another body. The valuation should be the valuation. What the Department of Education pays for something has to be on a valuation that's provided by the relevant body, the relevant authority. So it can't be that that one part of the state, and I'm Secretary General, I'm sure will confirm this, that one part of the state decided to buy a site in order to, with the implication is reduce the debt.
Who's the relevant authority on that valuation, from your perspective?
So the valuation office would have provided the valuation to the department, and the department would have.
Would they ever be asked to retro-engineer a valuation to facilitate?
No, the valuation office would be given a mandate and remit and asked. But the valuation, of course, on a piece of land depends on its use, current use, prospective use, assessment based on the rezoning of the land. It's never as clear cut. If you have a field, it's worth 10,000 acres. If you suddenly rezone it, it's obviously worth an awful lot more than that. There's a broader issue in relation to land, which is arising given what we're doing in terms of the Land Development Agency, is the state buying land at prices, development prices, which are artificially inflated by the fact that we have an approach to servicing rezoning land which artificially increases the price. There's a wider issue here which we're grappling with in the context of the Land Development Agency, which is a wider...
We're certainly in trouble if we're inflating it from one department to another.
Okay, I'm moving on to Deputy Connolly at this time. 15 minutes, thank you. Thank you,
I'm glad we got gender representation correct. It looks like 3 men for 1 woman. That's good. That's a measure of the woman. Just, it's a flippant remark. Listen,
No, it's not a flippant remark. I'm very happy to talk to you about gender in the department anytime.
Yeah, great. Just in relation to the, first of all, I disagree with my colleague Deputy MacSharry about the private sector. Let me place that on the record. I haven't seen any more accountability. We could start with the banks and see what they've cost the country. So they're thrown out just on that. In relation to the, and we're still paying. Yeah, in relation to contingent liabilities and the case that you mentioned, and I'm looking at the accounts, the appropriation accounts for 16 and 17, and the exact same explanation was given in both. Has any progress been made since? The same sentence in both. The department has received a judgment in respect of the ongoing legal case. Costs have been awarded. That was 16, and the same thing then in 17.
So it's the deputy, as I understand, the taxing.
When was the judgment given?
The judgment was given in, I think, 15, 16.
You might come back and tell us precisely when it was given.
So this matter has been in dispute, and it's now with the taxing master.
Okay, so the judgment was given back in 15.
Yeah. 15, 16, I think. We'll get that for you now, Deputy.
Yeah, well, it's just the same sentence has been used in both accounts, so a judgment had to be given at a particular time.
So, I think...
No, just you come back with the particular time.
Just to say, the reason we put it in as a contingent liability is because you want to be upfront. So it's not something which is insured or where we're actually paid over, but it is a liability that we don't.
No, I'm glad you have it in. I'm not questioning that. I'm simply questioning the repetition of the same sentence in both accounts and what progress has been made. And both the amount is yet to be determined.
Yeah.
So it's the exact same sentence. So will you just a note, please, through the chair, if you don't have it there? When was the judgment given? What has been the delay?
The issue is with the taxi master now.
So when did it go to the taxi master?
Let me just check for you now.
Just rather than my time, Chair, if it could come back with a note on it.
So the final judgment of the Supreme Court, so the legal proceedings, so it went through the different levels of the courts. So the final judgment was February of this year.
February of this year?
This year, yeah.
I don't know about that now, sorry. The judgment has been received in the 16 accounts you put in.
Yes, so that was the High Court. So we had the High Court, then we went to the Court of Appeal, and now we've run out of roads,
I don't think that's just... So if I read the 16, I wouldn't realise that it wasn't finished. The department has received a judgment in respect of the ongoing legal case.
Yeah.
It doesn't say you're appealing it or...
So at that stage, we decided it would be the transparent thing to do to say that there's likely a liability here on the vote, and that we would set it out there.
Well, just let me, maybe you'll give a note on that, because reading that in 16 and then reading the exact same sentence in 17, I would have thought in 16 the judgment was finished and it was only a matter of the cost. So maybe you'll come back in a note form in relation to that. And in the 16 account, there's a reference to the department has accepted liability in another legal case. Costs are to be agreed by the State Claims Agency. Then there's no up-to-date account of that in the 17 accounts. Again, you might clarify that one for us in a note. You might clarify for us in a note.
Yeah, we pay the legal costs in that year, so that's why it falls out of it. We don't have it as a liability for subsequent years.
Well, costs are to be agreed by the State Claims Agency. What were the costs?
I think it was for 30,000 was the cost. I can't recall exactly in relation to what matter.
Again, all I can do is highlight it, and all I can do is ask for clarification on it in a note.
Come back to you, Deputy.
Okay.
We'll come back with
Okay, if we go to Chapter 2 of Chapter 2 by the Comptroller and Auditor General, collection of pension contributions due to the Exchequer, and you've alluded to this in your opening statement as well. Not alluded to it, you've given a paragraph on it. Now, I understand the legislation came in 13.
Yeah.
And then a circular issued in 16.
Yeah.
And that 14 bodies, and you've updated it today to say 16 bodies. Can you tell me now, again, I would have liked to have seen, Mr. Watt, in your opening statement, why there's been a delay on that, rather than just a repetition. On page 9 of your opening statement, you have 3 paragraphs, and you tell us about the single public service pension scheme. Okay? Now, 2013, the legislation came in, the circular came in 16, we're now in 18, and today we're being told 16 bodies. Now, really, I would have liked Mr. Watt, rather than those 3 paragraphs which have been clearly outlined to us by the Comptroller and Auditor General in his chapter, I'd like your response as to what's caused the delay, how many bodies you expect to come into it, and so on. What has your department done since 2013?
So, we identified this as an issue.
Yeah.
When we realised that there were relevant authorities where employer contributions would have applied. So these are bodies which are more self-financing. They don't necessarily
just one second. I understand all of that. I've read it. What I'm asking for is your response and your explanation for the delay from 2013 to now. Was it the Comptroller and Auditor General's chapter that spurred it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was a realisation that there were some bodies, some relevant authorities who should have been making employer contributions.
When did that realisation happen?
So I think 14, 15. The legislation, as the deputy is aware, the legislation is incredibly complex.
Okay.
It's the most complex piece of legislation that we've ever been involved with. It is from change in the approach to pensions. We've moved away from the defined benefit system, moved away from final salary to career averaging to units being accrued wage. So
I accept it's complex.
In effect, we identified that there was a gap, that there were relevant authorities where we realised may not have been making their contribution.
Have you a special team or a special group of people working on this?
We have. Well, we'd like to have a special team, but we have a few people now who are working on it. Yes,
right.
who
So, what is the estimated number of bodies that will come under this scheme?
So we reckon somewhere between 25 and 30 bodies. I think John is the number.
25 or 30 in total?
Between 25 to 30 bodies. Yeah. Out of relevant authorities of over 400.
Okay, so 25 to 30 out of 400. And what would be the
These are small bodies.
That's okay. I only want to know. Yeah, again. So when do you expect to have that completed?
So at the end of this year, we'll have the review completed.
All of the bodies will be identified, and then there's a back payment, isn't there?
Back payment. We will then pursue the bodies for back payments that may be.
And that has implications for those bodies then as well.
It may do, yeah. And we will have to consider what that means. If it's like we don't envisage that it's going to be a big financial issue for them, but if it is a financial issue for them, we'll manage that recoupment over a period, and we'll talk to them about if it has issues for their cash flow.
Okay. You know the 200 papers you referred to that you have published?
Yeah.
That's under which what's the title of that again? The economic?
So the Government Evaluation Service,
yeah. Is that one of them, the spending review on the...
Yes.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I can't see it, but
that was very interesting.
Looks like the colour, yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now, if you go to the end of that, then the recommendations...
What paper is it? What's the name of it?
Analysis of Office of Public Works, spending on state rents.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, just by... you answered Deputy MacSharry in relation to just what you read in the paper in relation to the Miesian, is it Miesian Plaza?
Yeah.
Miesian Plaza. But your department had to give permission for that lease, hadn't you?
So, in relation to...
No, did your department have to give permission for that lease?
So, so we were supportive of... so, in effect, Deputy, the staff, particularly the health staff, are in Hawkins House, which is a building no longer suitable. Sorry, Mr. Watt, now, but we're being kept under a tight leash here today. So my question is, and you've answered it, you had to give permission for that lease. We gave sanction. We gave sanction for the building to be taken over. What I understand from last week was they had to write to you or contact you for permission to go into the lease. Is that correct? Yeah. Is that just a formality, or do you actually look at the lease? So we wouldn't look at. So we would have line of sight on the overall cost of the lease, the size of the building, the number of civil servants who would be housed in the building. So they'd have to produce a business case to set out the
And did you look at that business case?
The department would have looked, colleagues in the department would have looked at it. You've
seen the Comptroller and Auditor General's report where he highlights the inadequacies of that, or what's lacking in that. I haven't read the report. Well, perhaps he should, because it's the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform
I get to it, Deputy,
and value for money.
This report by the CNAG was issued when? End of September, 3 weeks ago, yeah.
The factors involved in this have been highly publicised. Just stay with me, Mr. Watt, for a minute. Just stay with me, because I have the greatest respect for civil servants and for the public sector, honestly. So I'm asking questions within that framework. Okay. So when we looked at this, I jumped out that Deeper had to give permission for the lease. But it seems it's a formality if Deeper are given that, because ye have guidelines or a circular or even stronger language in relation to a business case, a robust business case that looks at all the options. It would seem to us on this committee, I think everybody, that all the options weren't looked at, certainly in terms of purchase, other options. So maybe Deeper should go back and look how they're given the thumbs up to a lease that's incurring extra expenditure without a robust business case.
Yeah. So the circulars at that department's offices, OPW in this case, have to produce a business case, have to produce the rationale.
I know, I understand all that. They did. They did.
I'm not going to comment on it because
I'm asking your department to comment on giving the thumbs up to a lease that led to more burden on a taxpayer in terms of the miscalculation, but besides that, the rent. But when other options weren't looked at.
I don't know whether other options were looked. If you're asking, say, whether the option to purchase was looked at.
I'm asking your department, how do you give thumbs up to a lease without looking at the details? Maybe that shouldn't be a role for you to give it. I don't know. But they went to your department and said, is this okay? And your department said yes.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd have a little difficulty with that. Just in relation to value for money, and I'm sure we'll have time to come back, but in relation to value for money, which I'm all for, and in relation to tendering, very often our energy here is looking at non-compliance with procurement and all of that. Now, something has been drawn to my attention on the ground with the GRTBs. I still call them the VECs.
Okay.
And a framework that has come from the Office of Government Procurement, I think, in relation to the rules that apply in relation to tendering, say, for trainers to give courses on the various VECs. How do you judge value for money in that? How is value for money assessed in relation to that particular framework that governs how trainers are procured?
So just the background will be that the OGP provides a framework, a contract framework, which enables several bodies, maybe many of the ETPs, to then, rather than going out themselves and procuring individually, they avail of the framework contracts put in place so they can access expertise. So in the case of trainers, Deputy, without knowing the details of it, I presume if you're procuring a trainer to do provide a particular course or whatever module, that you look at their experience, previous references of their capacity.
Yeah, can I just be?
And then you look at whether the cost.
I understand you're speaking.
Cost per day, I presume, was the.
I know. I understand you're speaking in a volume, so I'm not particularising it. But what I'm talking about, if there's a framework for procuring services, and I'm specifically looking at procuring trainers for various courses, and what we're being told, what I'm being told on the ground, is that it's actually costing much more. That the people on the ground with the experience are actually seeing that the costs sometimes have gone up 100% or doubled as a result of this new framework. There's less competition on the ground, less courses actually, but the prices have gone up. Now, my question for you is, how does Deeper assess the value for money when a framework like that is introduced? And when people on the ground are actually saying, sorry, honestly, it's much more expensive now. That trainer this is what the cost of that course was prior to this, and now it's double.
Well, people are, like, if there's any evidence, if there's data that we could look at, I'd certainly be interested in seeing it, and our colleagues in OGP will be interested in that, because they operate procurement contracts in order to get best value for the taxpayer. So if it looks as if the framework is not delivering on that, then we'd be happy to look at it. But I don't know the details.
No, I don't expect you. I don't expect you. I welcome what you're saying. But if a framework is brought in with a presumption that it's better value, what structures have you in place to check that?
So what we would look at would be the previous cost of provision of the service, the value of the service, satisfaction with the service, and then we look at the results then of the competition and what what we're getting when we run the competition, the number of providers, the cost of tenders and so on.
And how is that done?
I think key thing,
how is that done? That's very good what you're saying. You look at the previous cost and you look at the cost under the new framework. When or how is that done, or who is it done by?
So that would be done by the OGP, the Office of Government Procurement. So
Yes.
they'd be a division of our department,
Yes.
so they would have responsibility for that.
And would they do it, would they do a random, we take the GRTBs, would they do a random selection then of certain services that have been procured, or what would they do?
Yeah, they would look at, it depends on the nature of the service. Like some services, it's a very clear matrix involved. Other services, if they're more heterogeneous, it's very hard to have comparators either across different areas or between different times. But they would try to establish benchmarks and matrix and then look to see whether we're getting value for money. The OGP, just to back a moment in terms of, the OGP was established in order to consolidate and professionalise procurement because of concerns raised repeatedly by CNAG, not just this CNAG,
No,
but previous CNAGs.
no, listen to me. I understand that, and all our time, I said it to you already, has been taken up with non-compliance. Now, this is a different aspect of it, value for money, where a new framework obliges services to be procured in a particular manner, and the feedback is it is much more expensive. So I'm just placing that on the record.
We would be very happy to look at that feedback and reflect that feedback, and if you can make it available to us, we'd be
Okay, the final question is just to come back to this lovely document, which is very helpful in relation to value for money and renting buildings as opposed to purchasing buildings or building them. So, this paper, one of your 200, I think, future areas for consideration. There are a number of areas worthy of further research. An assessment of the balance between capital and current expenditure, long-term value for money of construction, acquisition versus leased options. It would seem to me that that is crucial. It is crucial in today's Ireland, where the rents are astronomical and where the government is really ilóra néni. They're in the middle of the fair, actively putting the prices up with the policy. I don't expect you to comment on policy. It's my comment on it. But isn't there an urgency to look at value for money in terms of leasing, purchasing or building?
There is. It's always a decision whether you lease or whether you purchase, and it's sometimes a judgment call. Like there are benefits from leasing. The maintenance costs, the life cycle costs.
No, I understand that. Mr. Watt, I'm beyond that just for the moment. I'm beyond that because the business case for First na Gaeilge recommended not leasing, as I understand it. The business case in relation to the plaza, the Measing Plaza, wasn't robust enough. So my question is, when are you going to do the further research? Has it been commissioned? Given the value for money involved here, is it value for money to keep on renting at astronomical prices? The NTMA said more than $1 million, I'm finished, $1 million per floor. So when will thank you. When will the research start? When will it be completed? Who's going to carry it out?
Yeah. I'm not sure where the work programme is in relation to the follow-up to that report. I'll check Deputy. I'm not sure where we are with it. But we'll come back to you. But the purchase price of a building is also a reflection of the rents. As you know, like if the rents are high, well, the purchase price is also going to be high because it's based on a certain rate of return that they expect.
Absolutely.
So they're not
prices.
They're not decoupled from each other. It's not as simple to say. It's if a rent of a building costs $1 million. And then to buy it is a function of the rents. So
I don't think it's simple, but what I would like is evidence that it's better value for money to rent, for example, the NTMA building at more than $1 million per floor. At the very least, we need evidence that that's good value for money as opposed to long-term construction or and get a building on a long-term basis. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to call Deputy Captain Murphy and Deputy Cullinane is next.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to ask a number of questions, so I'm going to try and keep them short, and I'd appreciate short replies. The financial reporting for audit, you gave different figures for different years in terms of compliance, in terms of time, and it's been improving. But there's no reason why it shouldn't be 100%. And I'm just wondering, how did you bring about the improvements? Is there sanctions? Is it a carrot and stick? And what approach are you taking to the ones that are obviously outside of the time limits that they should comply with? And the second thing is it the same? Is it the same organisations or that are repeat offenders, or is it a variety? What's the profile there?
So over the last number of years, the bodies have mainly been ETBs and various education bodies, higher education, universities, and there are a variety of issues that are listed in various reports of the CNAG setting out for that. There was a change of structure in the VECs, the ETBs, and all that. Deputy, you'll be aware of all that history. So that impacted upon their ability to prepare their accounts on time. You know, how convinced one is of those arguments, to leave it there. But I think the issue is that compliance has improved, and it's improved because it's been highlighted by the CNAG, this committee, and we followed up then through various actions and various circulars. We published a circular, 2517, requirements for the appropriation accounts 2017, which puts an onus on departments to set out if a body hasn't, why not? If a body hasn't complied with the time frame, why not? So it's to throw a light on it, and in most cases there's an element of inertia, and if you actually highlight it, well, then you can address that inertia and put pressure on boards, CEOs to ensure that they're complying. But just to say, and speaking privately here, like, this wouldn't be tolerated. Well, this wouldn't be tolerated. This wouldn't be tolerated for a government by a government department. Like, if a government department didn't have their accounts ready by Easter, the CNAG might give you a view as to what would happen. He'd make the phone call, whether I'd be phoning or he'd be ringing, or both of us. Like, we just wouldn't tolerate it. So I do find it a bit of, anyway. I just don't quite understand why they can't be prepared. But look, the reality is, Deputy, that we've got the number up in terms of the completion. By the end of 2017, 99.6% of the total turnover had been audited. There's an issue about the presentation, which the Chair mentioned earlier, which we need to work on.
Okay.
Just to say, it's very hard in any area to get 100%, you know?
Yeah,
like,
I understand that. There can be.
So that's about as good as we're going to get, I think, you know.
Mr. Watt, I'll be only split second. I'll be only split, and I'm not taking that after that.
You come back to
but the HSE have got it to 100% in relation to Section 30, because they threatened that we'll hold on, or will slow down our funding to you next year. So a sanction or a potential sanction.
Some encouragement with those sanctions.
Yeah, you stick and carrot.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
Wow.
Okay, just in relation to public bodies that are not under the remit of the Comptroller and Auditor General in relation to accounting, Irish Water would be one of those. Do you have oversight of the like of Irish Water, which wasn't intended to be set up as a public? Well, it was a semi-state. What occurs from deeper, if anything, in relation to the like of Irish Water? Are there other organisations like that?
So these are bodies that aren't commercial semi-states, because it's not a commercial semi-state because it's receipt of exchequer funding, but it's not audited by the CNAG. Correct. So there's a gap. There's a gap, but they are audited independently.
No, but no oversight though.
The exchequer funding, the allocation of exchequer funding to the body is the responsibility of the accounting officer for the Department of Housing, Secretary General McCarthy. So John McCarthy has to account to this committee for voted spending, some of which will end up in Irish Water. So John is accountable for that spending. And I believe there have been discussions about whether the CNAG would have a more formal role in relation to Irish Water. I have an open mind, Deputy, on the best way to ensure that these bodies are accountable.
It's a very significant amount they spend a very significant amount of money, and we don't know if there's value for money because we can't drill down, and because there isn't a function here in relation to the Comptroller and Auditor General. Just to make that point, is that a unique situation?
But the board of the commercial semi-state, they're accountable. They have responsibility for ensuring that they adhere to the code of practice when it comes to bodies. So there's a variety of obligations on them in terms of how they account for public money and how they audit it. So they are responsible. Whether there should be a formal role for the CNAG or this committee, I don't know if that would work, or if people feel that would improve the basis of our accountability.
Like the nature of the organisation changed from when it was initially set up, and it doesn't seem like the arrangements have changed with that change. That's the point I'll make. I'll leave it at that. Just going back to the point in relation to property assets, it's page 6, I think, in this report, and it's proposed to amend the financial reporting framework to address some shortcomings and to provide guidance and certainty for departments for some class of buildings replacements, costs, I presume depreciation and things like that. What shortcomings do you see there?
This in relation to the management of assets, is it?
It is, yeah.
Accounting for property assets.
Yeah.
Yeah, the key problem there is that there isn't consistency across the public sector, across departments and offices, in how they value and account for capital assets in particular. And I'm drawing attention to the fact that it is inconsistent. And what we would, be looking to see in a restructuring of the framework for accounting is more consistency in how assets are valued and accounted for.
Wide variations, is there?
Quite significant variations. For instance, last week when Office of Public Works were in, on their vote, they have 4 different bases of accounting for land and buildings.
Right. Okay.
So, there's valuation, there's a question of revaluation, there's carrying them at historic cost, and so on. It very much, wherever an organisation has capital assets, particularly buildings, on their statement of financial position, it's left to each individual accounting officer to determine how they will value. There isn't a deeper single view in relation to it. And it probably reflects historical developments and the very considerable diversity in the nature of the assets. So you have courthouses, you have schools, you have prisons, office buildings, heritage properties, and so on. It is complicated, and it will take a piece of work to get an acceptable and consistent framework.
And is there a piece of work being done in relation to that?
There is definitely, yeah, and it's related to the move to accrual accounting. So in effect, at the moment we have a cash-based approach. So the accounts, there's a budget on a cash basis, and then it's partly reporting.
When might we see that work come to fruition?
So when we move, so at the moment the accounts are presented on a cash basis and then a part accrual basis, and you can see various statements that are partial balance sheets are provided. If we move to a fully integrated balance sheet, fully accrual system, well then it'll be particularly important that we have very clear rules in terms of valuations of assets and the depreciation of those assets, because the depreciation item will become a significant issue. And this comes back to the question Deputy Connolly asked earlier about capital versus leases. So the cost of a lease is very clear, transparent on our accounts because as cash goes out, but that the capital asset and the value of the asset and the treatment of the asset and who actually pays for the asset, it's treated differently because it's cash, and that's why there's a challenge within public accounting which isn't moved to fully accrual when it comes to how we manage assets.
Okay, just in relation to the cost of buying a building as opposed to renting it and the relationship of both of those, there was, of course, quite a sizable amount of public land bank. Whether that was in suitable locations or not, I don't know, but certainly that would have an impact in terms of the building it probably would have been cheaper than buying it, given that the land costs would have impacted on the cost, and that was in public ownership. Has consideration been given in any detail to that? Because it seems like we're spending an absolute fortune on leases. And obviously the one last week that we discussed in relation to the Department of Health was a case in point.
So I'm not privy to this issue about the leasing debate you've had.
Okay.
I haven't read the report, CNAG's report, because we had the budget last week, and I've been
on the board of NAMA.
I'm on the board of the NTMA, not NAMA. Not NAMA.
Right, did NTMA decide to release the building they're in recently?
So the NTMA are getting out of that building, the Treasury building. So their lease is gone.
And what's happening?
And they're moving to a new building over near the Central Bank, over
on a lease basis.
Norfolk, on a lease basis.
Now the question is, but you remember, you were a Secretary General Accounting Officer on the board of the NTMA, which is part of the discussion in relation to taking up lease buildings as opposed to purchase. You have to be totally familiar with this debate.
I am familiar
but
with it.
not just the bag of the broader debate.
No, the broader issue, absolutely.
And there seems to be an understanding. We're getting the impression that there's a view emanating from quarters like your quarter, not saying you personally, but board members, Department of Finance, deeper, that there's a preference to lease rather than purchase, and you talk about expenditure ceilings and all these sort of issues. We're getting the view that you're moving more toward long-term renting than purchase. We're picking that up. Sorry
I haven't heard that, Chair. That's an interesting view. I don't like. You could argue that the accounting rules would mitigate against upfront purchase because, again, coming to our cash-based approach to budgeting, and because of the general government rules, that if we incur the capital cost this year, the full capital cost goes on the balance sheet, where renting it's different. Now again, it depends on.
So the validity in the point that is in your thinking.
But it depends though on the nature of the lease. Some of the leases, all of that spending could actually be accrued for general government purposes on the year in which the lease is actually signed. So it's actually analogous to purchase for government accounting reasons. It depends on the nature of the lease because you're entering into an effective contract.
Yeah.
So, but it just depends on the nature of risk transfer. Like you recall the conversation we had about PPPs, which you could argue is it.
But just take the mise en place. That's a contract for 300 million over 25 years.
But let's say.
What went on to the state balance sheet?
But let's say the business contract. I think what goes on the state balance sheet is the lease cost each year, so the rental cost each year. So that goes out of the open.
On a year-by-year basis.
On a year-by-year basis.
But you just mentioned some cases.
Yeah, check on that, But there is a broader policy question, and it is a significant question.
Give us an example of one where the full lease for the 20 years went up front onto the state balance sheet year one.
So there are examples where if it depends on the nature of the risk transfer. Yeah. So if we took over more of the maintenance of the building, as well as the leasing of it.
Mr.
So I'll come back to you on it, but it is
No, but Mr. Watt, in fairness, Mr. Watt, bear with me. You're the one who introduced this issue of, depending on the nature of the lease, some of it could be all brought onto the balance sheet year one. I've now asked you for one example, and you can't give me one. So you can't make statements without giving me an example of what you're talking about. That's my point.
Let me go back for a second. So, if you're saying, Chair, that it might be that the fiscal rules are encouraging people to lease rather than upfront.
I'm saying you were saying it.
Well, you said to me that people are saying to you that
about you
deeper or finance are encouraging.
I'm pushing this.
So I'm not privy to your conversations. You're telling me now, so I'm trying to be helpful here, right? So if you're saying that bodies are coming to you saying they would prefer to purchase, but they were discouraged, and they prefer to lease because of the fiscal rules, well, then that's something that we'll have to look at and see if that's the case. Because as you know, if it is accounted for, it's all general government spending in year one as it's been spread over 20 years. But what I was saying, what I was suggesting, what I was making is that in not all cases, though, because we've had this discussion in the past, I don't think in all cases that. But I just go back and check
Give us a note.
The balance sheet.
Give us a full note.
Because if the balance sheet treatment could be affected. So if he could lease, but the balance sheet, if he could purchase, but the balance sheet treatment is different, well then it would have an implication for how public bodies make the decision between different options.
Okay, I'm going back to that, but this has come up here in the NTMA, or has come up with OPW. It's coming up a few times, so we're asking you to give us a detailed note from your perspective on it.
It seems like the state, there's an aversion to actually building, and given that we have a land bank,
next year we'll have an increase 25% in capital spend. We'll be spending $7.5 billion on buildings.
Very low base.
I understand the point you're making.
Yeah. So I'll wait till we get that note back, and I'm sure we'll take it up at that point. I just want to move on to the issue of the open data portal, and what. Obviously we're into a new regime now with freedom of information requests and things like that, which is obviously being heavily used, and use it myself. Does that influence what you put on the open data portal? If you get a whole throughput of things on a particular data set, do you look at that? Does it have an influence at all?
So we naively assume that when we put all the data on the open data, and we've over 8,000 data sets now, we naively assume that would reduce the volume of FOI requests, because people would go and access the data and get the data from the portal. But in actual fact, the number of FOIs has increased since we amended the 2014 to the 2015 FOI Act. Has actually led to an increase, I think, of over 40% of the number of FOIs. And last year we had 37,000 FOIs, so it actually hasn't reduced the number. But part of the motivation for us to be much more out there when it comes to the availability of data on the open portal, or just putting more things up on websites. Like we put nearly everything up on our website. We just put it up there. We hope that would reduce the volume of FOI requests, but it hasn't. But the philosophy since 2012 is to be much more open and transparent around the publication. And we now publish pretty much everything. And there's a whole variety of administrative data now which is available for the first time. And we have an enormous amount of activity on this site where people are going in, downloading the data sets. And I think it is a very important innovation. So yeah, to an extent, Deputy, it was guided by the wish for us to reduce the volume of FOIs, because it's very administrative, time consuming, and for people to go onto the websites and access the data themselves. And
the 37,000, is that across departments?
Yes.
Right, okay, so that is all of the government departments, okay. And that's annually, is it?
That was for, I think those numbers are for 2017, I recollection of reading yesterday, so 37,000.
Yeah, obviously it's very welcome that obviously the IT systems have been...
34,000.
Okay, it's very welcome that we knew the information officer and the changes in, or the improvements and the ongoing investment in IT systems. Just wondering in relation to the historical records, because obviously there's different generations of IT and there's the potential of loss of records. What's happening in relation to that? Is that happening on an ongoing basis? Because obviously there's the potential of a loss of information as well. You can mine the stuff that you're putting up now. And how do you keep that system up to date? What kind of ongoing investment is required in relation to that?
So we work with the National Archives Office, because we have responsibility as a public body under the Archives Act to keep public records, to keep proper records, and then make them available to them under the various rules to the archivist. So there is this issue which has arisen as we move from purely paper-based system to a system which is paper-based and e-based, and then ultimately to a system which almost entirely will be e-based. And we're in between those latter two now. More and more of the records are e-records, they're not paper. So we've had the position in the past would have been that if you got electronic records, you would print it off and put it on a file, and those files would go to the archivist. The position in the future is that everything will be e-recorded. Everything will be so we'll get a physical hard copy that'll be scanned in, and that record will be an e-record, and the physical copy will be destroyed, except for legal documents and deeds and so forth. So we're working with the archivist in relation to this, and we have a project, which is a very significant project, linked to what I was talking about earlier in terms of the build to share, where we're moving, all record keeping will be e-record keeping, so we won't have paper records anymore in government departments. But there is a danger, Deputy, when we, as we're moving now, like we are very conscious of ensuring that we have paper system and we have electronic system, that the electronic records are kept for future generations as well, because there's a danger, and other countries are facing the same problem. So we're working with the archivist, the National Archive Office in relation to this.
And what about early generation IT system stuff that was generated and that's paper based as well? So
I'm not that technical, but what happens is most of them are into PDF format, which is a general readable format, I understand.
Okay.
So old systems. So if you had an early version of Word, which you can't access now, those documents would have been transferred into PDF formats, a readable format.
Do we have any idea? How big this project is?
Oh, this project is enormous. Yeah.
Is there a section in the department dealing with that?
Yeah.
Is there a cost on that?
So the OG CIO is rolling out the e-records system. We have it in our department now. So in effect, it's electronic filing system. So in the past you would have had a paper file, but now you have an electronic filing system, so that rather than being printed off, photocopied, stick in a file, electronic files are dragged across. So let's say the issue about leasing, we were having correspondence about that. In the past there would have been a folder on this correspondence. Now it would be an e-record on all the emails and letters and so on will be dragged across into the file, and that will be kept. So in the future then, when people are looking at this issue, rather than us handing over volumes of paper to the archivists, we'll be giving them a memory stick.
Right, okay.
And that's the way it will work. So the savings for the system are enormous, and for future historians as well, when they're actually looking at our deliberations in whatever year's time, it'll be a good deal easier for them to search, file, track and so on what's going on.
Okay, and catalogue and that. Just one final question, and it's not related, in relation to the review that's underway on local property tax, and it's due to be, the review is due, I think, later this year. Your department would have been involved in that. Is that looking at the valuations, or is it looking at the baselines as well?
So I think it's the minister's announced, so that I think the rate struck is a function of the base of property. So I don't think you can look at it without looking at the totality of the.
No, but the baselines, the problem with the baselines is.
I think all aspects definitely are being looked at. Yeah. I'm not involved personally in the review. The Department of Finance is leading it. We will have a role at some stage when the minister is presented with the conclusions and so forth. But yeah, it's looking at the overall funding of the local property tax element of it and how that funds the government system.
Okay, thanks.
Margaret, and welcome to Mr. Watt and his team. I think it's fair to say that it's a good job all round. As far as I can see, there wasn't a huge amount really I could have picked from the CNAG special report for this department, so that's obviously good. There are a number of questions though that I want to put and just make a number of observations as well. If some of these have been asked, I was doing some media interviews, so I wasn't here for all of the contributions, so if there's any repetition you might just say that. And the first one is a bit of repetition, but just wanted to make an observation on it and put a question as well. The CNAG in his summary in the report says that 2/3 of bodies produced their audited accounts, but it covers 97% of the value of the turnover audited, which is obviously high. I mean, 97% would be high, and on the face of it seems very good, which it is. The difficulty is then when you look at the amount of money. So my calculation is that 100% would be 218 billion. If 3% is not audited, that's €6 billion of money which is not audited in the way that it should be. So would you accept that that's a lot of money? And while I think the words you used, 97% may be as good as we are going to get it, I don't think you intended it maybe in that way.
No, I said, sorry, Deputy, sorry, to clarify. So it was 99.6% was the number I was referring to.
Okay.
So that by the end of 2017, the CNAG's report says that 99.6% of the total turnover had been audited within 12 months of the end of the year. Yeah. So sorry, Deputy, there's a lot of numbers.
97% of value was by the end of September, so within.
Okay, so it has increased again.
Yeah. Oh, it does by the end of the year.
The last quarter, the last few percent come through.
Okay.
So what I was saying, Deputy, is that 99.6% of the amount was audited by the end of the year, which is not a bad result. But of course, by 100% of it should be, within the next few months. Like the point I was making, that it's very hard to get 100% within 12 months, given the vastness of the system. But you're right, every cent should...
No, and I just wanted to make the point that 99.7% is obviously a very high figure, so I would accept that. So I'm not being churlish about it. I do accept that is very good. And I'm looking at some of the sectors. The HSE, for example, was an area that we would have put a spotlight on in the past. Go here, look, and I know the previous incarnation, the PAC as well, the previous PAC would have done the same. And it has resulted in...
Just for a split second. I suspect when we break, we'll be resuming at 2 o'clock with the HEA and the Department of Health, just for general information. We'll resume at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sorry about that.
Sorry, yeah, it has resulted in improvements.
Yeah.
So the areas where there needs to be further improvement, as we can see on page 17 of the CNHE's report, which is the audit completion table.
Yeah.
And I know you've discussed this, the third level education bodies and education and training boards. Now we've put a focus on that area ourselves. We have the HEA and the department in today. Why is it in your view that they are slower or slow in presenting accounts? I mean, do you have any view as to why that is the case?
So just as a general point, Deputy, which you're aware, we spoke about this earlier, like the performance wasn't acceptable and it has improved considerably. So, you know, in fairness to them, since the position that was first outlined in the 2014 report to where we are now. In relation to the ETBs, there was an issue around changing their status. They went from the vocational education, the VEC boards to ETBs, and there was a change in the structure now. That was the explanation, the reason put forward. Now, whether that's a valid one or not, it's history now. I guess the point is that the situation has improved. Like I mentioned earlier...
Well, I know it has improved and I accept that, but why is it that it's still... Why is it the case that it took, again, an effort by the CNHE's office in many ways, who report this every year to us, and then scrutiny from the Public Accounts Committee, where we did put accounting officers through their paces. And in fact, I think we sent some of them out of the room at one point for not having their accounts up to date, if I remember going back earlier this year, maybe last year. So why was it the case, or why is it the case that there was a problem, even though it's improved, but it's still well below where other areas are? Why are third level institutions behaving differently to all the other bodies who have obviously improved?
Well, first of all, I think everybody's... there was an issue, and they have, in fairness, they have improved. So, but there was obviously a problem in the past, and I think the problem arises from, and we see this in other areas, that third level institutions aren't entirely funded from the Exchequer. They have obviously scholarship money, or they've got research funding, or they've got student fees, so they're not as dependent on the Exchequer. Like some of the bodies would be 40–50% of their funding comes from the Exchequer. It's very different to a public body like ours, 100% funded from the Exchequer. Well, I don't know if you were here for what I was asked about. Like, for a government department, it would be absolutely inconceivable that a government department wouldn't have its accounts prepared for the CNHE by the end of March, when we got into Easter. It was just inconceivable, and I just couldn't imagine a situation where how that would arise. So, I guess a different culture arose, different practices which just aren't acceptable, absolutely. And the CNHE and yourselves are absolutely spot on to identify it, and we supported it, and we've been pushing it as well, and we have been saying...
And when I say that, I mean, I do take on board that the Comptroller and Auditor General's Office has put on the record several times when we've been asking questions that there has been improvements. So, I mean, when we come across issues and when we see improvements, we have to acknowledge the improvements which have been made. So, we have in health, I think, there has been huge improvements, which is good, and in the education sector we have seen improvements, but maybe not what we want, and that's in the area of the presentation of accounts, an area where we're still seeing problems, and it's coming up over and over again, and it's almost in, I would say, half of the audits of subsets of the health or HSE spending and education is adherence to procurement rules. And non-compliance in terms of procurement. Now, we talked earlier about the carrot and stick in relation to presentation of accounts. There doesn't seem to be much stick, as far as I can see, in relation to non-procurement of any public bodies. Do you think it's acceptable that we get this almost year in, year out, when we get the audit opinion from the CNHE, lack of adherence to non-compliance with procurement rules? Over and over again, it's raised, the CNHE raises it, and yet no real improvement of any substance as far as I can see. In some areas there is, but it's still coming up over and over. Would you see that as acceptable? And if you don't see it as acceptable, given that it's still under your remit as well, what focus have you put on this area from your perspective?
So there can be occasions when non-compliance with procurement rules, there are reasons for that, valid reasons. And there's under the circular, departments have to comply with this. It's a section 40/2, 4002 requirement, where if you don't go through a process, you have to explain it. But we have, since 2012, we've established the OGP, Office of Government Procurement, whose job it is to professionalise this function and to ensure greater compliance. And in areas for which they have responsibility, and they're working with departments and offices, there is 100% compliance with the rules.
But it's not.
If there are services being procured without a competitive process, routinely procured, well, that's unacceptable. If you have a service being provided by company X to a public body for 10 years and it hasn't gone through a competitive process, well, that's not acceptable. So you need a competitive process. And we have been arguing consistently about the need for people to cooperate with the OGP, to work with them.
But Mr. Watt, can I just stop you there, because it isn't. That's one element of it. So I'm just looking at, and I don't want to go through any of the individual instances, because the CNAG's office did furnish this committee with a full list of every single organisation which he audits, and then all of the areas where there was non-compliance, and it is quite substantial. So some of it is in relation to if there isn't sufficient competition, that's a problem. Some of it is because there wasn't sufficient planning, there wasn't enough time given. For example, I think it was the An Garda Síochána computer system or IT system, where they didn't give themselves enough time and they had to roll over the contracts. That happens as well. So it's the culture and it's the planning in relation to it. We had instances, as you know, of a lack of management of conflicts of interest in relation to procurement, some of which now are before criminal proceedings, so we can't talk about them. So there's a multitude of reasons why, and there might be at times a valid reason as to why there was non-compliance, and then we can adjudicate on that. But they're not always valid. That's my point. And
no, I agree. There's very specific provisions which allow exclusion from the procurement rules, but they're very specific. But non-compliance outside of those exclusion provisions is not acceptable. The last report I've seen from the CNAG a number of years ago, and we debated at this committee, and I'm not quite sure whether it was for civil service bodies or what part of the public service, but it showed a very, very high compliance with procurement. I'm trying to think from memory, it was a number of years ago, but I think it was 124 million of procurement which was non-compliant, which was, I think, about 0.2, 0.3% of the total subset that the CNAG looked at. I don't know, CNAG, if you could remember the details of it. And we had a discussion about it at this stage in terms of materiality. Was that material or not? And the conclusion was ultimately that it was a material, and that the conclusion of that report was very clear in terms of compliance. But Deputy, what you're saying is that since then you've encountered, and I can't disagree with you, because I can't
maybe
disagree.
Mr. McCarthy can just illuminate some of this for me, and it might help then with your own answering of the question. My point, Mr. McCarthy, and we've discussed this in this committee several times, is that this keeps coming up over and over again. There are a multitude of reasons why it happens, and we ask you and you tell us, well, this is the reason why. Some of it is there's practical reasons. It's not right, but you can say, okay, there's a practical reason. Some of it is not. It's just it's disregard maybe of the rules, or it's a lack of planning, or it's a problem that the board didn't have sufficient controls in place. Can you give us, just from your perspective, one, a flavour of what is a problem in my view, and two, where it seems to be happening the most? In what areas is this happening over and over?
Okay, I've said on a number of occasions that where the problem is most specifically evident is in the health sector and the HSE. There is a systemic problem in the HSE around procurement. We've reported on that every year. The HSE accepts that they have a problem, and there's very specific reasons for it. and they're not making as much progress as I think either they or we would like to see. In other organisations, we report where we identify procurement in excess of $500,000 that is not compliant with the relevant procurement rules. I mean, certainly there is a way of looking at it and saying, well, that's not particularly material in the overall scale of an organisation, let's say, of the size of a university or an institute of technology or whatever. But that is the level that we're reporting at, because there isn't any other way of drawing the line on materiality. I don't want to say that, let's say, if procurement, non-compliant procurement was more than 2%, I mean, that could be a huge amount of money. It could have huge implications for small and medium enterprises that would like to get some of that. So we've approached it from an absolute value perspective. There are many reasons why there may be non-competitive procurement, and the Secretary-General has outlined some of those. Some of them make sense, but there are still strategies then that need to be applied. So, for instance, if you're tied into a particular supplier, you need to ensure that when you are doing a business case for procuring that kind of service, that you take a whole-of-life view. And I think DEPA would certainly agree with that kind of approach. So we need to see the evidence of that to be satisfied that it's a proper approach. There are other reasons, and they may be individual reasons for that come up from time to time. It may even be personnel problems in an organisation. I think we'd need to maybe look at getting a statistic for
and I would accept your analysis that there is a systemic problem in the HSE, because that's the one area that we keep focusing on.
Yeah.
So, and not enough progress has been made, that's for sure. What sanctions then are in place, aside from you noting that in your accounts, and then we ask questions of you or the accounting officer when the accounting officer comes in, if the strategies that you talk about that need to be then put in place to maybe correct the failures are not put in place, what sanction then is there?
I'm not aware of sanctions in relation to it, but one of the reasons why I keep referencing it is that there are remedies in the procurement rules which an organisation may expose themselves to if they don't comply.
But Mr. Watt, would you agree that, and I'm not out to punish organisations unnecessarily, but would you agree that if there isn't a sanction, if it is a slap on the wrist or a note in the CNAG's audit opinion, and you might be asked a question when you come before the Public Accounts Committee, but aside from that, really, there's no real sanction, do you see that as sufficient? Or do you see that there could be improvements in how we do sanction the worst offenders to make sure that we can improve?
I think the issue with the HSE is that the HSE needs to engage with the OGP, the Office of Government Procurement, and this is an issue which I understand has been raised with the HSE many times by the office, and they need to engage properly. And it might be something that you can ask them the next time they're here about their engagement, because we're not satisfied with the procurement practices, that we made this clear to them, and systemic non-compliance with procurement rules in an organisation is a major governance failure and should not be tolerated.
Would you be hopeful, Mr. McCarthy, that next year, when we're having this discussion again, that we will have seen improvements in the health area?
No, I don't think I could give that assurance. Yeah.
Well, but if you're the accounting officer and Mr. McCarthy is the CNAG, who is responsible for making sure, apart from the head of the department or the Director General of the HSE, does your department have a role in making sure that the HSE is compliant and does improve?
We have, the OGP has been engaging with the HSE for a significant amount of time.
No, but do you personally, as an accounting officer, have any responsibility to make sure that the HSE is more compliant?
No.
You don't?
So we've put in place a professional service which will enable them to procure, and we've highlighted them repeatedly our concerns about procurement practice in the HSE. But can I just say to you, Deputy, there shouldn't be any need for sanctions. People should be doing the right thing for public money in the absence of any sanctions, you know. But
we can say that about anything. We can say people shouldn't steal from shops as well, but unfortunately they do, and sanctions are there, so that when people do things, they know there's a penalty to be paid.
Yeah, but you're talking about people working in government offices providing services. the fact that they're operating public money and their rules are there, that should be sufficient for them to do.
But they're not.
The key thing, though, and I just make this point again, is they need to engage with the OGP. Could I just give the numbers in terms of non-compliance under section 40, subsection 02, the circular? So this is the non-competitive procurement, Chair. So the number of so for 2016, excluding the HSE, and these are numbers from the OGP, the total amount was 94 million of non-compliance. Now, there's a number of these defence, so ship purchase and the extension of a contract was 70 million, so this was a ship where there was an extension of the contract. I don't know the details. Armoured cars upgrade, probably because there was only one supplier in a position to do the upgrade of the armoured car, that was 55 million. Replacement of an aircraft, I presume it was the same type of aircraft that we replace. And then there was issue about commemorations with RTE, about RTE providing service in relation to commemoration 2016. So they were so 94 million, and the most significant ones are ones which are clear. Now, I would love to see more evidence outside the HSE, except in this issue with HSE. I would like to see, more evidence, and maybe the CNAG can update the work it did previously. But I'm not for one moment discounting any concerns about any individual case, but I don't think we have a general non-compliance problem, okay, with the caveat I just mentioned. Okay, that'd be my sense of it, Debbie, but because the last review the CNAG did, it was, in my view, material, okay? The numbers, ultimately, when you look at the reasons for non-competitive procurement, when you strip out genuine reasons, there was a very small number of cases where there was a problem. Okay, but I don't disagree with what you're saying in relation to HSE.
Okay, I have one final question. It's, well, two questions within the same team.
Put the two,
take 2 minutes. I've 2 minutes left.
Yeah, put the two questions together.
You mentioned the Public Sector Pay Commission. And I think I would have actually met you on this in a previous role. Sure. On the issue of pay equalisation. Where are we with that in terms of those who came into the system in 2011? So can you just inform us as to where they will be at the end of whatever time period that their issue is going to be resolved? And second of all, would you have a breakdown of, there's been pay restoration, a number of pay restoration payments now made to public servants as a consequence of pay agreements, hasn't there? So, and they range depending on your income. Would you have with you a breakdown of what they would be? So, for example, somebody on 150,000 versus somebody on 50,000. So, someone on 150,000 a year, when pay restoration started, in gross terms, what would they have got back under pay restoration, as opposed to, say, somebody on an average income of 40 to 50,000? If you have those figures, that would be great. And also, maybe just walk us through the changes to the plan, I suppose, to make sure that those who were affected in 2011 by that additional reduction, how that's going to be dealt with.
So, in relation to pay restoration, under the terms of this agreement, by the end of 2020, 90% of public servants would have had their pay restored. So I think everybody up to 70,000, is that the number, John? 70,000. So everybody up to pay of 70,000 would have be back and above where they were. People above 70,000 and the group you mentioned at 150,000, they are a long way from having their pay restored.
But under the terms of the whatever agreements are there, and how much will they have got back under pay restoration in monetary terms?
I don't have the numbers to hand. So in percentage terms, the increases in percentage terms in this agreement are 6.2 to 7.3% over 3 years, and there would have been increases under the previous. But I can send them to you.
And would that would be separate from pension related deductions as well? That would be all separate.
So we have to account for the pension, because the PRD is now an additional.
I tell you what would be helpful, because I don't want to hold anybody else up, Mr. Watt.
Yeah, no, the data there. We have a truth on the wall. We'll send it to you.
I think what would be helpful, because I tell you what I'm looking. Just ask what I'm looking for, and I'm finished then. If we could get a breakdown in tabular form and in bands of incomes, for example, 0 to 25,000, 25 to 50, 50 to 70, and upwards, or whatever, how much was taken from them individually as part of whatever they lost due to the pay cuts that were imposed, the unilateral ones, and then what they've got back and what they plan to get back year on year from when pay restoration started. And in bands of 25,000 or whatever is relevant. If that could be done, that would give us maybe a good picture.
And in relation to the new entrance, but I mentioned the new entrance issue.
Send us the detailed note with the different...
On the page.
Yeah, and we'll study it now.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just want to put a few quick questions to yourself, Mr. Watt. In your opening statement, you mentioned that you brought in the current year, 2018, voted expenditure of 61.8 billion, but then you're saying, as a result of the adjustments, the Christmas bonus, social welfare increase, and the revised allocation for 2000 is 62.8 billion, a billion extra.
Yep.
Had you not got that billion in corporation tax, would that have happened? Like, I'm asking you because you put this figure in here.
So there were.
Where did you get that extra billion as Department of Public Expenditure Reform to give it out in Wood today?
Well, the Dáil will appropriate the money in due course, Deputy. So hopefully our department's getting it. Is the Dáil will decide to approve the spending or not. So the increases are due to a variety of reasons, and that will be covered from the Exchequer, which is a combination of taxes or borrowings in the normal way.
And would you have had the difficulty had you not had that extra money? Could you have held off some of this held off some of the revised allocation?
So this year, revenue is increased by more than was budgeted for by the Department of Finance, and that money has been used to fund spending, which is above what was allocated, and also to close the deficit. The deficit for this year is a little bit lower.
I'll just come back to this then. Now, I just want to go through just a quick question and a few items there on your vote 11, and we've mentioned it on Appendix A, the accounts and bodies of funds under the aegis of the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. This is the new one where it's listed the body, the department, and the date of the audit report, etc. That new appendix that's gone into all appropriation accounts. Just take me down through that Appendix A. Who is the accounting officer for each of these then? The ESRI.
So I'm
Appendix A. Who's the accounting officer?
So I'm the accounting officer for the allocations of these monies from Vote 11 to these various bodies.
Yeah. So who's the accounting officer for ESRI?
So I'm the accounting officer I'm responsible for the allocations. So I have to that the money is going to the ESRI as a grant and aid, and that they're spending it for the purposes which are consistent with the ambit of the vote.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But my question is this, and I'm going down to those handful there, that we see that the 2016 accounts were only presented to the well, there were only date of audit was, I'm sure that's 17.
Yes, I understand the point you're making, Chair. Yeah.
So I want to know, given that the ESRI took almost a year to get their 2016 accounts ready for audit, maybe there's a typo there.
Yeah.
Who's the accounting officer? You must know who's the head. Who's the boss?
So Alan Barrett is the director.
That's all I want to know.
Chair,
now, Institute for Public Administration, their 16 accounts came May. Who's the accounting officer?
The CEO of the IPA.
Right. Ireland, United States Education Fund.
There's nothing in that, Chair. That's a
and who's the accounting officer?
I am, yeah.
This is the reason I'm asking.
Yeah. There's no activity on that. There's no activity on that.
Fine. So you should have had that in the 7th of January, a week after the year end of starting in. And what I'm saying is, why did it take you? Why did it take you 11 and 11?
No activity on that.
Fine.
That fund.
So if there's so little activity, get it done at the beginning of the year rather than hang around for 11 months. That's all I'm asking. Right?
Yeah.
So then who's the next one? The regulator of the National Lottery. Why did they take almost a year to get their accounts in? Like these are under your debate. This is now...
Chair, just to be clear, this is after the audit has been completed.
Yeah.
This is the date that's on my report.
Okay.
So we've had the financial statements, we've carried out the audit, we've followed up any queries.
That's the date of the audit.
And that's the date of audit completion. So a number of these would have been available. They would have been in my system, but I wouldn't have a team ready to go to all of the 287 audits at the same time.
Right, so, and inevitably there'll be a backup in your office.
Particularly for the very small ones.
So we're making an appeal for further funds for his office for next year to make sure
they have given us extra resources this year.
All these quick audits. all these that are arriving very quickly get audited very quickly. There she's the resources to match the increased rate. Next item I want to ask you is on vote 12. Is vote 12, I think I have it. On vote 12, page on the 16 accounts. Now, the only reason this I found unusual was there's a reference there that a retiring civil servant, if there's overdue tax, there's a requirement that the repayment of that can be spread over 20 years. That's inappropriate in this day. I know it's paid to the revenue by the body, but it's inappropriate that a civil servant or anybody should have 20 years.
This, Chair, doesn't relate to. This is I understand the excess charge. So if you have, if you have your fund threshold of 2 million, and if the revenue calculate that on a retirement that your pension pot, your notional pension pot, is above that, so your own personal fund threshold is above the standard fund threshold, well then under legislation you pay back that excess charge over 20 years. So it's in relation to it's not your income tax, it's in relation to, I guess it's not income tax, I presume it's in relation to the excess charge on pension pots. So it's in relation to the standard fund threshold and the personal fund threshold.
What's the standard fund that kicks in at?
So in effect, it's what, 2 million, John? So 2 million is the fund. So there are
what salary after somebody done the 40
years service? So it
somebody's done the 40 years.
So if you've done 40 years, so it depends. Service accrued up to 2012. There's a certain multiplier factor related to your income up to that time, and then after that there's a higher factor applied to service accrued after 2012. 2014.
So roughly, what kind of salary, retirement salary, are we talking about people here?
So we're up to now, it'd be people at the very top senior
100,000.
levels. Oh, and the rest. And the rest.
So there are not a lot of people involved.
No. In the future, though, given the current rules, it will involve a lot of people. So it will ultimately affect people above 120, 130, 140,000, depending on the year's service.
So in other words, the superannuation and retired allowances have to pay the excess on the fund to the revenue within 3 months.
So in effect, you can opt in. I think you can pay it a month's lump if you wish, or you can pay it over 20 years. So in effect, then your gross pension is further reduced by the excess charge. So it's related to the fact that you would have received tax relief, notional tax relief on the pension contribution. So that the benefit of that tax relief is capped at 2 million. So if your pension fund is above that, well then you have to pay an excess charge to the revenue commissioners. It's related to the Finance Act.
And the superannuation and retired allowance pays that to the revenue within 3 months, but for them to recoup it from the individual, it could take 20 years.
20 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah, that's the legislation. The Finance Act says, Yeah,
okay.
Now, it will, Chair, raise an issue for us around how we account for this over time if it becomes significant. Okay. It will raise an issue for us. We haven't thought about it.
Okay.
But if it does become significant...
Yeah, I'm asking you to give a note.
Now,
The conversation we're having here now, we both probably get it. But I think a lot of people are confused. They're hearing pension pots, 2 billion, 20 years to pay excess tax. I can see people jumping up and down, and I'd like to clarify the matter with a detailed information note and the categories of people and the salaries. Don't need to know people or anything like that. But in other words, this 20 years is what caught my eye here this morning. And that needs to be explained to the public, and the best way is given a note that we can put on the record for public information.
You recall, Chair, that previously you could have a pension pot of up to 6 million.
I do, yeah.
So the fact this is brought down means now that there will be lots of people.
More people involved.
Oh, yeah.
So all the more reason then to give a detailed note on how this is operating that 20 years, because you can understand...
What happens to the money if an individual died?
I'd be off the estate. They won't get clearance from whoever. It'll come off their estate. So I think people would like to know if there's a potential claim there against their estate. You get where... Yeah. So you can see why just a bit of public information on this would be helpful. In relation to vote 12, that's the issue of that. Chapter 2 of this year's report. I just have 2 questions on you. This is the one about the collection of pension contributions due to the Exchequer. It's kind of extraordinary. A couple of years on, we don't know who's in and who's out. The basic question is, when this legislation was being drafted, what was the intention of who would be in? There must have been a probable list or an exact list. What happened between the legislation being drafted with some intent? It was hardly drafted not knowing who was going to affect.
I think, Chair, in fairness, that given, and you're aware, we spoke about this before, this pensions, the Act was an enormous act, an enormous piece of legislation. Yeah. Because the pension system is incredibly complex. We consolidated, rationalised, and we now have 65,000 people who are now part of the pension scheme. So it's amazing how the numbers have increased so dramatically. It just wasn't the most immediate priority for us in terms of the implementation of the Act. That's the reality of it. So it's a bit, for us, it's an element of, I guess, housekeeping to tidy up the housekeeping.
Just when I see the chart,
it's something we should have done earlier, but
fine.
You know,
it's just when I see the chart of those who are in already, the Institute of Technology, Tralee, and National University of Ireland, Galway. Does that imply all the ITs are going to be in and all the universities? Why would some be in? Because you've said you're 14 in and there's only a few to go.
So in relation to elements that are funded themselves, so if you think about Galway, if there's a research entity which is funded.
It mightn't be the full organisation.
No, it's just a small element of it.
Again, so I'm asking you for a note.
When you look at that, you think there's 100,000 people. It's not.
Anyone reading just a cursory glance at this, when they see those organisations, will presume it's the entirety of the organisation. So give us an indication.
If you look, Chair, there's 4.35 million, so it's
very small.
Yeah. But look, we accept that, and we will have a report by the end of the year which sets out.
Yeah, okay, we'll mark it down for the end of the year that we'll get it from you after the.
And as well, the status of some of these. So let's say Galway Mayo didn't have an institute in 2013 that was self-financing, and now it does. For example, I'm not going to this case, but hypothetically, so the situation with these bodies might change.
Okay.
I think in relation to the third levels, it would be where the research that they're undertaking is commercially funded. So it's not that you can say that class all fits into the thing. There has to be a process of analysing their financial statements.
So is the employer's contribution, employees' contribution being collected, where is that? Is that passed on?
That's remitted to us.
But the employer's part.
It's netted off in this vote.
So it should be very, okay, so you have a bit of work to do.
Yeah, there's a wider.
And that could change from year to year depending on the activity of different organisations and the work they carry out.
Yeah.
So you need an ongoing.
So we will need to ensure that the relevant authorities understand. That's why the team are following up on Fund the Circular, so people understand exactly what the responsibilities are. There's a wider issue, Chair, in relation to the scale of the receipts now from the single scheme and how they're accounted for, because they're netted off. So these are contributions that people are making now for pensions that they will benefit from in the future. And we are, for accounting purposes, netting off the pay-as-you-go bills of today. And that's something that we're looking at again about whether that's appropriate, whether they should be put in.
That's one of the reasons you had the surrender surplus is you had more income, which is unusual that you should have these.
Because the recruitment is much faster than was anticipated, and everybody who comes in now is a member of the new scheme.
So we're in simple English, under the new single pension scheme, where people are actually making the contributions to which they'll be entitled to draw down, you're actually taking them now to pay today's pensioners. That's it in a nutshell.
We're netting it off the pay.
It was wrong in every respect. What's going on?
Oh no, and we are looking at what the options are. So in the past we had pension contributions going into a fund that were managed by whatever it was called before ISIF, National Pension Reserve Fund, the MPRF. And so
why aren't those contributions going somewhere like that now?
Well, because it's ultimately guaranteed by the state. So
that defeats the whole purpose of people contributing to have.
Well, they're contributing and they're making a contribution, so they're actually paying for their future pension. But absolutely, there is a big policy issue for us, the extent to which we should be saying those funds are now ring-fenced.
But they should be.
This is, and we are looking at now the accounting treatment of them.
Can I just say, when the public servants here today, who have gone, new recruits have gone into the single pension fund, who are now making contributions for their future pensions in 40 years' time, to now hear today that the money they have actually contributed is gone to pay the existing pensioner. That's it. And you're actually saying, well, the state will make it up eventually. Not good enough. You need to. That's defeating the whole concept of.
But we don't have. But even with the contributions the enhanced contributions people are paying under the single scheme, and the enhanced contributions people are paying now on foot of the recent pay agreement, it's still not a fully funded system.
We know.
The state is going to have to stand behind it. So,
fine.
So there are issues here, Chair, about it. So if you set up a fund the implication might be that is fully funding future pensions, where it's not going to be. It'll be partially funding it.
No,
and then there's an issue then how we invest.
The old fund that was there was never fully funded, but
No.
it was at least a dedicated fund. And it was managed and
It's dedicated until we needed it to do other purposes.
Pardon? Yeah, so you're grabbing money from future pension, for pension contribution being made now that people expect to get. You're grabbing that to use today. Like, that's not where we thought this scheme was all about. It should be going into pension. So look at, in the new year, whatever,
Oh, no,
we need to revisit. This is not, it wasn't the intention. I was here in the Oireachtas. We understood this would be going into a fund. So you've got the point now.
Yeah.
And I think there's a bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul here now.
Yeah.
Taking the money from the new recruits to pay the pensioners who are gone. That's what's happening. Shouldn't be. Okay?
Yeah, but it's the pay-as-you-go system. It's always been the way that we've made contributions.
Yeah.
This has always been the way
but
it's
this
worked.
is a new
I'm not
thing.
saying it's the correct way.
But you've just said it was the biggest piece of legislation you brought through in the last few years,
Yeah.
and the intention was clear, but I don't see it happening. I think those people, the new recruits, are entitled to believe you're in and under a new, career average set of payments as opposed to your final three. You're coming in under a different regime. You're making these contributions, and now to be told, well, actually, the money you've paid since you joined has actually gone somewhere else. We will make it up to you somewhere. They were entitled to believe it was going into a fund to be managed. I think you know that.
Yeah, but just to make, they have accrued the right to the pension.
And we know the state will stand behind it. We know that. But anyway, okay. And two more questions. Chapter 3. This is something I want you to reconsider. The table 3.7. The budget statement is announced before the 15th of October every year for EU rules, right?
Yeah.
And it takes 6 months. If you go there, the estimates are considered by the relevant committees in and around March, and they're voted by the Dáil in April. All I'm just saying, as accounting officer and as chairman of the PSE, it is no way to do business. Really, by and large now, the estimates, the draft estimates are out for next year. It's a 6-month period. There's 6 months lost. I would have thought when the budget due to be in December, now it's been brought forward to October for EU purposes, I would have thought that gave the Oireachtas an opportunity to have the estimates for 2019 passed before the end of 2018. I know of no organisation worth the salt that 4 and 5 months into the year are actually approving this budget. To be bust. Nobody should run this business that way. Just because it's government department, there's no reason to say the state guarantees everything. It doesn't matter actually anyway. I'm just saying it's bad practice. And given that the budget day is forward by 3 months, you should be bringing the approval of the estimates forward by at least the same 3 months. You've actually left it slip. And there was a time the estimates were coming through sometime just before the summer holidays.
Yeah.
And I was at estimates here to be told, well, actually 2/3 of what you're talking about has already been spent. We're in the situation that 4/12 of it will be spent by April in any event. I'm just saying, you as the accounting officer for DEEPR, who's really over the budgetary process, this side of it, should be making an effort to get those estimates through the Oireachtas by Christmas. Christmas is the correct thing. January is better, but it's still too late. You should be doing it by Christmas.
What we would do it next week?
Please do.
Well, I don't run the business of the house.
Yeah, but we're raising it here.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
I don't hear. We're having a debate that needs to be had.
And that was one of the intentions of moving to a calendar year.
And I'm backing you up and saying, say the PSE is on your case.
Yeah, okay.
Right, okay.
We've more allies.
All right.
More allies for this.
And it's not, but I think both of us would agree it would be much more desirable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both of us would agree on that. Now, and I think nearly here on chapter 5, I suppose there's two things. I have to look at figure 5.5, and there's a chart there. The votes with supplementary estimates for the year from 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and we know about 18 as well. And we see the Department of Health requires a supplementary estimate every year. So it's systemic. It is the nature of how they do their business. There's no one-off, or there's no reason this year.
Yeah.
Every single year you produce a chart. We also see in that chart, every single year, Army pensions required. Yeah. Surely at this stage somebody can have a reasonable stab at what the Army pensions are, and we're having it 6 years in a row you're getting it wrong. There's somebody should be able to count better than that. It's a fairly straightforward issue, and there's not tens of thousands of people that turn. The Garda Síochána, again, you're going to tell me it's overtime, but believe it or not, there'll be overtime next year. There'll be overtime next year, and you should be budgeting for it in the estimates now, instead of all of a sudden having the shock and the Commissioner issuing a circular with 3 months to go and no more overtime, and etc. Like, there doesn't seem to be an effort to get the estimates right at step one. I can tell you all of those. You know them inside out. You're probably sick looking at them inside out. You shouldn't be coming, or the ministers shouldn't be coming looking for supplementary estimates. It's systemic.
Yep.
It's systemic. And what I want to ask you then, just on the last point, I'm just making the point, there is no answer to this, only for somebody to try and do it right in the future.
The issue of the army pensions, we've gotten on top of that, Chair.
You got it right this year, well done. Okay.
The other issues are systemic issues which don't relate to
they're foreseeable.
It relates to management.
So the last question then I want to ask you then about all that, and is, we heard over these new fiscal rules that there's expenditure ceilings for each government department, and departments aren't going to be allowed. I remember the word here was 2 years ago, there are going to be no more supplementary estimates. They wouldn't be allowed, these expenditure ceilings. How does all those statements that have been made on the record by ministers a few years ago, this is the last year of a supplementary, as the fiscal rules won't allow expenditure ceiling, are they just movable from year to year like everything else? So explain
the fiscal rules provide a framework within which decisions can be taken. So there are rules around, so if every year we have to comply with the structural balance, that we comply with the overall MTO, and that we need to keep increases in gross spending below the estimated trend in potential output in the economy. It justifies divergence between where the structural deficit is and where the MTO, 0.5. So we have to, but within those rules, Chair, there's discretion for Parliament in this country and any other country to increase spending if they're compliant with the rules. There was a view that unexpected revenues wouldn't necessarily be spent, and that's true if spending those wouldn't be consistent with the rules. But if you could argue that they're consistent with the rules, then unexpected revenues can be used to fund unexpected spending. So our preference would be that we stick within the rules, and that revenues that come in are used to improve the balance, if those revenues are a function of it improving the economy and improving cyclical position. But it comes down to interpretation of ultimately the EU.
So we can carry on?
No.
But okay, let me ask you this question. The estimates that were published by the Minister last week, part of the budget statement, what headroom is there in that for extra expenditure by the end of 19 without breaking the rules?
We don't believe there's any extra headroom.
But you probably said that last year and we found an extra 100 billion.
We don't believe there's any extra headroom.
Was there headroom last year?
No, there wasn't.
But yet there was an extra billion spent
because the assessment of where the economy moved, the assessment of the fiscal position, revenue changes. But we have been fortunate in the last number of years that we've been in a growth phase where revenue has been.
Corporation tax.
There's a cyclical, very strong cyclical recovery, and we know that will come to an end. And as we get to full employment now, there's less headroom in the economy, so the future will be different. So, but irrespective of that, we're not happy with the fact that, if you look across the vast majority of the votes, Chair, the vast majority of the votes stay within profile. And this table, and I'm not criticising anybody for producing the table, but this table is a snapshot. You can produce another table which shows all the votes, which has a different impression. But there is an issue in the areas that you mentioned, and we all know the issues.
Okay, so today for next year there's no headroom, but if we get a windfall again next year, there's plenty of headroom to absorb it. That's kind of so.
People like myself would advise the minister, or future minister, we would give a clear view about what should happen with those unexpected revenues.
Same as last year. Use them.
You can guess what advice we'd give ourselves.
I know what you're going to say, but we know what. But then, supposing on the headroom issue, supposing there is an actual 500 million shortfall in corporation tax, and you say it changes the profile of what happened during. Do the rules require us during the course of a year to reduce expenditure?
Well, they might, depending upon the assessment. They might, Chair, absolutely. If you have, we don't know.
No, in any other EU country who's not in the phase we're in, this is European.
Well, there are debates taking place now in terms of the Italian budget, which is not dissimilar, where the Italians are increasing their deficit beyond what they had previously committed to. Now, partly it's due to revenue shortfall, it's also due to spending additional money above what the previous government in Italy was committed to doing. And that will be discussion now at Council
level. And they can get EU Commission approval ultimately.
We shall see what happens.
That can happen.
We shall see what happens.
Okay, you can understand my question. I see these systemic, we were kind of all fed the line a few years ago, supplementary estimates are gone. They're not really based on the headroom, based on growth. And there is plenty of wriggle room, is what you're telling me.
No, I'm not saying there's plenty of wriggle room, but what I'm saying is that it's possible.
We're in the one's corner on this one now, believe it or not. I'd be agreeing with holding the line if we re-estimate.
I think
it doesn't happen.
We shall see in the future how the rules interact with how the economy evolves and how the budget evolves. But we will face a situation in the future where we won't meet our revenue forecast, where revenues will fall, and a decision has to be taken then whether that fall is due to a cyclical issue or whether it's due to that we underestimated growth in the economy. And depending on the assessment, that will determine whether we take corrective action, whether the government of the day will take corrective action, or whether we allow the deficit or the surplus to disimprove.
Okay.
It depends on the assessment.
Sorry, Deputy Connolly.
Four quick things. One is just out of interest, under paragraph 5.2 in the appropriation account for 17, just pensioners, and then 8.3, ex gratia pensions for widows and children. Will you just clarify that for me? The ex gratia pensions for widows and children of civil servants, members of the judiciary and court officers. Just the nature of those ex gratia payments. Was there no cover there? Or?
So they payments under the Widows and Orphans scheme, John? Yeah. So they payments under the Widows and Orphans scheme, that the scheme that civil servants are part of. So payments will be made then to, I presume, for people who die in service, payments to their spouse.
But there's payments under the.
Payment in retirement, is it in retirement? Okay. So these are people who've died in retirement, John, and then their widows and children still have an entitlement under the Widows and Orphans scheme.
And why are they called ex gratia payments?
Yeah, it's not the best expression for them.
They're entitled to it.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then just in relation to, I'm not sure if this was answered already, in relation to accounting for property assets, Chapter 5, and your response was you acknowledge the limitations of current financial framework. You acknowledge and you talk about a review. Has the review started? Is there a time frame for the review? Who's carrying it out?
Yeah, so there's an issue of how we value assets and how we.
No, I understand all that. My question, no, you said a review. So has the review started?
Yeah. So we had over the last few weeks we had officials from the OECD who were in with us talking about practices in other countries. But I think this whole question of the budgeting accounting for capital assets, I think, is a function of how far we can move to accrual accounting in the future and how we go it. And it depends on the financial management shared services scheme, which we're hoping to introduce at the beginning of next year. It's a question of our capacity, our system's capacity to modernise the accounting system so we can move to full accrual and balance sheet accounts. The current system, as you can see, Deputy, with the accounts are presented on a cash base, and then there's a part accrual. So the review we're talking about there relates to the OECD review, which is undertaking, and we're hoping to have a report by the end of this year.
Has it started, the review?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's undertaken that review?
OECD are doing the review.
The OECD are doing it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, and that will be completed at the end of this year?
End of 2018, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Deputy, you may recall the chairman informed the committee that he attended a meeting with the OECD group who are carrying out that undertaking, and my office met them as well.
Great, lovely. Okay, and last two things, just in relation to what I brought up about value for money and the provision of services, and you kindly said if this is brought to your attention that you look at it. But just to go back, and I was asking about how do ye pick this up, and you answered me, but I actually forget what you said, Mr. Watt, So I'm talking specifically about the framework that was brought in for the provision of services and how you judge whether that's more effective in terms of value for money. What analysis do ye do?
So we would look at the cost. What was the cost of the service? The value of the service. So it depends on the nature of what we're procuring. So some services that are more amenable to matrix easier matrix, other services where the service is more heterogeneous, it's very hard to make comparisons between different service providers or between different periods and different times.
So if I was to follow up on this with you and I'd say this is the framework that they have no choice but to implement, and we'll say that framework was brought in 2016 or 17, whenever, where would I see where you've actually evaluated that framework is producing better value for money than the previous? Do you understand the point I'm making? Very specifically, yeah.
Yeah, so
where will I follow that up? Where will I see that you've evaluated that?
So we set out, because of the issues we spoke about earlier about non-compliance with procurement processes, we move into a situation where the OGP has frameworks in place and bodies can access those frameworks. That's the whole...
No, the framework in place is, the consequence of the framework is that they procure the services in this manner. What I'm being told on the ground, that manner is not cost effective. Well, it's actually, just because I want to be clear, because I wasn't clear the last time, the fault is on me. So if that framework is leading to a process which is not saving money, but it's actually costing more money, that's what I'm being informed. How do you, what does your department do about that? Do you just leave the framework in place and say it's more cost effective?
So the framework will be in place for a period, usually 3 years.
3 years,
and then we would review it after that period.
And during that 3 years, is there any way for people to come forward and say, look, this is not actually working, it's costing more?
If it's not working, we could pause the framework and we could say we're no longer using that framework to procure services. But as I mentioned earlier, Deputy, we're happy to talk to you in more detail about.
Well, it's not so much, and I understand that, but it's not so much me as the people who are seeing this happening on the ground. What is there? Because ultimately it's about accountability and what processes are in place. So if people on the ground, and of course lots of people are afraid of putting their head above the parapet for lots of reasons, but if they're seeing things happen, is there a process where they can say, actually, look, this is much more expensive? That's what I'm really trying to get out.
There's a process, and the OGP, there's various groups where they link in with SMEs and different bodies and industry associations who would give a view on how the frameworks are working and how we're engaging with the sector.
Well, if we
there are various bodies that are there.
Well, if we take the GRTBs, for example, and the board, is there a mechanism in place looking at this framework to say, well, look, it's in place 2 years? But it's
I don't know the details.
You don't know.
I'm happy for the team to be with you.
The final question is just in relation to rents again, and your own study that you did in relation to them. And if you're going to do these studies, which are very welcome, and the paper is welcome, the follow-up is essential. And so this paper is clearly recommending a follow-up in terms of analysis of value for money between renting and purchasing or whatever other. Now, tied in with that is the mise en place, where clearly the Comptroller and Auditor General outlined in very clear terms, paragraph 610, it was noted that there was no evidence of detailed consideration of other options. The mise en place was identified as virtually the only option. No cost-effectiveness analysis or other economic appraisal was carried out. In particular, there was no consideration of lease, buy or build options. There was no evidence that the full costs of this plaza were identified and so on. Now, where you come into this is ye approved that lease. And I put this to you at the beginning when I came in. Ye approved that lease.
We did.
Isn't there there's no evidence that they looked at other options?
I haven't read the CNAG's report on this.
Oh, okay, I don't mean to...
one of the reports that I'm here to talk about
just 1 second.
I'm very happy to look at it.
Oh, no, I'm trying to make a general point. That's one example. We have another example in Galway, apparently, in relation to the revenue building in Galway. We have other examples, Forest na Gaeilge, which we've raised many times here, where the business case identified a different solution and they're renting a building. Of course, we have the NTMA, of which you're on the board, and we have NAMA. Huge amount of money going out in rent. If this is an example of the options appraisal, we're in serious trouble here, aren't we? In a sense, that there's no proper options appraisal being done in relation to alternatives.
I'm not, like, I can't be asked to comment on reports I haven't had a chance to read.
No, I'm asking you to comment on. No, I'm asking you to comment on value for. I'll stop. I will let you, Chair. I will. But just to be clear, I'm not. You read that. What I'm talking about here is renting buildings and actively being in the market where the rents are not sustainable, and we have government departments, not government departments, government bodies doing that. That's what I'm asking you to comment on.
It could be worse to buy a building in an unsustainable market, renting it in an unsustainable market.
You don't know. You don't know that, and I only can say. Well, no, actually, you're looking for more research in this paper.
Well, I do know that if you buy a building in an unsustainable market, it's worse than leasing it in an unsustainable market.
We can afford to be glib, or we can afford.
I'm just making I'm very happy to come back, and the chair has asked me to come back on some of the issues, and I'm very happy.
The topic has come up a few times.
I'm not stonewalling. I just, between the time that the report by the CNG was published and now, basically, we had a budget to do for 2 weeks, which took all my time. And since the budget, I've been doing other things I'm preparing for today, so I haven't had a chance to read all the reports.
This was July 18. This has nothing to do with
I know the report. I know the.
No, this has nothing to do with the Comptroller and Auditor General's report. It's a more general point, zoning in on the absence of data, the need for further research, the need to compare and contrast. That has to inform policy, that type of research. When is it going to be done? When is this paper going to be followed up with the specific recommendations?
So I will check in terms of what our work that report was published in July.
Yep.
So I will check with colleagues in terms of where we're going. Go back to the chair as part of it.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Watt there, and sorry it was late, so I didn't want to be asking questions that were probably asked already in repetition. I just wonder about the new single public service pension scheme that you spoke of, established in 2012 under the Service Pension Act. And I see here from the report, to date 14 bodies are making employers' contribution, and at 14 September 2018 have made contributions totaling 4.35 million. But then it goes on to, as of September 2018, the Department have yet to finalise the list of all state bodies that will be required to make employers' pension contributions in respect of single scheme employees. Could you explain that? I know the chairman touched on this. So could you explain that, why why 14.5 million, and then there's another bit here that's saying you have yet to finalise it. So there are some bodies, Deputy, who are liable to make employer contributions in respect of part of their activities, and there was uncertainty about how this is applied, and we issued a circular. When we issued a circular, John, 2016, setting out what we believe is an interpretation of the Act. So, in effect, this is something which we've been chasing up, Deputy. And, but why did it take 4 years, 2012, to act? So you're now defining the Act in 2016. So a number of the bodies were making contributions, were making employer contributions, and it came to our attention that there could be other relevant authorities who weren't making the contributions, and we're just chasing up and clarifying. But you can be assured, and I mentioned this earlier, that any funds that are outstanding and are owed to the Exchequer from these bodies will be recouped. And we will to the employees themselves, does it make any difference prior to 2012? The employees have been making their contributions, so that's been remitted to the Exchequer. But the contributions that people make post 2012, pre 2012 are different in terms of contributions. And the 14.5 million, 4.35 million, that has been spent on current day-to-day expenditure, paying the pensioners that are there, as the chairman has asked. So there's no pot being created. No. Even though these contributions are being made by the employees, the taxpayer have to carry that in a later stage when they retire. That's the way it's going. And is that proper management, we say, of a pension fund, as we know pension funds that we all have private? So the state pension funds are pay-as-you-go pension funds. So this year there's over 3.2 billion paid out on behalf of the previous liability, accrued liability of public servants who are now retiring, and that's paid for out of current receipts. But is that covered? So the money you're getting in covering the money we're getting in effect covers it. Yeah, it's all receipts to the state cover it, whether it's appropriations and aid or taxation, it covers it. But I think it's a valid point which the chair outlined, and I agree that we do need to look at the accounting treatment of this and the extent to which over time we'll allocate the receipts into fund, and that will be part funding future pensions. Yeah, we're lowering the burden onto future taxpayers of this country on a scheme that's in place at the moment. And that really, reality, it has to be paid in the future by the taxpayers of the future. Yeah, the terms of from 2014, the terms of the scheme are less for the taxpayer than the previous scheme. But we'll never come to a stage there where the contributions will be actually put away and put into a reserve fund. Well, that's the issue that we're debating. Yeah. When can you see that envisaged? It's something that we haven't gone to the minister about or haven't gone to government about, but it's something that myself and John, our colleagues on the pension side, have been debating.
And it's something that we did before, not exactly analogous, but in relation to the National Pension Reserve Fund, where we use money from the sale of Aircommon and contributions each year to build up a fund, which I think was to fund, 1/3 of it was to fund public service pensions and 2/3 was social welfare. So we did have that pre-funding in the past, and it's something certainly we would like to move to a more funded scheme for public pensions. It won't be entirely funded, but to have it partly funded.
Is the new scheme a better guarantee to the employee than the old scheme, or is it much the same?
I think the guarantee is the guarantee. If you believe in the sovereignty of the state, the sovereignty of the state, well then the pensions are guaranteed. So it's as strong as it was in the past.
Or recessions, anything won't affect, we say they won't affect the pensions, they're guaranteed no matter what happens.
They're guaranteed, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think at this stage, and thank you Deputy Aylward, so at this stage we've concluded our discussion in relation to a number of votes, a number of chapters and a number of CNAG special reports. So we've done quite a bit this morning, even though some of it has been before us off and on up to now. Before we conclude, I want to thank the witness from the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform for their attendance and for the material that you will be sending on to us shortly. But I do want to say, in the course of our work, so you'll be aware, we have agreed that we will be looking at the issue of procurement across the board, so that topic will be up in front of us all the time. We have said we will come back and look at the public-private partnerships as part of our work programme for this year. We know we've been getting some information. How good it is or not, we don't know. We haven't looked at it yet. So that's an ongoing topic on our agenda. And then thirdly, you sent us there recently, over a period, the official minute of the response to our earlier periodic report. We haven't yet had an opportunity, so we may, depending on those reports, have to write back to you on some of those issues. But we'll come to all that as it arises. I'm just really alerting you. There's some of the issues that cut across your department will continue to be discussed here between now and then. So, as I said, I want to thank you all for your attendance here today. And in the afternoon, we are meeting with the Department of Education and Skills and the Higher Education Authority, and we are now suspended until 2 p.m. Thank you. And we're joined again this afternoon by the Comptroller and Auditor General Seán McCarthy as a permanent witness to the committee, and by Colette Trinan, Deputy Director of Audit. Today we're looking at the Department of Education and Skills and the Higher Education Authority. We are meeting with the Department of Education and Skills and the Higher Education Authority in relation to the Higher Education Authority Financial Statements 2017, matters in respect of governance arrangements in the Department of Education and Skills and the HEA for the third level sector. The committee has been given a lot of consideration to matters in relation to the third level sector over the last 2 years, and in July of last year we published our report on the examination of financial statements in the third level sector. A key recommendation of our report, which we published last year, was that the committee is of the view that the balance between the Department of Education and the Higher Education Authority in relation to financial and governance oversight of the third level sector may need to be reviewed and updated. The committee is of the opinion that the HEA has a key role to play in ensuring that the important issues raised in this report are addressed by each institution. Currently, the committee is of the opinion that the HEA needs to be empowered and resourced to carry out a greater oversight role effectively. Mr Graham Love has been CEO for the HEA for the last 2 years and is due to leave the organisation this month. The committee felt that it is important to engage with him and the department prior to his stepping down from this role. While there have been newspaper reports in relation to Mr Love's resignation, we did receive a copy of that resignation letter. Our engagement today is not about the personal circumstances of the resignation. It is to ascertain, as per our recommendations of our work today to the committee, the level of progress towards empowerment and resourcing of the HEA to ensure it is better oversight of the third level sector. Currently, I would ask members to keep the focus on the balance of and the changes to the HEA and the department's oversight of third level institutions. So I hope that's agreed all round. We are joined today by the Department of Education and Skills by Seán Fallu, Secretary General, William Bosang, Assistant Secretary, Tom Gaynor, Principal Officer, and Stephanie Good, Assistant Principal. We're joined today from the Higher Education Authority by Michael Horgan, Chairman. You're welcome. Were you here before? No, so you're very welcome. Others have been here before, so they're familiar with the process. Dr Graham Love, Chief Executive, Niall McDermott, Assistant Principal Officer, Sheena Duffy, Assistant Principal Officer, and Stuart Roach, Management Accountant. Can I remind members again and all witnesses to turn off all mobile phones and put them onto airplane mode, as merely putting them onto silent will continue to interfere with the recording system. I advise witnesses that by virtue of 17(2)(1 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are thereafter only entitled to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise nor make charges against any person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of the provisions of Standing Orders 186 that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions put to them by the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. We will take the CNAG's opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, I'll introduce the Higher Education Authority's financial statements for 2017. The Higher Education Authority is the statutory planning and policy development body for higher education and research in Ireland. It's the primary funding authority for the universities, institutes of technology, teacher training colleges and a number of other designated education bodies. Over 90% of the HEA's income comes directly from Vote 26, Education and Skills, with the balance largely consisting of research funding from Vote 32, Business, Enterprise and Innovation. The HEA had gross expenditure of €1.17 billion in 2017, as shown in the figure, which I think you can see. The bulk of that expenditure was in the form of grants to education bodies for specified purposes, either current spending, including fee recoupment to colleges, capital project funding or research. I issued a clear audit opinion in respect of the HEA's 2017 financial statements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you indeed. Have we an opening statement, Mr. Love? Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Today I'm joined by the Chairman of the HEA, Michael Horgan, my colleagues Sheena Duffy and Neil McDermott from the HEA's System Funding and Governance sections, and to my right here, Stuart Roach, our Management Accountant. HEA's accounts for 2017 were recently presented to this committee. These were certified, as you've just heard, by the CNAG at the end of June, and I am pleased to note that once again our accounts have been certified with no issues arising therein. In 2017, the HEA allocated over €1 billion in funding to the higher education sector. This covers the traditional core grant to institutions, but also targeted initiatives such as Springboard, which provides free places on courses for the unemployed and people returning to education, and the Irish Research Council that acts as the key national funder of basic research across all disciplines. The allocation of funding is a significant responsibility for the HEA, but one that it performs effectively. I would also like to update the committee on other developments since we last appeared here in May. Independent review of the spin-out and sale of companies from the TSSG, the Telecommunications Software and Systems Group at Waterford Institute of Technology. In May, I briefed the committee on the status of the report arising from the independent review of the spin-out and sale, this report, I'll be brief here, and the reasons why it has not been published. I want to assure the committee that the HEA and the Department of Education and Skills are working together in order to progress this matter as soon as possible, and I am happy to brief you in further detail here today. University of Limerick. In November 2017, the HEA published Dr. Richard Thorne's report on the University of Limerick. The report made 36 findings and 10 recommendations to be implemented by the university. The HEA continues its monitoring of UL's implementation of the recommendations arising from the Thorne report. 8 of the 10 recommendations have been implemented and the remaining 2 are on course for completion by the end of the year. Rolling governance review. At the May meeting in May, I also briefed the committee on the HEA's rolling governance reviews. Our first such review dealt with procurement and our second with intellectual property policies. This year's rolling review will focus on employee remuneration, and other benefits. As with previous reviews, the rolling review is based on a sample range of universities, institutes of technology and other colleges. The institutions to be examined as part of the review have been notified and fieldwork for the review will commence shortly. Procurement. Procurement rightly remains an area of focus for this committee. Our first rolling review in 2016 focused on procurement and led in part to the HEA's annual Higher Education Procurement Summit. This year's summit in April saw the launch of a corporate procurement plan template that will help higher education institutions to better plan their procurement requirements and ensure better compliance with national procurement guidelines. The plan has generated a lot of interest, and there is a commitment by institutions to adopt the templates and complete this work to ensure and improve compliance in this area. Financial reporting. In relation to financial reporting, earlier this year, the CNAG published its annual report on public sector financial reporting, and I am pleased to note that there continues to be improvement in the timeliness of the production of financial statements for higher education institutions, particularly for the universities, technological universities. 28 has seen not only the passing of the technological universities legislation, but also our first TU designation. In July, the Government announced that the application for TU status for the TU for Dublin Consortium would be granted, and it is on course to officially become a university next January. Other TU consortia continue to make progress with their respective applications. Strategic dialogue. Next week, the HEA will commence its annual round of strategic dialogue meetings with higher education institutions. At these meetings, institutions will receive feedback from the HEA and a panel of external advisors on their mission-based performance compacts. These compacts set out each institution's strategic priorities and its contribution to overall system objectives. In closing this statement, and as I finish up my role as Chief Executive, I wish to acknowledge the work of the HEA staff and their contribution in supporting and overseeing the development and growth of the higher education sector. I also wish my successor, Paul O'Toole, the very best in taking up the role of Interim Chief Executive, and I'm confident that he will bring a valuable insight and experience from his time in Solas. I and my colleagues are now happy to answer any queries the committee may have.
Can I have opening? And just, Paul O'Toole moving from Solas over?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. We'll have now the opening statement from Seán Fallu, Secretary General.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you. To assist me today, I'm joined by my colleagues William Bosang and Tony Gaynor, who the Chair has already introduced. The HEA's 2017 financial statements were certified by the Office of the Comptroller and Auditor General on the 29th of June with a clear audit opinion. The HEA is the statutory funding body for the higher education sector, and one of its core functions is the allocation of monies provided by the Oireachtas for universities, institutes of technology and other designated institutions. In 2017, the HEA allocated over €1 billion of exchequer funding to the higher education sector in the form of recurrent grants, access grants, capital grants and research grants. The importance of good governance is a theme which can be clearly identified within the HEA's financial statements. In addition to the high standards of corporate governance within the authority as evidenced in the financial statements, the HEA has also introduced a number of measures in recent years to further enhance their role in relation to the governance and accountability of the higher education institutions under their remit. Measures that have been taken include the following. The introduction of a new governance framework for the higher education system in 2015, the purpose of which is to provide assurance of compliance with legislative and other requirements and more timely and responsive interventions to address any issues arising. The new governance framework also makes clear the central oversight role of the HEA in monitoring governance practices across the system. Reduced timelines for the submission of draft accounts for certification by the CNAG and for submission of annual governance statements to the HEA. The HEA also meets quarterly with the CNAG to discuss the status of CNAG audits of financial statements of higher education institutions and the identification of any issues or difficulties arising. In 2016, the HEA commenced the introduction of a programme of rolling reviews on governance matters. The first rolling review focused on procurement, followed by a review of intellectual property in higher education institutions. A further rolling review has commenced in 2018, focusing on staff remuneration and benefits in institutions. The review of the allocation model for funding higher education institutions undertaken by the HEA was published in January. The review proposes a reformed funding model that would provide greater transparency in how state investment in higher education is being allocated. It would also provide for stronger and clearer links between national strategic priorities and the types of programmes being delivered in higher education institutions. In addition, the HEA ensures that codes of practice are in place in respect of the Institutes of Technology and universities. The updated code of practice for the institutes was published by THEA in January 2018, and it is anticipated that the university's code will be completed shortly. The department works closely with the HEA to strengthen governance arrangements and ensure a robust system of accountability in the sector. The HEA, as an aegis body of the department, is itself required to comply with the 2016 Code of Practice for the governance of state bodies. The annual allocation letters from the department to the HEA highlight the code's requirements, and compliance with the code is one of the terms and conditions under which the department funds the HEA. In accordance with the provisions of the 2016 Code, the Department has a performance delivery agreement with the HEA. The agreement sets out the purpose and scope of the agreement and defines the roles of both organisations. The core activities and key services which are to be provided by the HEA are agreed and set out together with how each service commitment is to be measured. The current agreement covers the period January 2018 to December 2018. The 2018 PDA supports specific high-level goals and objectives of the Department and HEA and sets targets in line with the HEA Statement of Strategy and Work Plan for 2018. It also defines the output and outcome measures on which the performance of the HEA will be measured. A number of review meetings are set out within the agreement in order to allow the Department to formally review the HEA's progress in respect of the agreed deliverables. In addition to these meetings, the Department and HEA currently meet more regularly than provided for in the agreement. There are regular meetings on specific issues and on general themes such as funding or governance across the sector. As well as ensuring open channels of communication are maintained, these regular dialogues between the Department and the HEA facilitate a collaborative approach to managing issues presenting across the sector. Another important element of the relationship between the HEA and the Department is the annual System Performance Report, which sets out progress across the higher education sector against the agreed national policy objectives that have been identified by the Minister. In addition, the Financial Accountability Framework is an agreement to provide for proper and effective use of public funding, effective control, audit and accountability measures, and cost-effective and efficient delivery of service. A corporate governance risk register and an early warning reporting system are also in place to enable the HEA to identify to the Department any potential risks and allow for early intervention in order to address them. The Department has worked very closely and very effectively with Dr Love during his time as Chief Executive of the HEA on a range of issues that include very significant reforms to the funding model for higher education, the institutional landscape and the governance framework between the HEA and the Department and between the HEA and higher education institutions. I would like to publicly acknowledge the contribution that Dr Love and his colleagues in the HEA have made over the past 18 months in delivering on these important reforms. I would also like to wish him every success for the future. I am conscious that the Department has been in correspondence with the Committee on a number of issues, particularly in relation to higher education in recent times. I want to assure the Committee that the issues that have been raised in the sector are taken very seriously by the Department. We are working with the institutions through the HEA to seek to have the issues dealt with appropriately and as effectively as possible. I am happy to provide an update to the Committee on any of the issues that have been raised. I would like to highlight one issue in particular before concluding. I understand that the Committee have inquired as to the current position on the independent review of the spin-out and sale of companies from the TSSG at Waterford Institute of Technology. As committee members are aware, I am precluded from involvement in this matter and I will defer to my department colleagues present here today to answer any questions you may have in this regard. I'm happy to answer any other questions from the committee.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Falloon. And moving on now to time slots for the members. Members have indicated in the following sequence: Deputy David Cullinane, Alan Kelly, Marc MacSharry, Catherine Murphy, Catherine Connolly, and the opening speaker will have 20 minutes, second speaker 15. Because it's the afternoon, I'm going to stick with the time and people will have another opportunity, because in case people have to get away, I want to give everybody an opportunity. So I'll be strict on time, so 20 is 20, okay? And 15 is 15 and 10 is 10. Okay, so 20 minutes.
Thank you, Gerhard. I was going to say, can you remind me when I have a half an hour left?
Pardon?
But I'll take the 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I first of all welcome Mr. O'Fallou and his team, and also Mr. Love and his team as well. And because it is your last appearance before the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Love, to thank you for your service with the HEA and also for your engagements with the PAC. I think you have been a very helpful witness to us for the number of occasions you have been here. And you've also been a staunch defender of the higher education sector. I think that should be put on the record, and rightly so. So I would commend you for the work that you have done. I have issues in relation to, or questions in relation to your own statement of resignation, Mr. Lovell. I'll wait. I'll come to those in a moment. I just want to, if I can, just ask a number of questions in relation to the independent review of the spin-out companies in Waterford IT. I would hope that you would share or understand at least the frustration that I would have and we would have in respect of this issue, given that we were due, I think, to have a report last September or October. I met a lot of people who engaged with Mr. McLuhan as part of this process. In fact, I met him myself at his request. I know a lot of people have come forward. I believe in due process, so I believe that we can't draw any conclusions, and we have to wait until the report is published. But we did get a letter from the TUI, which was debated here at the last hearing, where they expressed concerns on behalf of their members, who in good faith engaged with the process as well, and feel aggrieved that we're a year on and there is still no report. Good, bad or indifferent, whatever the report says, the report says. So my first question is, you did brief us in committee in private session before as to some of the challenges. I don't want to put you in a position where it might be more difficult to publish a report. So my questions are, do you first of all understand the frustration that we would have and that staff would have? Can you second of all outline to this committee, if you have the numbers, how many people in WIT, and maybe those who did work in WIT, how many people engaged with Mr. McLuhan as part of his process? Was it dozens? Do you have any idea of how many people would have engaged with it? And when are we likely to see the report? So either we're going to see a report which comes from the draft one which is there, or the process has to start again. I don't know, but one way or the other, we need a resolution of this issue today, in my view. And if you're not in a position to answer the question, then the department needs to answer it. But I'm very anxious that we get clarity, absolute clarity, for everybody involved, including management and staff at WIT. Everybody, I think, would benefit from having this report published as soon as possible. So maybe if I can start with those questions. So to yourself first, Mr. Love, and then maybe the department if you're not in a position to answer the question.
Sure, Deputy Cullinane, I'll take the three. So first to say, share the frustration. There's been a lot of time spent on this, and I want to make very clear there's been a lot of spotlight on this, so that frustration is palpable on our side of the table as well, just to put that on the record. And that, to say up front, it is our intention that a report will be published. I just want to be clear as a statement of principle and objective. Your second question was how many people have been engaged with. Over 50 came forward, and that's part of that review with Mr. McLuhan. More indeed than I think we expected at the time. So many, quite a number of people. And I think we were actually surprised at that number at the time. Your third and probably most important question is the status of the report and where that's going, because it is indeed almost a year later, and that's intolerable for us, and as I say, deeply frustrating. I think, as I've updated before, I'll be careful what I say, but I need to give enough to satisfy the committee about what the situation is. That we'd run into very significant legal challenge or problems with the report, including a very considered statement that I would effectively be exposing the HEA to very significant litigation, risks of litigation and damages. And we actually went further to that. We produced a modified version, still major risks considered. We got senior counsel opinion on it, who indeed went as far as to say that we were not necessarily empowered to be doing this, quite frankly, and we've engaged extensively with the department. And I understand now it's with the department and has gone all the way to the Attorney General. So, and we're waiting for that to come back. So that's quite significant, but I think it's important, given the nature of this, to be upfront about that.
And I know Mr. O'Fallou can't answer the questions, but I have to say I'm amazed. I really am amazed and blown away by the fact that this has got to the Attorney General's office. Look, that's extraordinary that we have arrived at that situation. I mean, for those 50 people who came forward and were part of this process, to end up in a situation where the report has, in a sense, if I'm reading you right, the senior counsel is saying that don't publish this report, and it's with the department. So the department are trying to figure out what do we do and getting advice from the Attorney General. But how did we end up in that situation? I mean, obviously, and I can only read from that the process overreached itself, or it was the terms of reference weren't clear, or the person who did the review overstepped the mark, or whatever. I don't know. I want to be very careful about what I say, because I don't want to prejudice whatever report does come out. I want to see a report, but I have to put on the record a deep frustration. And I have been personally attacked by an accounting officer, which Mr. Fallu is somebody that you have accountability over as well. And I do my work in here without fear or favour. It is a matter of fact.
Clarify, there's no accounting officer in this.
Oh no, it's the accounting officer. It's the accounting officer in Waterford.
It's the accountable person.
Accountable person, yes. But Mr. Fallu, I'm sure, knows the nature of that. So it's a matter of fact that 50 people engage with this process. That's a matter of fact. It's a matter of fact that obviously they express concerns. If there's a draft report that there's a fear of litigation, then I think that speaks for itself in terms of maybe some of what was in the report. So I'm just aghast that it's gone to the Attorney General's office. This is just bizarre. So Mr. Fallu, can you, not Mr. Fallu, sorry, whoever is taking, Mr. Busan, can you enlighten me as to what the department can do now to salvage this report?
Yeah, maybe it would be useful just to outline how we've got the different steps that we've have gone through to get to the point that we currently are, Deputy. I mean, you were briefed by the CEO of the HEA at your May meeting in private session where things stood. So subsequent to that briefing, we met with the HEA, the CEO and his team, to discuss the draft review and the legal advice that they'd got on the submissions that they'd received, that the CEO, that Dr. Love has outlined. We responded back to the CEO with our view of that legal assessment back in June. The meeting was on the 5th of June. We met with the CEO and his team on the 11th of June. So this wasn't a legal, where we, it was a response from the officials in the department to the legal advice that the HA had, that they advised you of in that May private session. I think that letter was considered by the board of the HA, or a subcommittee of the board of the HEA, and culminated in the HA requesting senior counsel's advice. Now, the senior counsel advice is a much broader piece of work relating, as Dr. Love has already said, to the powers that the HA have to carry out reviews and investigations. So it was a very significant, a very substantial legal analysis that arrived into us, I think, at the end of July, if I'm correct. And subsequent to that, we worked through with our own in-house legal advisor, the in-house counsel, who's actually a seconded official of the Department of the Office of the Attorney General, to develop our understanding and formulate a question, because obviously a scenario in which the HEA's legal advice is wide-ranging.
Could I ask, did the department at any point advise the HEA not to publish the report?
Well, the report is a report that has been commissioned by the HEA.
Yes,
so
and it was a draft report which was subsequently modified, as we know. So there's a now modified version which we didn't know about until now. So I'm talking that modified version. Did the department offer the HEA any advice or even give any direction in respect of that report being published or not published?
Well, that wouldn't be appropriate for us to do, Deputy. I mean, the decision-making on the publication and reflecting what the CEO has already said, that's a matter that the board of the HEA have been raising, arrived at a point on the basis of...
So when Mr Love said it was with the department...
Pardon?
When Mr Love then said that this is now with the department...
No, the legal advice is with the department. Okay. So, and the legal advice relates to this much broader issue as to the powers of the HEA to carry out reviews and investigations, including reviews and investigations of the nature that arise in this case.
I tell you what, I'm going to come back to this in the second round. I'll ask to be put down for a second round, because I want to deal specifically with those issues and to maybe tease some of that out. But I'm very alarmed from what I've heard so far. I have to say this has been a right mess. God Almighty, it's just ridiculous how this has worked out, but I'll come back to it. Mr Love, if I can come to your resignation email, I think it was, a letter that you sent to Mr Horgan, who's the chair of your organisation. And I don't want to put you in a difficult position at all, because I think that would be unfair of any member of this committee to do that. But I think it is fair for us to ventilate the issues that you put in writing in your resignation email. I think that's important from our perspective in terms of how it interacts with our work. So you said in your email that you formed a view that your role has not matched your expectations. Can you just expand on that for me first, please?
Yes, Deputy. I think the key attractant for me to this job back in 2016 when I was approached was the kind of role that is strategic development of the sector. That's the area I'm interested in. That was what was so attractive about it, and something as important as higher education in Ireland. That was the key attractant. And for the reasons I've outlined below, there's 4 of them there, I found it difficult to actually deliver on strategic development of the sector.
Why?
I've mentioned, I think there was challenges in terms of the lack of role clarity between the agency and the department, the difficulties posed by the lack of resolution to the funding crisis, the nature of the executive board relationship and the dominance of the compliance and regulatory agenda.
Can I just then talk you through those individually? Because I'm just interested in what you mean by all of that. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's important for you maybe to expand and put on the record what you mean. So you said that the actual nature of your job militates against any realistic opportunity to deliver much needed strategic development in the sector, which is what we were interested in. And in fact, we're working with you and I would hope the department in making that happen. So what do you mean by the actual nature of your job militating against being able to deliver the reforms which are necessary?
I found that the issues I was facing day to day, or that we were facing today, actually it was a typical classic case of the urgent crowding out the important. And you know, as alluded to actually in the previous conversation, I think it's worth developing here because it explains a lot of the lack of role clarity question that's raised. There is a significant issue with the HEA legislation. So let me be very clear on that. This legislation dates from 1971, and if I can put it this way, the HEA is good at allocating funding. The HEA is good at policy advice, the gathering of statistics and data analytics, etc., in relation to policy advice. It is good to a degree at advocacy for the system. It struggles significantly with the 4th function, the one that was conferred on the HEA after the Hunt report on the national strategy published in 2013, which is the oversight and regulatory piece.
And why is that, Mr.
Our legislation simply doesn't enable it, does not enable it properly.
Is it the legislation solely, or is it the dynamic, the relationship between the department and the HEA?
It's significantly the legislation, Deputy, and that's what Mr. Bosang was alluding to earlier when he spoke, because we've actually found that in the conduct of a number of pieces of work, such as the one we discussed previously, the WIT report, but also actually in relation to some of the stuff with the University of Limerick and others, that we don't simply have the powers to do what is expected of a regulatory body. And when push comes to shove, we're not in a strong position at all, and that has found us I've found myself and the team trying to work almost on a voluntary and acceptance basis for things that very often are pushing people right up to the edge, and as far as that side of the equation is, we're not well set up.
So it basically, what you're saying is that while you have a responsibility for governance and oversight of institutes of technology and universities, you don't have the powers to truly be able to do that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
In all areas, okay. And that's one of the frustrations that you would have faced. And that goes back, you're saying, to the legislation and the powers that the HEA has. You also say, though, that there's a lack of clarity, role clarity, between the HEA and the Department of Education and Skills.
So at times, related to the last point, it is a question of who does what, because there are some powers in legislation for the Minister. And when it comes to actually trying to decide upon an appointment of an investigator, sending in these various functions, some of those actually lie in the domain of the Minister in legislation. The HEA does not have them, and yet there is an expectation, I think, on the part of policy, etc., with relation to the HEA that we do them, and that has caused, who's doing it here? That's what I have found significantly over the last 18 months, and it's been quite difficult at times to be clear.
Let me be clear about this now. Is the lack of clarity down to the fact that there is just general confusion, or is it down to the fact that maybe one or the other or the department decides that it's their turf and they don't want the HEA doing what they see as their job?
Well, I think it's confusion in parts, because at times we wanted to do something from our board, and I think my chairman might speak to that.
But is there any level of preciousness by the department in relation to maybe them protecting their organisation and what they do, and seeing it that this is our role and we don't want the HEA doing what we see as ours, and then the HEA maybe having a different view?
Well, I don't want to refer to it as preciousness on the part of the department, but there have been times where we have disagreed over aspects of the remit, and that has been difficult at times for us, because I suppose by policy, a la the national strategy, it's very much the expectation actually that the HEA is the agency, the oversight body, the authority on this stuff. But in fact, as we have figured out, in many of the cases, including the one we referred to earlier, that we're not really in a position to implement it.
And you see, that would concern us, because we're all here in good faith, and we shone a spotlight on the third level sector. And we always did so with a view that we have a lot of good people working in the third level sector who do a lot of good work. But we did have concerns in relation to a number of areas, and we did try and shine a spotlight. And we did struggle at times to understand who was responsible for what. And we actually did a periodic report, I think, a report on this issue where we reported on it.
Last summer, yeah.
Last summer, so we raised some of these issues. And when the head of the HEA resigns and cites the reasons why he has resigned to the Public Accounts Committee and talks about serious concerns in relation to a lack of clarity, not being able to deliver much needed strategic development in the sector, a lack of a failure to resolve overall funding issues, Mr. O'Fallou, would obviously concern members of the Public Accounts Committee. But as the Secretary General of the Department, when you read Mr. Love's resignation email, which I'm sure you did, what was your response? What was your view of that?
Response to the issues, Deputy, as opposed to the personal response to his resignation?
No interest in your views of Mr. Love. It's the issues in the email, the reasons, the concerns that he raised.
Well, I think we recognise that there are difficulties and challenges, and we are progressing to address them. I wouldn't fully agree about the extent. I wouldn't agree about the extent of challenge that there is in relation to the respective roles. And I think we have set out in our performance delivery agreement and so on that the respective roles quite clearly, and we have worked those through with regular meetings and so on.
But what are the difficulties and challenges from your perspective?
For example, we are at the moment consulting on legislation for the Higher Education Authority, and we recognise that we need to differentiate more clearly the regulatory and oversight role of the HEA. We have a public consultation which we issued on that in the summer, and we're hoping to move to legislation to clarify aspects of that.
But you're the Secretary General of the Department of Education that has responsibility for overall funding into the education sector. And I would argue as well, even though the HEA has a governance and oversight role, so does the department. And I think that there is a lack of clarity. But if I was in your shoes as Secretary General and I read an email from the head of the HEA which says that my role has not matched my expectations and the actual nature of the job militates against any realistic opportunity to deliver much needed strategic development in the sector, I'd be concerned, because if I was in your shoes, I would want to see that strategic development happen and happen quickly.
Of course I'm concerned, but I consider there has been significant strategic development in the sector, particularly during Dr. Love's time in office. And I think I highlighted some of that in my opening statement. I think the developments in relation to the funding model, I think the developments in relation to the technological universities are two very good examples of that. So I think we are working through change. I recognise, just as all senior public servants, that the role of the Chief Executive of the HEA, you have to balance different interests between strategy and governance and so on, and we're all working those challenges. So obviously I'm concerned that when he raises them with me, but I believe that we have been advancing a very significant strategic agenda for change within higher education.
So you don't agree with Mr. Love. So when someone goes to the trouble and takes a very personal risk, I would imagine as well. So I would commend Dr. Love. I would have preferred if he stayed in his role, to be honest, because I thought he was doing a very good job and was a very good witness before this committee. But he made a decision himself, and that's for him. But it's a very difficult thing to do, to walk away from a job like that, and to do so and put in writing that you have serious concerns. And essentially, I'm not able to do my job because the lines of demarcation between the HEA and the department are unclear, and I'm not able to deliver the strategic reforms which are necessary. You know, it's very troubling when he has that view, and that's his view, and he's in there. And your view seems to be completely at odds. Now, that's fine. If that's your view, that's fine. But
my view isn't completely at odds. I recognise it's a very challenging role, as all roles of senior public servants are. But I don't believe that the job is undoable. I think the HEA is on a journey of change to be more in the regulation and oversight area and in the policy advisory. And I think if for example, you look at the nature of the job specification for the role that was advertised, you see the emphasis that's being put on that. We are listening to his concerns and we are trying to work them through.
Well, I tell you what, you might listen to my concerns as well, and I'll articulate my concerns as best I can, Mr. O'Fallou. We have dealt with a number of institutes of technology and a number of universities where very serious issues emerged. University of Limerick, Cork IT, Waterford IT, Galway, Sligo. There's a CNHE report, I think, coming out in respect of Waterford and Sligo. For example, Limerick and Sligo, and a separate one, for Waterford. And some of these are issues that we raised. I remember when I first raised the issue of the spin-out companies and research and development, there was nothing to see here. There was no issue. That was basically what I was being told. And now you weren't in a position to answer the questions, but it was wait and see. There's not really anything here. So we pushed and pushed, and the more we pushed and the more we looked into it, we saw there was issues. And now we have two reports, one of which has gone to the Attorney General. I'll come back to that later. We have the CNHE's report, which will be out. We have another CNHE report into Limerick and Sligo, which will deal with a range of issues, but we know in those organisations whistleblowers came forward and raised very serious concerns. And our view collectively here, and we all raised them individually, is that we didn't think that those issues were taken as seriously as they should have been taken. That's my experience. And that there is not just, I would argue, and Mr. Love talked about maybe a lack of lines of demarcation between the HEA and the department, but then you have the institutes and the universities over here, and they're again a whole set of institutions and universities, some of whom the accounting officers believe that they're not accountable at all, as far as I can see. Some of those who came before this Public Accounts Committee, their attitude left a lot to be desired. And I have a very, but if Mr. Fallu can just respond to that. And just one last question I have.
Well, put the question now.
I put the question to Mr. Love, just my last question, and I will come back in the second round. You also talked about a difficulty in terms of the relationship between your board and the executive. What did you mean by that? And when you answer that question, can Mr. Horgan respond as well?
I think it relates to the first point. In my view, the role clarity created a cloudiness, a greyness at times that left the organisation and the department it not being completely clear whose job was what. And I found myself at times in the middle of that, trying to referee that a little bit between the authority, which I think Michael, Chairman here, will attest to shortly, were felt very frustrated at times, and then trying to actually mediate that, both on the basis of the powers that we have, and in most cases don't have, particularly when it comes to governance and oversight.
Firstly, I should say that I'm personally sorry that Graham is leaving, and he knows that I've written to him about it. You would expect that there would be some tension between the board and the chair and the chief executive and the executive, and that kind of tension is in the board and within the HEA, and in my view, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have a bit of healthy tension. I think Graham is right. I think the combination of issues coming up, of items that are within our power to do, and discovering that they weren't within our power to do, that we had a question mark over them, put him on a
kind of the meat and the sandwich, if you like, between the department looking for something and us asking him for something, something probably slightly different, caused him a lot of stress and pressure because of that. Now, it's a kind of thing that happens all the time in organisations between the board and the chief executive, and in Graham's view, it just was one of the issues that made him decide. It was one of the issues that he felt added to all the other things. Was another issue for him to make his personal decision to leave.
And just the points I made, Mr. O'Fallou might come back in terms of those issues in those institutes of technology and universities, the level of cooperation or not that this committee feels it gets from accountable persons when they come before the Public Accounts Committee. And can I just make one final point? Do you believe that heads of institutes of technology and heads of universities are fully accountable to the Public Accounts Committee and should see it as one of their functions that they are fully accountable to the Public Accounts Committee?
Deputy, it's in their legislation that they're accountable to this committee, just as I am and just as Dr. Love is. So absolutely they're accountable to the committee. I think that we have a very strong governance framework. I set out many of the elements of it in my opening statement, both between the HEA and the institutions and between the department and the HEA. The extent of governance checks and so on is significant. The institutions themselves have the primary responsibility to respond, and they should be speaking for themselves where there are breakdowns in governance issues, and they should of course report here as appropriate.
Deputy Kelly.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses, and best wishes to you, Dr. Love, in your future. Sorry to see you go. And also best wishes to Paul O'Toole, who's taken up the role. I used to work with him many years ago on Board Fáilte, so he's an excellent choice.
So we'll have a man on the inside then.
I might as well be up front and say, when you work with somebody, I have personal experience of working with the man. But anyway, I think, Dr. Love, in fairness, your openness in relation to the issues is very welcome. I think it actually is going to serve us well, and I welcome the fact that you're here today, but you're being so basically upfront in relation to the issues. I mean, it's quite obvious to all of us here in the committee who've gone through experiences of the issues in the HEA, and we've had a number of reports and interim reports in relation to third-level issues, and that there is a serious breakdown when it comes to roles and responsibilities between the department and the HEA. And it's almost a case of where, if it's a significant, difficult issue, the roles, whether it is as the accounting officers in the individual institutions or the HEA or the department, who's responsible and who takes responsibility for dealing with issues is all over the place. It's not fully known. It's not fully known internally within those three tiers, and certainly it's not fully known to people who work in them, and it's not known to us. We're the Public Accounts Committee. As regards, we know that the heads of each institution are the accountable officers, but it's almost like there's a pipeline of responsibility through the HEA, through the department, etc., etc. And where one actually takes responsibility in their own right isn't very clear. And I think that's a real issue. And I'd like Dr. Love to maybe, if he could, following on from the questioning of my predecessor, give us examples of where, and specific examples of where he feels, from a governance point of view, responsibility is falling between the cracks.
Okay. I'll give a few, but again, I have to be careful about other processes that are underway, because there are a couple of shining examples, and I think you're all well used to them, but I'll call them out here in as much as I can. The Waterford case is one, and that's very clearly the story, because we have pushed, if you like, our legal powers to the very limit, and frankly, they haven't been able to go far enough.
We know about that one, yeah.
Okay, so that's one, and a very significant one, and it's driven a lot over the past year. I think we found it very difficult in the case of Limerick previously, in terms of our capacity to go in and look at the situation, as that has been going on in there for a number of years. You know about the whistleblowers, etc. Quite significant there as well. And there's where you find, you know, who has the capacity, who has the power, the role to go in, who has the legislative basis to do so. It kind of, there is a perception it should be the HEA, but in fact we found we're not able to do so in many cases, prevented so by legislation, whether that's in the Universities Act or indeed in our own Act, 1971. Could I make a general point which I think might be of assistance in just generally colouring this palette? I think the HEA's role is changing significantly. The allocation of funding role is staying the same. It's been doing that for 30 years very well. The gathering of statistics and sort of producing, you know, intelligence about the system for policy advice, doing that very well in the main. But since the Colin Hunt report, I think 2011, that turned into the National Strategy for Higher Education, has put this kind of significant regulatory oversight role on the HEA. And that policy has developed quite a bit over the last few years, but the legislation underpinning it has not been matched that. And that's where we've run into trouble. And I think we're having a classic role change taking place in an agency that is driving some of this greyness. And that's an opinion, but I think it's...
No, I think you're spot on. I think that's a fairly accurate and useful comment. But are you saying that, I mean, Paul O'Toole is coming into this role. Are you saying that he's going to be as constrained as you are? So is it a case where basically we're in a vacuum situation where, from a regulatory point of view, nobody, whoever sits in your role, until this legislation is dealt with, will be able to deal with the issues as efficiently as we would expect, or the public would need?
Certainly the HEA, I think, when it comes to serious stuff, is not empowered and won't be until the new legislation that was referred to earlier. There's a consultation on. That needs to turn into, if that's the role envisaged, that needs to turn into hard legislation that empowers. Some of the powers do vest in the Minister, and that there are some powers in there today, in terms of the Institute of Technology Act, etc., to appoint investigators.
Just because this is pretty critical stuff here. Effectively, whoever is going to be the chief executive of the HEA until this legislative gap, which is, you know, obviously in fairness, the consultative process is going on, so we know there's a requirement to do this. But until it's actually dealt with, because of the Hunt report, because of the obvious changing role of the HEA and the legislation not matching up to it, from a regulatory point of view, we're not going to be able to meet the standards required. That's just...
It's certainly challenging. It's certainly challenging.
It's impossible.
There's another layer to this, though, if I may bring it up as well, and I think that is governing bodies in the institutions Deputy Cullinane referred to. You know, we have 24 plus institutions out there, and it's really critical they get it right, so that it's not actually relying all the time on a central body such as ourselves or the department. They have to be skilled, enabled, take responsibility to do this stuff themselves. It actually should only be the trickle over bit, you know, the exception that ends
so
up
what you're saying is that, obviously...
I'm agreeing with your general point, sorry, I just want to be clear on that.
I understand.
I'm just adding to it.
But I know that, and I know exactly what you're saying. Well, in your experience, though, when it comes to the governing bodies, obviously there's been glaring examples
cases
where there's complete breakdown, and it's fallen in your lap then to try and deal with the mess, and you don't actually have the capacity to deal with it from a legislative point of view.
In some cases,
is that a fair point?
Yeah, and in some cases, through voluntary engagement, we've managed to manoeuvre both sides to a decent solution. But it's not fit for future purpose. It needs to be improved.
I think, Chair, this is very revealing and I think from a department point of view, Dr. Love's evidence would mean that we need to speed up this process from a legislative point of view, and I think it should be a priority for the department. But Mr. Fool, you agree with that?
It is a priority. I'd support Dr. Love's comments. I think we have to be very careful that the primary responsibility is with the accountable person within each institution, and the governance role with the governing body of each institution. And the most important frameworks are the code of practices for the two sets of institutions and the oversight of those by the HEA. So what Dr. Love is referring to then is beyond that, when a very serious intervention is needed, that the partial legislative lacuna in relation to the universities, we obviously have some powers of investigation, and stronger powers of investigation in relation to the Institute of Technology. In the University of Limerick case, we worked very closely with the HEA, and we worked in partnership. We together engaged with UL, and with UL's agreement, the HEA led on an independent review. So it was possible, but we had to get their agreement to do it. Furthermore, we have come up with a concept together with the HEA, which has also worked well, of rolling reviews. And those rolling reviews, and as Deputy Cullinane mentioned, in the spin-out area was one example, procurement was another, and they were very, very helpful in terms of advancing policy.
Thanks. Sorry for rushing you, just time, obviously. Some specific questions. In July, we were promised a report from the HEA in relation to the CIT companies. I know we've referred to the Waterford. Where is that at?
Yes, that has
spin out the CIT companies.
The investigation.
I mean, CIT. Sorry, I have to be honest with you. CIT is the gift that never stops giving to this committee. It's been going on for years. It's incredible, the evidence that's given inside here. And if, from a regulatory point of view, if you want an example of breakdown and falling between the cracks, that's it. But anyway, where is
just
this
to give
report?
you the status of that report is that it is almost complete, and by almost complete I mean the next couple of weeks. We understand we're getting the report on that, and it'll go through our governance process internally then. But it's imminent.
Just above falling between cracks, I want to deal with the whole issue of protected disclosures. Presumably, within the process of protected disclosures coming through the HEA, the department, that any protected disclosures that are given, where somebody gives a protected disclosure, obviously it's dealt with. What are the steps, actually, Dr. Love, that are gone through by the department?
By the HEA?
No, I'm asking the department first.
Well, if we received a disclosure about an institution, we would ask the HEA to engage with the institution on the disclosure, and typically there would be an engagement to enable, without revealing obviously any identity, to get an initial response from the institution in relation to the nature of the disclosure and how it wished to act in relation to that. And the HEA would consider that initial response, discuss it with us, and see if they were satisfied, effectively. And if they weren't satisfied, they may have to take further action.
Do you agree with those steps, Dr. Love? And do you believe that there were any issues during your period? I'm not getting into any individual cases, obviously, but do you believe that there have been any issues whereby protected disclosures haven't been dealt with, let's just say 100% in the manner in which, if they're being dealt with again, they might be dealt with differently?
I know, Deputy, I think I know the case you're referring, or a case you're referring to. The process described in general by the Secretary-General is correct. I know that there is a dispute around the nature of a particular disclosure that was made in one of the institutions you referred to. We are actually towards the end of a process with, can I just be forthright on this, just say, because we're there with CIT, and awaiting a final report that's been verified by the board and the Audit and Risk Committee there in response to a disclosure we received last year. It actually came to the department first and came to us. That is separate, and I have to be very careful what I'm saying here to not draw inappropriate links to a disputed case around whether something is a disclosure or protected disclosure that was made several years prior to that, which is a separate matter.
Have you ever heard of, or what do you understand, which is under the legislation, a step disclosure?
Could you give me that again?
Step disclosure.
Step disclosure. I'm not familiar with it by name.
Yeah. It's where basically there's a disclosure made, and obviously there's the same issues, and it's followed up on again.
Okay.
In relation to this case that you're referring to, and obviously we're not getting into any details, do you believe that through the department that it was dealt with appropriately, or is there any part of it that you feel should have been dealt with differently? For instance, where a disclosure is made to an individual in the institution and the individual is actually part of the disclosure, should that individual actually be involved in dealing with the disclosure in the first place?
Typically, when we try to get information relating to something like that, we kick it up to the next level, if you know what I mean. If it involves, person X, we try to go to the X+1 level in the organisation. That's a typical way around this. To answer your specific question, I think you asked me, do I think it had been done properly in this case? I don't know the answer to that yet, because we only got a protected disclosure, a new one last year, 2017. As part of our investigations into that, which are not complete yet, but will be soon. We want to get our response back from the institution.
Good to hear that.
Sorry?
It's good to hear that.
Yeah, and that's gone right, I should say, just to be very clear, right to the level of the chair.
Okay. Can I ask, what happened before 2014 when it came to disclosures? What was the process that was in place through the HEA, through the institutions under the HEA? And how were they dealt with? And how did the disclosure know it was actually a disclosure prior to 2014? So what processes were in place? Was there a uniform process across institutions? Was there guidance from the HEA? Or what was in place pre-2014?
So pre-2014, there certainly wasn't anything in the form of the protected disclosure that we know today. That legislation only came in, I think, in summer of 2014. I think prior to that, it is the policies in existence in the individual institutions. Good faith policies in the institutions. And I know that's a matter that is potentially at issue in this particular case.
And can I ask, what dates, and you won't know them off the top of your head, but I'd appreciate if the HEA would write back to the committee, what dates did the colleges, if at all, put in employee assist helplines?
Employee?
Assist helplines.
Okay.
It was referred to in evidence here previously that employee assist helplines were in place. But I want to know, in each institution, when they were actually put in place prior to 2014.
Okay, can we follow up with that?
Yeah, but in general, would you have an idea of when they were in place?
I can't say off the top of my head, but I would be surprised if they weren't in place at that point. I certainly think we had, for example, in our own and other state bodies I've worked in, but I'll have to follow up, Deputy.
And I suppose final question. I mean, just a general kind of concern, and this is more to you, Mr. O'Fool. Obviously, this is an example, I think, in some way as well, of falling between the cracks. Issues relating to how protected disclosures have been dealt with from a governance point of view.
I don't accept that as an absolute example.
Okay, fine, but I'm just talking about as an issue rather than an example of a case, by the way. So, I mean, we'll find out soon enough, I presume, in relation to the report. But, like, now maybe issues are being dealt with in a certain manner. But over the last number of years, I mean, are you satisfied that there was clear knowledge guidelines between the department, the HEA and the institutions as regards how all of these issues are being dealt with?
Well, the codes of governance have evolved over time, and so overall governance issues, we've had a number of different codes, and we've updated them as the central one has been updated by the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, or as other issues have emerged in accountability terms, including issues at this. So we have been seeking to improve accountability on a continuing basis. Clearly, on protected disclosures with the passing of the legislation, the arrangements have been more standardised and have to follow the legislation, but the redress parts of the 2014 legislation are retrospective, so that a person who feels that they weren't appropriately treated and made a disclosure previously does have access to that, so that's something that's relatively unique about that legislation.
Okay.
Next speaker is Deputy MacSharry.
Hello. First of all, welcome everybody. And my records show that in May 2014 here at this meeting that Mr. O'Foul we were talking about, well, I wasn't here, but the then committee were talking about whistleblowing, and the minutes showed that, just in the context of what Deputy Kelly was just talking about there, in terms of, you know, what would have happened before the Act was passed, and you said it was in May 2014, even as late as last week, and I'm quoting, the HEA has written to the Institute of Technology about whistleblowing, for example, and it has asked them, rather, to ensure that they put arrangements in place to deal with any issues that may arise prior to the completion of the legislation currently go forward. So, can I ask, was there a response from each institution on that, or was that just a memo that was sent around that
I'm not aware, but we will...
Okay, Mr. Fowler, would you be aware? Because you were aware at the time, obviously. I know it's
it was HEA correspondence you're referring to, Deputy.
I know, but you were obviously aware of it because you were telling us about it.
Yes. So, I mean, it's a matter for the HEA to respond about this. To be fair now, this is part of the... to ask us questions of responses to the HEA is part of, arguably...
Well, I'm only asking you to do with something you said in 2014.
Well, I'm saying that I reported that the HEA had written to the institutions in 2014.
Okay, and from memory, can you recall, was the hope there that...
the intention was that they would have arrangements in place prior to the legislation.
Okay, and then we've had somebody suggesting good faith policy. So the hope was good faith policies were in place, and that would hopefully have been their kind of default position should what we now describe as disclosures come forward. Yes. Okay, all right. So in CIT, for example, we had a draft disclosures policy, and it came up actually, if you recall, our last meeting here. Was there any sanction for colleges that didn't follow a protocol or up to the Act?
We've introduced that concept in both the funding review, which the HEA have undertaken, and we're considering it in the legislation.
Okay, so at the time,
in response to the issues that have been
raised.
Right,
so there probably will be in the future when legislation is done to deal with this issue,
and perhaps in advance of that under funding mechanisms. Yeah.
Under funding mechanisms, and that won't be retrospective, presumably.
Retrospection can be considered, but I don't think that a decision has been made in relation to that.
Okay. All right. There's just a few things. Because it's similar subject matter that I'd like to put on the record, which goes back to June, and I'll be quoting from the transcript of that day. On 3 occasions, actually one that I wouldn't have been here myself, December 2015, June 2017 and June 2018, the PSC were informed by the President and Vice President of CIT that they never received a disclosure up to, before 2017 or before the Act. I think you were alluding to this just with Deputy Kelly, but I want to go into a bit more detail. So on 3 occasions they said that there was reference to an unnamed whistleblower about a letter that came to the Vice President that was eventually admitted. And we know this is nonsense because I have an email here which actually was the subject of a topical issue by both Deputy Kelly and Deputy Cullinane and myself to this issue, which is from the Vice President. I just want to read it out to put it on record. This was from the whistleblower, and it said, just to confirm that I have a copy of the letter you gave to X, was a head of faculty in the college, dated the 9th of October. This email is dated the 12th of October 2012, and that I will deal with it. This is from the Vice President, the person who told us on 3 occasions, along with colleagues, that there was no disclosure. I have attached copies of 2 policies that will guide us in terms of developing an approach when we meet on Tuesday at 6. Please note that the disclosure policy is only in draft currently, but I would suggest that we will apply it in this case. It goes on, so that's the email of the 12th of October 2012 that would seem to my untrained interpretation to be a clear indication that this was what we would now describe as a disclosure, considering that the disclosure policy, albeit in draft format, was suggested by that self-same individual, then Vice President, responsible for a wide variety of areas, that no such disclosure took place. Now, that was brought to the Minister's attention in the House on the 10th of July, and I know there's been correspondence with yourself, Dr. Love. So, I mean, what is the HEA's position on this?
So, just following up on what I mentioned earlier, Deputy MacSharry, we have a process underway with this matter, with particularly the 2017 disclosure. And
in fact, that's very important, because you did say that's the 2017 disclosure.
Yeah.
So I'm clearly talking about the 12th. I'm back in 2012 here, and that's what the question refers to.
Yeah.
So you got a disclosure in 2017, which did go around the houses. Unfortunately, from a governance perspective, there seemed to be a bit of checking in with CIT before it went to yourselves, which I wouldn't think is good governance. I know you suggested that sometimes through the back channels you might touch base to see what their initial response is.
That, Deputy, I said we would go to the HEA and the HEA, and I didn't use the word back channels.
No, I use the word back channel. I use the word back channel because I think it's inappropriate. I think you should have gone to the disclosure probably. But anyway, so look, we're talking about 2012. So what is the HEA position to that? Was it a disclosure or was it not?
I want to be very careful here, please, because there is also an associated High Court action potentially in relation to this bit. I don't want to say.
That relates
can I just continue, please?
And I'm just going to help you continue, because I understood that there is a High Court case, all right, but that relates to a HR matter, not a disclosure.
Well, I'm not sure about the overlap or not, Deputy MacSharry, but I think we should allow the 2017 disclosure has matters that relate to the earlier process, and I think that's why we should allow that to come to conclusion, because it will reflect on that matter that you're inquiring about.
Okay, so there may
I'm
be...
sorry if that sounds evasive, it's deliberately
It is actually,
to allow the process.
So, there may be similarities between one and the other, and I totally appreciate that. What I'm asking is very simple. Is it the position of the HEA in the Department of Education that the 2012 matter was a disclosure or not?
We can't make that judgment here today yet.
Because you're going to make that judgment based on the 2017
When we get further information, we should be in a position. Exactly, Deputy.
All right, but is that right? Is that right? I mean,
well, I think
you're deciding what happened in the past, 2012, based on what happened in 2017. Like in 2017, it was clearly a disclosure because there was an act defining it.
Can I ask my colleagues to help on this one?
The first time we became aware of the 2012 issue was when we received the 2017 protected disclosure.
Isn't that the problem?
So we have engaged in a process on the 2017.
I know, but you have all this correspondence now, so for what you know of it, and the department, Mr. Fellow, please feel free to come in whenever you want here. I mean, email, and I'm happy to give you copies of it if you don't already have it.
I think there's an important point really to be made here, and I think it came up last time we were here. It's never possible to say whether the disclosure is a protected disclosure until a third-party process adjudicates on that when a claim is determined in looking at whether a person has been penalised for making a protected disclosure. So obviously the policy is that an assessment is made, should an issue be treated as if it was a protected disclosure? Does it look, by virtue of that process, that it may fall into that category and should be treated in a serious matter as a result of that? But you cannot determine, you cannot determine outside of that legal process whether a protected disclosure was made. So I think we have to be careful on that, because otherwise...
Who are the third party?
The third party is somebody like the Workplace Relations Commission. So I've made it in circumstances that I made a protected disclosure in the department, and I felt that I was penalised by the Secretary-General as a result. What the Protected Disclosure Act allows me to do is go to the Workplace Relations Commission and have the issue determined whether I have in fact made a protected disclosure and whether in fact I've been penalised. And in those circumstances I've very significant legal rights in terms of compensation, for example, for having made a protected disclosure. So those are the circumstances in which that issue is ever only answered. Outside of that, it's around this process of making an assessment is it likely, do people believe that it falls under the categories in the Protected Disclosure Act? So I think that's an important distinction to make, because you can never be absolute. Obviously, there are circumstances that you look at a report, you look at a disclosure, and you're quite convinced yourself that it falls into that category, that it is a protected disclosure, that that it should be treated as a protected disclosure, but you can't say definitively. That's a matter for the Workplace Relations Commission or for the Circuit Court if some interim relief has been granted.
Who decides that? Because I'm confused now. If I make a protected disclosure to the head of the HEA and I'm working in the HEA.
How do you know it's a protected disclosure, Deputy?
Because I'm the one disclosing it.
But it may not necessarily be protected disclosure.
So whose call is that?
It'll be a matter for the Workplace Relations Commission of the Circuit Court in due course.
All right, so really we shouldn't be making the protected disclosure to the head of the organisation in the first place.
Well, you can obviously you should bring concerns. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the legislation, to bring concerns to the attention of the
Just so long as we know that as a disclosure, you're going to be thrown under the bus with the only recourse being the legal process.
Well,
is that what we're saying?
I don't know whether that's certainly not the objective of the legislation.
Well, that's what in practice we have the pre-legislation example in this instance 2012, and we have the post-legislation example in this instance 2017, and in the meantime we have a disclosure out of work since 2014, unable to get answers from anybody.
Yeah, well, taking away from the specifics of the CRT situation. But
I'm quite happy to stay with the specifics.
Okay, we'll stay with the specifics.
I'm quite happy to stay with the specifics, because if we don't look at specific cases, we'll always be able to take refuge in that terrible word culture and systemic failure.
We can't look at specific cases because we are precluded from doing so. There is a disclosure being considered at the moment that we can't get into the detail of. So we cannot get behind that because there are different rights of different people, including the disclosee and any person that they're making disclosures about, or the organisation. The HEA have been clear this is in process, so we can't. The person who makes a disclosure can always go to the Workplace Relations Commission if he or she wishes to. That is the protection in the legislation. But we cannot get into analysing through protected disclosures when the process hasn't been complete. And as the HEA have indicated, there may well be a link between possible or a disclosure of some sort in 2012 and the case under consideration, and they can't come to a view until the process of the current disclosure is complete. So it's very hard for us to say anything more than that. And to say this has not fallen between the cracks, we're working together on it and we are working through it. But it is a very difficult.
Is there a healthy tension on this issue? That, like Mr. Horgan mentioned, healthy tension being a good thing, and I was just wondering, was this one of the issues that there might be a healthy tension on?
I haven't detected any tension, but obviously we have to kick.
Mr. Love, have you?
No, not
Dr. Love. Okay, that's good. So can you give me a timeline on when there'll be an outcome of this process that you're waiting for a report? Who's doing that report for you, by the way?
We're having so there's a couple of things going on. Let's not mix. Sorry, I mean that properly. Apples and oranges.
Yeah.
The report.
So we're at the 2017 disclosure. I think
yes,
we know
which is
to do with CIT.
In process at the moment.
And who's doing that report?
And we are expecting. We're doing it, but we're getting, if you like, we're getting a report back from the institution right up to the level of the chair, which is currently being signed off by the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee and going to the chair of the board. So
right,
so to the very, very top.
Okay, some of those people would have been mentioned in the disclosure, wouldn't they?
Some of which people?
The people that are doing the report for you down there in the institute.
No.
No?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Are you sure about that? Because that would be...
Well, I don't know who you're exactly.
Well, I'm not referring to anybody individually because...
well, then I can't answer the question.
Deputy, you're getting into the detail of the disclosure.
I'll go back to you in a second.
When the HEA receive a report on the disclosure, they will see who. They have the disclosure, they will see who it was about, and they'll see who was involved in any process. And they've said out to you they don't believe that anybody involved in the process, involved in the disclosure, is involved in the process. But they will have to satisfy themselves when they see the response. Other than that, it's all hypothetical about a real disclosure. This is risky territory. A bit uncomfortable about this, Chair.
Why is it risky territory? Can you explain that?
Process. There's no decision. There's no outcome.
No, there's a process since 2012, and I just find, we're here before. It's
no,
like
the HEA said
it's like this competitively sensitive information cop-out that we get regularly from people, and that's a matter for the courts, and that's a matter for everybody except the public or the poor disclosure.
We have responsibilities as people to whom disclosures are made, which we cannot cross over.
Yeah, but what I would say is, in practice, it would seem to me, as an individual, to be secondary to the responsibility to the institution and the system. Now, sorry, I interrupted you, Dr. Love.
I disagree about that.
Fair enough. Clearly you disagree. And that's a matter. And that's a matter. I'm going to wrap up in a second.
Wrap up.
Can you just give me that timeline again, because I did interrupt you very rudely. So you're waiting for a report from the institute itself.
We are expecting a report, and I think again probably within a fortnight.
Okay.
It has to go through our. I will say it has to go through our process then at the HEA side once we get that, but it's coming very soon.
Okay, so 2 weeks, and then you're going to integrate that, or that'll form part of your own internal
correct, including
HEA
our
report,
board, etc. So it has to go through that.
And what happens then?
Well, it depends on what's in that information. We have to adjudicate on that.
Let's pretend there's nothing in it for a second. What happens?
But if there is no substance to it in our considered view, following gathering evidence, etc., then we will assess to close the case.
So what? You right to disclose error then, or what happens?
Yes, we would.
And if there is something in it,
then we have to decide on next steps. There's a range there that might be available to us.
And are they laid down in legislation, or is it?
No, well, not particularly, but I think in some cases we've, like in other examples we've used elsewhere, it's resulted perhaps in a review. An investigation. In other scenarios, it may have resulted in an investigation or a review.
And who'd carry that out?
In other situations, well, we talked about one earlier.
So it could be the Gardaí or anybody.
Well, it depends what's in it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Move on, and I did want to just ask one early question, and Mr. Fallu. The Minister has powers to commission various investigations. I know the HEA hasn't in relation to the university. Say the Kildare Wicklow ETB. The Minister commissioned that.
That's a statutory investigation part for the ETBs.
The Minister. So,
and we have a similar statutory investigation part.
Would the Minister have had the power, the one that was commissioned in Waterford? Had the Minister commissioned that investigation? Would the Minister have had the authority to commission that? If he had power to do it,
the Minister has commissioned an investigation.
Pardon?
The Minister did commission an investigation in Waterford about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
I can't comment. I don't want to comment in any way about the Waterford case, Deputy Chair.
No, I'm not asking you to get into I'm just asking.
It depends on the grounds for the review, so it has to be. And I really don't want to comment about the.
Okay, the
Waterford.
Right. Yeah. No, but my question is this. So you have said, the HEA commissioned the report, and there's issues and it's not yet resolved. Fine, that's parked until we get there, right? But the Minister has separate powers to commission investigation based on if he believes it meets the statutory requirements to do that, as he's already done for Wicklow Kildare ETB, as you say he did in the previous case
previously.
Yeah. So, in other words, there is power resting with the Minister. Like I think a parallel, the Minister for Health can commission the HICWA to do a report into a hospital if he so chooses. So just tell us what power the Minister has to commission an investigation.
Chairman, maybe if I answer,
because I'm worried that an impression came across. I know the HEA might be constricted with legal powers, but perhaps whoever drafted the legislation deliberately did it that way, to leave the power with the Minister, and maybe as time has evolved, maybe people feel if the HEA have this role and authority, maybe they should have some of the delegated power that the Minister is holding to himself. So what power? The power might be there, but maybe not with the HEA. Well, I'm only asking a question.
As the HEA would advise in their legal advice to the Department that we received at the end of July, one of the conclusions was that the type of investigation that was the subject matter of the legal advice was one that might seem more appropriate to the powers that the Minister had.
Okay. You can see where I was asking
the question. It's important to add to that, Chair, though. We would then need to understand what is the limits to what the ministerial power extends to, because that's when you're talking about any kind of investigation. Well, there's different types of investigations. There are investigations that might look at whether systems have been operated.
I'll charge Mr. Bosang, because you're going into an important. Can you send us a note
On the powers of the minister,
the powers of the minister and the different types of investigations based on the circumstances.
Could I say to you, Chair, that
coming back on this
and
issue
you will
as well.
and I'm coming out of this.
Just in case, subject to your agreement, I'd propose to share that information with you once we have received the advice back from the Attorney General on the powers of the powers of the HEA.
Yeah.
Because I think that would mean that the response you'd get would be fully informed. But I don't think there should be a long delay before we should be able to provide you with that information.
Okay, yeah, and it's only information, and it's not about this particular case. Just
no,
in
it's
general,
not. It's
something could happen in some other county tomorrow.
It relates to the general issue of legal powers. It's not specific to the. It's obviously relevant to the width review, but it's not specific to it.
Yeah, and we wait to get a fuller picture on who maybe the minister's powers versus other people's powers, and maybe. And you're doing a review of legislation at the moment, and that's under consideration, no decision yet. What stage is that review?
Well, we've done a lot of work. As the Secretary General mentioned, we've carried out a public consultation on the new HEA legislation. We've been looking at models in other jurisdictions.
Give us the timeline, because that passed me by. That's all I can say.
Well, the current objective would be to bring draft heads to government in the first quarter of next year, because you can gauge from the conversation that it's accepted that it's an urgent priority, and I think it is a priority in the action plan for.
And then there'll be pre-legislative scrutiny.
Yeah.
So we're talking about 2019.
Well, it's legislation that ideally we would wish to enact in 2019. If we bring draft heads to government and they're of a high quality in early in 2019, there's no reason, subject to prioritisation by government, that legislation couldn't be drafted in the course of the year. But that'll be government decision making.
That's next year's work. But then, in relation to the public consultation.
That's concluded now, Deputy.
Was there anything in that process? I presume that's on your website, the result of that consultation?
Have we published that? We haven't, but we can share the information from the public consultation.
Was there anything in that public consultation in relation to the issue we're just talking about now?
I think there was a broad acceptance, reflecting many of the themes that you heard this afternoon, that it was important that the HEA was equipped with the regulatory powers it needs to carry out its functions. But I should say, obviously, some of the higher education institutions and the universities in particular would highlight the need for balance between the regulatory powers and then the question of their autonomy. But that's a trade-off that's always played out in regulation. Yeah, and I would just put in the record as part of that, when the PAC examines third-level institutions, we're looking at their financial matters, not their academic independence. We don't go there, but they might hold their academic independence to say nobody can come. Yeah, we broadly share that perspective that you need to distinguish between accountability for public funds and then academic freedom that's safeguarded in the Universities Act. Sorry now, but just wanted to get an understanding of where we're at. Deputy Connolly and then Deputy Murphy had indicated if she's gone, I'm not sure. She had to leave. Yeah, and Deputy Cullinane is in there. Oh, I'm sorry, I take Deputy Aylward before Cullinane because he has a permission. Yeah, that's right. And sorry for that interruption, but just inform me because I just. You're very welcome. Just on that point, just on that last point, presumably the HEA made a written submission in relation to this consultation. And when did you make that?
I think at the end of September.
Yeah. At the last board meeting, Chair, we went through actually all the public submissions that had been made up till then at our board meeting, and compiled a list for ourselves and submitted that as part of. So you made a written submission in relation to what was necessary in the new legislation. What we thought was necessary at the board. Can you, Mr. Love, just clarify what essential things are you looking for in that legislation?
So the capacity to send in investigators, if needs be, into universities. You will know that in the past this is a significant gap. Mm-hmm. It's a kind of a zero or nuclear option in the Universities Act, the visitor function, so that being one. I think we also looked at, when talking about regulation of the system, we looked around the world at what other jurisdictions are at and the kind of different types. We looked at the New Zealand model, we looked at Hong Kong, we looked at the change recently in the UK, etc. And we advised or gave a view on some of the sort of different systems there, because it's a trade-off, just as Mr. Bosang has said there a moment ago. How far do you go in having a
So you've made a very detailed submission looking for very specific changes?
Yes.
If those changes had been in place, would that have made your life easier in relation to
I think it's safe to say yes to that question, Deputy.
Okay. And so at least
we've learned something from the past last year, yes.
So you took up your position roughly in March 17?
March 17, yes.
So you're here a year and a half?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm here about 2.5 years, I think, since February 16, and I'm just doing a rough, just on this committee alone. We've got a Grace investigation arising. It came before the previous Public Accounts Committee and this Accounts. So now there's an investigation in relation to Grace in the southeast of Ireland. There's an investigation into Project Eagle. There's, on this area, we have Limerick, we have Kildare, Wicklow, we have CIT in Cork, we have Sligo, we have whatever the Controller and Auditor.
There hasn't been.
No, I'm talking about what is it? No, let me just. No, just please, just let me. I'm trying to just. How difficult it is here as a member alone, simply because governance is not working. It's simply not working. That's why we end up with tribunals or commissions of investigation, because governance is not working. That's the difficulty that I see. If we look at Grace, which has nothing to do with you, there were 3 reports. Had those reports worked, there wouldn't be a need for a commission or a tribunal. Project Eagle and all of these investigations. So that's by way of preface. And I'm only mentioning a tiny amount, and we're only a very small country with just over 4 million people. It seems extraordinary to me, really. So just in relation to the report in relation to Waterford, when is it envisaged that it will be published, if at all?
I have indicated we are waiting for feedback from the department, from the Attorney General. Which
how long is it with the Attorney General?
I might ask the department to comment.
And how long is it with the Attorney General?
Earlier on, Deputy, we engaged with the in-house.
How long is it with the Controller?
18th of September is when we wrote to the Office of the Attorney General, and we met with Advisory Council on the 21st, I think. So it isn't with them very long, but they're treating it as a priority, and we expect to receive a response, a detailed response, shortly.
So if
I'm very sorry. That's just to be clear. Sorry, or to correct what I previously said, Deputy. So this is our request for legal advice on the powers of the HEA to carry out reviews. And that will inform then, Deputy, that will inform then the next steps with the HEA in finalising the report.
Just let me get this. What you're seeking is general advice.
Well, it's going to be very detailed advice, because it relates to what is the powers of the Higher Education Authority to carry out reviews and investigations. The legal advice that we got from the HEA was that their senior counsel couldn't identify a power for the HEA to carry out reviews and investigations. So we have sought a view from the Attorney General, or a definitive view from the Attorney General, on whether that's the case or not.
So as my colleague has already indicated, this is extremely serious, because if you are acting without power, then this report cannot be published. Is that correct? If you're acting ultra vires or outside of your power.
If that was the case, if that was the conclusion of the Attorney General, but we await the advice.
Absolutely, and we can't preempt it, but one has to look at options.
Yeah, as a risk, yes, Deputy.
Well, obviously it's a big risk, because you wouldn't have waited this long. How long is the draft report ready?
Well, as I said earlier on, Deputy...
How long is the report ready? It's just a simple question.
I might step in there. The previous draft that was put for feedback, I think I'm going back 6 months. Is that correct? 6 months ago, Deputy.
Okay.
So that's how long, if you like, when it moved into a higher gear legally.
When did it start?
Last summer. Summer? Sorry, Neil. July, excuse me, sorry.
So it's
July 17, to be clear.
A year and 3 months.
Yes, Deputy.
Okay.
I shared Deputy Cullinane's. I said that the frustration with this, with the architecture of this, etc., it's not reflecting well on any of us.
And so, if we go back to the board, did the absence of power not come up for discussion before at board level in relation to what authority you had or didn't have?
Yeah. In relation to this particular issue, or prior?
In relation to this issue and generally, given the range of difficulties emerging on this committee alone on a regular basis in relation to governance issues. And
it hadn't come up to the WIT report, but I suppose just to go back through the history of all this, in 1971 when the Higher Education Act was written, it was written in very broad terms. It's a very short act. Each section is a line or two in each case. And I suspect at the time it would have been viewed as a good act, as an enabling act, because it was not specific.
Okay, so before Waterford, it didn't come to your attention.
I think part of the issue, what has happened is that since the Hunt report suggested that the HE would have a regulatory role, and that became the national strategy. Yeah. It almost, I think, because I wasn't there then, but I think the HEA assumed that they had the power now because of that being in the Hunt report and in the national strategy. But the legislation didn't catch up with that. Okay. So that's the area where our legal advice... that's very clear, and you've been very clear and upfront and blunt about that. I'm asking you when, as a board, you became aware of it, and you're saying you didn't until the Waterford. Mr. Love seems to be... The Limerick one as well. It was the Limerick one was probably the first time that we realised that we had doubts about our power. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Love, in relation to Limerick? You did Limerick, and you did Wicklow Kildare.
The Wicklow Kildare is not us at all, just to be clear. That's... No,
you did that report.
No, you
didn't, sorry. No.
Okay. That's with further education and Sullus territory, not just to be clear. But to answer the question about Limerick, that goes back a few years, actually, Deputy, and I think there was an attempt to get into Limerick a number of times, which wasn't received or wasn't complied with. So I'd say it was then that HEA understood it didn't have the power, certainly as regards to universities, because it was very clear that the Universities Act prevented it. I suppose it's moved on and built up subsequently with the Institutes of Technology, etc., which are separate legislation, and the Waterford case made that clear. So it's kind of been a process that's been becoming clear over the last couple of years, Deputy. But that's since about 2016, Limerick. Yeah.
Sorry, did you not do Wicklow and Kildare as well?
No.
Kildare Wicklow is a...
That was the department.
Report prepared... yes, that's our department. I was,
And it's not...
They're ETVs.
No, I have it.
You're not ETVs.
Yeah. No, I have it there. Just wanted to check that. Yeah.
An ETV is responsible for schooling and further education and training, so it's across the board. And the Minister has the investigation powers and initiated an investigation.
Yeah. So... your resignation letter, and thank you for the release in it. I know it's extremely difficult, and I have no wish to ask a single personal question, and the best of luck in whatever you choose in your next job. And thank you for your frankness every time you came before us. In relation to the reasons that you've given, they all concern me, but the dominance of the compliance regulatory agenda, that's one of 4. Can you just clarify that?
Elaborate on it? Yeah. Again, I'll try and be succinct and probably a bit blunt here, but I think that's helpful to the committee. I would say it's hard to put an exact percentage, but I really think I've probably spent over 70% of my time since I joined a year and a half ago in this space, in this area. And that's not, while I absolutely understand that oversight and governance was going to be part of the role, I certainly did not think it would be such a vast scale. And I think that's partly because there was a significant number of issues coming forward, but for all the other reasons we've been discussing here today, that the machinery, the architecture, etc., isn't right to take care of some of the stuff. And something we have not discussed enough here today, I think, is the responsibility that's on the governing bodies of the institutions themselves to manage this. I mean, that's the bit ultimately we really need to get right. We talked about the HEA legislation has to be there for the emergency position, the spillover. But we have to get that right at the level of the individual institutions. They need to have this working properly.
Just on that, Mr. Love, I agree with you. I think we all would agree with you. That's why that's why all the governance procedures are in place, to avoid these type of investigations. So we agree with you, and we see the gaps every time the organisations come before us. us. And it's particularly shocking to see it in the third level sector, I have to say, one of the most privileged sectors. So that's my own personal opinion on that. It's the one area that one shouldn't see any difficulties. But reading your letter, the dominance, perhaps it's the way you phrased it, it should be dominant. The regulatory and compliance should be dominant. So it's the absence of it, I think you're saying, is it?
Yeah, I was kind of getting at the dominance there over all other issues, and particularly the strategic development. I think that's probably what I was trying to get at. That's why I'm using my 70% example. That's, you know, I would expect, as you should, as an accountable person, that there's going to be oversight and governance work to do. But when it's taking 70% of your own and you're not paying enough attention to the other things for the development of the sector.
The reason that's happening is because there are difficulties.
I hear you. I'm
so, with the manner in which you've put it here,
okay,
you're
you're
clarifying it. I mean, it should be dominant in the sense of it should be working.
It should be working, yes.
Right. So when you say it's dominant by its absence of lack of working.
Yeah, and the time it's taken, in my personal experience this year, as I say, I mean 70%, I'm using that figuratively.
Okay. And just in relation to, you know, that Kildare Wicklow, while I have you, Mr. O'Fowler, and a direction was sent by the department. How many directions have been sent by the department to organisations?
The Kildare Wicklow ETB review is the only such review, so a direction of the Minister arising out of review has only been made once.
Just once?
In this context, yeah.
Okay. And in relation to the follow-up on that, there was 2 weeks for a reply. Was that reply given within 2 weeks? If there was to be any comments, they were to reply within 2 weeks?
It's not a higher education issue. I haven't got the brief with me, but I understand that it was. I understand that it was, yeah.
You understand that it was? Okay. Again, I finished because it's late and we've been here since 9 o'clock, but I really would love to be here discussing education. I'd like to be discussing the springboard. I'd like to be discussing the fact that I see the springboard has dropped significantly from 21 million down, and ask why. And of the chairperson lets me ask that, I'm certainly asking it. But there are many other interesting items here that one should be looking at to see are we getting value for money. So if I could just, on the springboard, if someone could comment. Yeah.
Just clarify what the question is exactly.
I see accounts for 17 for higher education. It's gone from 21 million, I think it's millions, down to 40. I'm on the very last page,
14.8 million deputies.
Yeah.
I think that's just, I'll invite my colleagues to come in, but I think it's actually just a matter of timing as the funding is given out. Springboard is actually growing.
And in the 2019 budget, there was an additional provision for Springboard.
So it went up by further 3 million. So that's just.
And what's it expected to be?
Why is it down from 60 to
the timing of the accounts?
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not down in terms of the amount of students.
It's growing.
It's growing.
Growing.
So it's a timing of accounts?
I think it's just a timing issue for the way the funding is allocated, Deputy. It's actually a growing programme. Okay. And it's really important because it's nice to talk about something strategic for a moment. The Springboard programme is fundamentally changing. I think that's important to say here. It came out, it was born in a time of 15% unemployment, and it's been a very excellent measure at combating that. But it's obviously morphing into a programme now for upskilling within jobs because we've moved down to 4 and 5% unemployment. That's a significant change in the programme.
The last question is the performance level agreement that's been signed. There's always been one, is that correct? There's one.
It was instituted a number of years ago.
When was it in relation to the HEA?
Around 2015.
About 2015 or so.
2015.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Love, you've obviously looked at that performance level agreement. Are you happy with that? Does it contain what you want it to contain?
It contains some of what I wanted to contain, but I think it's at a level higher than it that's causing the problems, like the legislation, etc. we've discussed here today. It's making some of the things in that agreement, because we put the full work plan into that performance agreement, our full annual work plan in there. And we then find ourselves running into problems with actions on the work plan because, for example, we don't have the powers in certain places to do what we are expected to do.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Aylward.
Chairman, and I'd probably be touched on repetition was because we seem to be all about governance and accountability today, and as has been said already, it's a pity we're not talking about further education and a better system in place rather than talking about governance and accountability, as I said. First of all, I'm sorry to hear Dr. Love is leaving, and wish him very well in his future career, wherever he's going. And I want to ask him again, I suppose you have said this already, I was a little late coming in. Is the reason why you're going because of the system and the governance system in place and the relationship between yourselves and the department? Maybe I'm asking you to repeat something you said already, but is that one of the reasons that influenced you to retire after a year and a half?
Certainly, I've been frustrated because the thing that attracted me to this job was the development work, you know, pushing our universities along, pushing our institutes of technology along. I think, as Deputy Cullinane said earlier, I'm pretty passionate about this stuff and the research. I think it's Ireland's talent is our main chance. We don't have a big internal market. We don't have oil. We don't have resources. Our people are, and their education and their smarts are what we have to offer and what make living standards in this country high. So I really believe in it, and I found in my year and a half I have struggled to actually advance that significantly, and I think for some of the reasons I've laid out in that letter at the moment. And all four are interrelated, quite frankly, in terms of the legislation, in terms of for example, maybe a poor choice of words, dominance of the compliance regulatory agenda, but it's subsumed me and much of our team not working on enough of the really good initiatives, etc., because of the time available.
I think your titles are very honourable, and I know we used to speak about Ireland as saints and scholars. Well, I don't know about the saints, but the scholars end is very important. I think you should be always retained, and that ambition should be retained. I just wanted to speak about Mr. Fowler's report here. I just looked at it here, and just when I came in, I just looked at it. And every bit of the report is all about the introduction of a new government framework for higher education system to provide assurance of compliance with legislative and other requirements. The review of the allocation model for funding higher education institutions undertaken by the HE to provide greater transparency in the higher education system. The department works closely with the HE to strengthen governance arrangements and ensure a robust system of accountability in the sector. It's all about accountability and governance. Have we a creaking system, or had we a creaking system in place up to now? Was the system broken when all this report that you have here, this 5 or 6 page report, is all about new rules and regulations and plans being brought in? What was wrong with the system up to now, up to this, that we have to look at all this, review all this, and where did it fail all down to the years in our Department of Education and our Higher Education Authority?
I believe we've been seeking to improve governance over the last number of years. There's been a hugely increased emphasis on governance, and we have been seeking to detail in a way the nature of governance relationships, whether it's between institutions and the HEA or between the HEA and ourselves, so that there is increased clarity. And so you will see in our performance development and our PDA with the HEA, there is clarity over what they plan to do and what our expectations are in terms of outputs and outcomes. I think it is a much improved way of doing business with agencies, and I think that we are doing that with all of our national agencies, and I think it can work very effectively so that we all know what our plans are for a given year. We do a lot more than governance, of course, and there's a lot more than governance called in the actions in the PDA, or indeed, for example, in the actions in the department strategy around the action plan. But obviously the focus here has to be on governance and accountability.
Are you saying that the system there was failures in the system, and the system was creaking up until all this new regulation being brought in since 2015 and new governance being brought in? Well, the system up to then, where were the failures? Where was the breakdown? Where was the problems?
There were challenges and issues emerged, such as the ones we've been talking about at this committee, and we've been trying to work them through by improving the governance.
Okay. I just want the institutions that's under our control here and that we're investigating, and have been mentioned: Limerick, Cork, Waterford. I know this Kildare, Wicklow, all ones that were in here, and we had and found faults and big faults in the system. Well, were the institutions, were they out of control and ignoring rules and regulations that were in place and the powers to control them? Someone has to say why these things happen without without interference. Were they out of control themselves? Were they self-governed? Were they ignoring all the rules and regulations were there? And is the time to call it to heel?
I think each of the institutions is different, Deputy. So I'd be very reluctant to make a I'd be very reluctant to make a sweeping statement. There hasn't been any findings from HEA or department investigations in relation to CIT. Obviously, there have been some governance issues, but there hasn't been any major investigation. I can't refer to the current Waterford one, but there were serious governance challenges with Waterford previously, and that's why we had an investigation, and they related to the nature of borrowing to fund certain activities effectively. And in relation to UL, obviously we have had the Thorn reports, and there's a pending CNAG report, and we're obviously going to be here at some stage in the future to talk through that.
So there's all governments over there. So why did we have them in here, and why were we asking questions, and why were the investigations after we having them in here? There were questions to be answered, whether it was governance or whatever. There was a breakdown somewhere along the line, and there wouldn't be any in front of us under the PAC investigation where public money is being spent, and unless there was some breakdown, and that we had a remit here to bring them to heel and to ask them why these problems were there. So someone has to be responsible for this, and I'd like to know why.
Well, the primary responsibility, as Dr. Love has said, is with institutions themselves and their own governance arrangements. And just as you do, we also ourselves in the HEA, we have to call out minor bad behaviour and larger bad behaviour, draw to their attention, and seek to encourage, to tell them really to put new arrangements in place. But they are responsible for those new arrangements themselves.
Oh, I accept self-governance, but if the self-governance is not there and there's breaches in the rules and some are running away themselves,
it's not so much self-governance. It's a statutory set of, for example, membership of governing bodies and so on. That's not self-governance. It's just governance. But institutions have to be able to operate independently. There can't be a command and control in how we run institutions. That wouldn't work. We wouldn't have our responsive higher education system to skills needs, all the things that Dr. Love was talking about earlier on in terms of the responsiveness of the system, where there have been significant developments in recent years in terms of the work of the Skills Council, the engagement on human capital and so on of our institutions. Those things are best enabled by responsive institutions taking responsibility themselves. Us overseeing them and controlling them, I can guarantee would not work and would have a worse outcome for Ireland's future economic and social development.
Shouldn't there be some system in place where there are breakdowns or breaches? Shouldn't there be some system in place, alarm bell or something in place that, everyone's not perfect. There's always breakdowns, there's always problems. We have
those arrangements in place, for example, the early warning system between the HEA and ourselves and so on. But obviously we're seeking to improve them, and Dr. Love has, and we've discussed today some of the possible future statutory developments.
Okay, well, the power to investigate in the future. Is it the legislation here in the Dáil that we need to strengthen, or is it through the minister? Who has the powers to give the HEA or whoever the power that they need to step in? Who actually is responsible? Is it the minister of the day? Is it the government of the day? Is it us as legislators here?
While obviously the Oireachtas legislates, it's a department and ministerial responsibility to come up with proposals, obviously, but it has to be agreed by the Oireachtas.
So the legislators then need to strengthen I just want to clarify that. That says we ourselves here are responsible to give the powers.
Yes, the Oireachtas is responsible for the overall framework, but it's not the responsibility of the Oireachtas to come up with new frameworks for every part of the public sector. It's the Minister with responsibility to propose to the Oireachtas. The Oireachtas can come up with proposals itself, but there's a primary responsibility on the Minister.
Do you think we're falling down on that here in this House?
I'm not going to comment on the House's behaviour at all.
Well, can you not give us a wind in the right direction, that we look the right way?
At 4 o'clock you might walk into it.
Okay, the last question I want to ask, just the relationship between yourselves, the department and the HEA, do you think it's good and there's no conflict, or is there transparency there and accountability between both of you, and have you a good relationship, working relationship?
We have a good working relationship. I think we've achieved a lot together. I think what Dr. Love has referred to have been issues where there may be some legislative lacunae that we are seeking to address. But it's not that the HEA and the department have been arguing through things. I can think of quite a number of things that have advanced significantly through cooperation between the HEA and ourselves in recent years. A very good example of that is the technological universities and the Dublin Technological University, where when the legislation was passed, the HEA went out of its way to ensure that an independent process was put in place very quickly, while the Minister of State in the department is encouraging all of the institutions to come together appropriately to serve these, to establish TUs. The HEA has to be independent in its role, and it undertook its role independently and speedily, and has led to the designation of the first one. And I think that's just one example of good cooperation and reflecting respective roles.
Dr. Love, do you agree with that, and have you any comments to make on it?
In the main, I think the key things that have caused the issues we've been through at length here today, and I think we need legislation that clarifies who does what, and I think we also need to strengthen governance in the institutions, because I don't think it's the role of the HEA or the department to step into every situation and sort it out. There has to be a self-learning and self-correcting capacity, and it is there in quite a number of institutions, but it needs to be spread further. Can I make another comment, Chairman? Just generally, I do want, mindful that this is a public session, etc. When this Act here, which is about 5, there's more to it than this, but the key functions are on 5 short lines, was produced in 1971. There was a time when there was about 25,000 students in the system, maybe 30,000. There are 250,000 students in our system at the moment. In third level education, 250.
Wow.
So just in general, a comment on our third level system has done a fantastic job over the last 30. It's part of the reason, in addition to our tax, why we are where we are, talent. And it really is important that we treasure this. And I think it's also a reason to get the governance right. But I don't want that message being lost in here. 250,000 students, nearly 20,000 staff across 24 institutions. And the level of funding by international standards, we're pretty efficient for producing that number of graduates every year, 45,000 or so. So it's really important just to make that intervention and get that on the record here, because this is one of our good products as a nation.
I think we all agree with that and fully endorse that. That's good to hear, and I'm delighted to hear that that's the way, and we have a good education system here on third level in particular, so we should be proud of it.
It's
strengthen it.
appropriate that we have a constant, continuous self-improvement, and I know that a lot of that force is coming from here and others, and that's appropriate, but it is really important we acknowledge and encourage, because that's actually our go-forward position for the country, I think, our talent.
Thank you.
Deputy Cullinane has indicated.
Yeah, I want to deal almost exclusively with the Waterford issues, which I wanted to expand on earlier, but I obviously wanted to deal with the other issues. I think just a general point about the overall issues which have been raised here today, separate from Waterford, although it's somewhat related. I think this has been a very good hearing for a number of reasons, Cathaoirleach. I think it gives us a glimpse into where improvements need to be made, and we have a job as legislators now to do our part. I fully concur with Mr Love when he says that we need to get this right at a local level, at an institute level, and the issues of the boards of governance in institutes and universities is something that is massively important. If you get it right there, then the firefighting that you were doing in 60 or 70%, which is essentially what it is, firefighting, rather than being able to proactively look at the strategic changes and development which is necessary. I hear that loud and clear, and we can see that. So there is real lessons to be learned, and I hope the department can accept that as well and take it on board, because I think it will be very important for all of us if that's the case. And also, we're also very mindful of the huge talent that's in the third level sector. And I was one of those, and I'll get to Waterford in a second, but I went to TSSG in Waterford a number of times. I was in the ARC labs, and I was blown away by the cutting edge research and development and technology. It is absolutely incredible, and I'll come to the very serious issues which have been raised, that shouldn't be lost, and it's not lost on me. Sometimes it's portrayed as that by those who seem to have issues with questions being asked which are genuine, but it's amazing the work that's been done. So I share Mr Love's enthusiasm and respect for the huge level of talent that we have in the third level sector. But I do want to come back to the Waterford issues, because it is important, and if I can just contextualise it first, if I can, very quickly. So everybody is clear, Cathaoirleach. This first came about, and it first came on the radar of the PAC when the accountable person, the head of the institute, made a mistake And it seems a genuine mistake when he was before the Public Accounts Committee in 2015, I think it was, when he was asked a question about Feed Henry and whether he was a director in the company, and he said no. He subsequently wrote into the Public Accounts Committee to correct the fact that he had made a mistake, he was a director. What he didn't disclose was that he was also a shareholder, but we subsequently got that information. He then asked the governing body to do a report, an examination of whether or not he had acted appropriately, and that's what they did. He then asked the HEA, I think, to validate that that internal review, wasn't that it? And then, coincidentally or not, protected disclosures were made to me, and information came to light that there was people that had broader concerns in relation to research and development in spin-out companies, which led to the deeper dive that I think you described it as, that resulted in this HEA review. Mr. McLoone was appointed as the person who would conduct the review. It's fair to say as well that he met with a lot more people than you possibly would have expected. A huge amount of people came forward, a lot of engagement, and he drafted a report, which I would assume went to yourself. Did it go to the board, the first draft report? Yes. No.
Initially to me. And then
initially to you, yeah. And then did it go from you to legal, or did it go to from the board to legal?
Legal have been involved pretty much all the way along, because we were aware anything report like this that there's legal.
Were legal involved when the terms of reference were set at that stage, or was it?
No.
So they only became involved when a draft report. Okay. So the draft. So I just want to get the timelines right and the context right. So a draft report is done, and that draft report then has to go out to the institute. So I would imagine senior management and potentially people who might have been identifiable would receive copies of the draft report. That's part of the process, is it not? Mm-hmm. So did legal, from your perspective, get involved when you received legal letters from individuals in the institute, or maybe people who worked in the institute, or was it before that?
We had legal involved at an earlier point, deputy, who had a view of the report that it was potentially had problems or could be legally challengeable.
And can I ask, because this is a very important point, was the legal concerns based on what might have been factual or not in the report, or was it based purely on the powers of the HEA to actually do the report?
What was the first bit? Was the legal?
Was there any concerns about the facts that would have been in the report, the content?
I think there were and are concerns about some of those, the manner in which they were gotten, and in terms of being legally proofed, and then subsequently the power of the HEA at all.
But I accept that, and the power one we're going to deal with, because that's now with the Attorney General, and we're going to get advice on not just the Waterford one, but the actual powers of the HEA to do these type of reports. But if I was legal, I'm looking at it, yes, there's whether or not the HEA has the powers to do it, but then there's actually what's in the report. It's the content of the report, the facts that were established. Was there any concerns about those facts that were established? Or was it more?
No, I think, sorry, I understand the question better now. Apologies, Deputy. I think the principal concern was in the facts that were established led to the legal view that actually HEA, with the kind of material that you are writing here in the report, you are potentially impacting on individuals, and ergo, what power do you have to do that? And the illegal opinion then that you don't have the power.
And this is very important for me, because we now have established facts which are in a draft report and a modified report, which we can see and which we may never see, but they're there. So the issues don't go away. Whether the powers lie with the HEA or not, we'll deal with that, but the issues still remain. So my point is, and I want to use the expression scenario paint now for one moment, and maybe Mr. Is it Bosang, is it?
Bosang, yeah.
Bosang can help me with this as well. It's the Attorney General will consider whether or not the HEA has powers. In fact, this will be very interesting because it could set a precedent. in many ways in terms of what the HEA can or cannot do. So I think it's very important. Beyond, it has wider implications beyond Waterford. So let's just consider for a second that the Attorney General says no, it's outside the powers and the report can't be published. In that scenario, there seems to me to be a number of options. The HEA starts again within its powers, or it's scrapped by the HEA and we have a ministerial report which comes from ministerial direction, which maybe should have been done in the first place, or some other body should do it. Is it a commission of investigation? Is it a law enforcement organisation? Is it some other regulatory body? So you're going to have to help us understand who's going to examine this, because my point is the facts are still there. So the facts are not going away. The facts are still there. So I want to know, before I leave here today, what's going to happen if this report is dead in the water.
Well, it's important to say, Deputy, in the first instance, that we have not sought legal advice from the Office of the Attorney General on the WIT review, because the legal advice that we received from the HEA related to the broader powers of the HEA to carry out reviews. So when we receive that advice, we'll have to translate it back to the situation we find ourselves, or that the HEA find itself.
Well, regardless of that, because that's really not, it's the same thing. So at some point in time, you're going to have to make a judgment as to whether or not, and it's not, actually it won't be you, will it not? It will be, will it the HEA?
The HEA will need to make that determination.
I'm going to be up on time as well and have a number of other points to make. The HEA will make that call at some point, and the call will be based on the legal advice and the advice from the Attorney General. We can't publish this report. Now, Mr. Love said in principle he wants to publish the report, but it may be out of your hands. It may not be possible. And in that scenario, I'm saying we don't leave it there. In my view, and the committee can form its own opinion, we don't leave it there. So we're going to have to come back at, well, now what do we do? And we're going to have to look at the options. And the number of options which I can see are the ministerial option, the departmental option, which is one, or some other body, because the issues haven't gone away. So I know you can't answer the question, Mr. O'Fallon, but maybe
Well, Deputy, you'll understand that I'm not going to speculate about what the final advice of the Attorney General is on this matter. So what the necessary follow-on from that will be a matter that we need to assess, or that we'll need to, the HEA in the first instance will need to assess in light of.
If it is the case, if it is the case that the report is dead in the water, and let's hope it isn't, but if it is the case, then the department will have to come back, and the HEA will have to come back, and then we will, in light of that advice, discuss what is next. My point is, it cannot be let go. It cannot end there. It's not going to end that, well, we can't publish a report. That's, sorry, forget about the 50 people who engaged in the process and have concerns, because it just was an unfortunate situation where the report was done outside a remit. We come back and we look at a different avenue. That's my point. So we're going to come back. Now, I just want to put a number of points to...
That would be our intention also. Our intention would be that we have legal advice at the moment, so we have to manage that risk as well. So it would be the intention of the board to relook at the process we've gone through, relook at the contents, and see if there is a way that we can produce a report. That's what Graham was suggesting, was that the principle of producing a report remains. That's what I
wanted to flesh out in a bit more detail. It may not be the modified report that's there, but come what may, there has to be some process that does exactly what Mr. McLuhan did, but within whatever remit, within whatever powers,
with the legal guidance that we might get,
and all of that. And the established facts are the facts are never going to change. The facts are the facts, and they have to get out at some point publicly, because that's what public accountability is about. That's my point. Now, I want to come back to, I have very real concerns about the way I was treated as a member of this committee, and I want to put them to Mr. Love and Mr. O'Fallon. I think you can answer these questions, Mr. O'Fallon, because they're not directly related to the actual report. The accountable person who appeared before the Public Accounts Committee last year, outside this committee chamber, in a very robust way, if I can say that, said to me that if I continued to ask the questions I was asking, that he would resign from the Institute. Do you think, Mr. Love, that's acceptable that an accountable person would do that, first of all?
I think it would be better that the accountable people answer the questions that this forum puts.
Mr. O'Fallon, would you see that as an appropriate response from an accountable person.
The behaviour of a president of an institution is a matter for management by their governing authority, and I can't cut across that. They have a responsibility to be accountable to this committee. It's a legislative responsibility, period.
And here's the concern that I have, because what we do have is a report, a HEA examination into an institute, where you have the accountable person, the head of that organisation, who goes on to local media in a constituency where a member, one of the TDs is a member of the Public Accounts Committee, calls into question the motivations of the member in terms of questions that are being asked, said that the member, as in me, was trying to deconstruct 20 years of work that the Institute had done, was trying to damage Waterford City and County, was not acting in the best interests of the staff, and was acting for ulterior motivations which he has never put on the record. Now, I think that is a very inappropriate way for an accountable person to respond to the Public Accounts Committee. And we've written to the accountable person and asked them to put it in writing. But I'm saying to you, Mr. O'Flew, Mr. Love, because it does fit into our relationship as well in the role that we do, it gives me no pleasure whatsoever to have to examine issues in relation to any institute. None whatsoever. But we are put onto this committee to do our job without fear or favour and to put questions. And I didn't invent the issues. People came to me with protected disclosures and with information, and then we had to do what we felt was best to do with that. And I think it's completely inappropriate for an accounting person to call into question the motivations of a Public Accounts Committee member who is simply asking questions. It actually happened to other members here as well, in respect of work that they do. So I'm just saying, yes, it is a matter for the accountable persons, but surely it has to be a matter for the department and the HEA as well, that we get a level of protection, that we're allowed to do our job, and that nobody is above accountability. Would you accept that, Mr. O'Flew?
I don't think you're really asking for us to protect you as a member of this PAC, Deputy, are you?
Sorry?
You're not asking me as accounting officer to protect you?
No, I'm asking you. I don't need
I think you have, to be fair, as a member of the PAC, a very strong voice, as indeed many members of the PAC have. I don't think you need my protection. I think the accountable person is accountable to this body for his...
No, I'm going to stop you there, Mr. O'Flew, because that was a flippant response.
No,
bear with me for 1 second. Okay. I'm going to be very, very straight with you as the accounting officer for the department. If you have a situation where a head of an institute comes into the Public Accounts Committee and is asked questions, and then outside of the PAC raises questions about the motivation of the member who asked the questions, and all of the questions that we asked were about facts, were about information which was presented to us, which actually led to a report which ventilates those. That is a real issue. Well, because it could happen to any member of the Public Accounts Committee.
And I think the primary issue is that an accountable person is accountable here and operates on that basis. I think that is the primary issue, and I will note, and we'll come back to it at another time, that there is a certain issue in relation to evidence from one institution in higher education around that, which you have had issues with in relation to the University of Limerick, and we are very concerned about that, and we have acted on that concern. Okay? Now, so that to be clear, when they're here, it's their role. Their conduct outside of here as president or accountable person I don't think it's very advisable behaviour, but I think the primary responsibility for the behaviour of a president of an institution, if there's a concern, is with the governing body, and it's not with the HEA or the Department of Education and Skills to intervene in that regard. And that's where I think that the primary responsibility for having an overview of their behaviour is.
And I think that's an acceptable response, and we will have the accounting officer, I would say, back in at some stage, so we will address all of those issues. But I think, if I can just make a final observation to yourself, this issue has, I suppose, stumbled on to a bigger issue now, which is the remit of the HEA to be able to conduct reviews, which is actually quite serious for our work. And actually could call into question previous reviews which were done, and whether or not they have protections, whether they were, maybe some of those were done outside the scope of the HEA. So to me, this has very profound implications beyond WIT. So again, we can't preempt, but if it is the case that the Waterford review, and you have to extrapolate from the advice from the Attorney General, but if it is the case that the report has to be shelved, then we're in very dangerous territory in respect of future reviews and who does those reviews, and what exactly is the role of the HEA in all of that. I mean, we raised concerns about some of this, and this is the thing, we raised about these independent reports that were being done, and the nature of them and the powers of them when they were being done. If you remember, there was a lot of them. We had some of these concerns. In fact, I think we raised concerns about the Waterford one in relation to legalities. So we are where we are with it in many respects. But I think we're definitely going to have to come back to this once the advice comes back. And I just want to make a final observation that the issues at Waterford IT are very real. There's a huge amount of good work that's been done. I commend it, as I said. Mr. Love and Mr. O'Falu will know the cutting-edge technology that we have in research and development in Waterford is first class, absolutely. But as we sit here today, we have 50 people who engaged with a process, who are left without answers to questions that they put. That's the outworking of it. And they deserve the answers. So those 50 people who engage with the process, many of whom still work within the Institute, deserve answers. And the point final point I'll make to Mr. O'Falu, because you're right about individuals have to account for their own behaviour. I would look at the way I was treated by senior people in WIT, and if I was one of those 50 people who came forward, I'd be looking at that in terms of, well, if that's how they treat a member of the Public Accounts Committee in the TD in a constituency, it does raise very serious questions. It does, in my view, and I'm uncomfortable about that because it isn't fair and it isn't right, potentially as well for those people who work in that organisation, who engage with the process. So they deserve a report and they deserve answers to questions that they put, good, bad or indifferent. And I don't know what the outcome of the process will be, but the process needs to be brought to a conclusion.
I can say very quickly, just to reiterate, that exactly as you said, the facts are the facts, and that the intention is to produce a report. I just want to be very clear on that, Deputy.
Okay. Thank you. And Deputy MacSharry, finally.
Very much. Just a couple of quick things first. Obviously, I meant to earlier wish you well and express regret that you're moving on, and wherever you're headed, the best of luck. There's a couple of things arising from reflecting on our last engagement that I want to put on record. That specific disclosure again and again. In June 2018, the Vice President said the person did not engage. And I just want to put the following on the record. In October 2012, the disclosure requested a meeting with the President, the Vice President and the Head of Faculty. A meeting took place, but only with the Vice President. In November 2012, the whistleblower disclosure asked for an investigator. The Vice President did not set terms of reference and was told that that wouldn't go ahead. In 2013, they wrote, and I've seen evidence of all of this, to the Chair of the Audit Committee, to the President, to the Chair of the CIT Board, requesting a dispute resolution committee, which was turned down. In 2013 also, went to the office and met with each of the Vice President, Registrar, now the President, Vice President of Strategy, Head of Faculty, Head of School. In 2016, whistleblower's legal firm asked twice if the CIT board were made aware of the case. There was no response. 2017, the disclosure wrote directly to each board member without response. and in 2017 also wrote to the then President, current President, without response. So it's just important that that was defined as not engaging last June by the Vice President. Now, the reason I'm bringing it up is you requested a report which is going to come back and feed into your own conclusions. And just to say, a lot of people are in the same positions now, or maybe have moved up a little, as were as far back as 2012, most notably the chair of the board and the vice president. One is the same, and the president is a former vice president. So I hope, and I'm putting this to you, Chairman, because Dr. Love is obviously moving on, but hopefully you'll still be with us, that when this report emerges, that your own consideration of it, without prejudice to what's going to be in it, is tempered in its consideration by the fact that many of the participants in drawing up the report may well have been associated with the subject matter of the original disclosure in 2012 and indeed that of 2017. And again to say, the X+1 that you mentioned, you know, should a disclosure be made against me, and yet I'm the party that it comes to, the X+1 in the context of CIT doesn't exist. It's the department, or ye are the department. So again, I think it's to bear that in mind too.
Could I just interrupt for 1 minute? I have to leave, and I want to ask Deputy Aylward just to complete the chair. I have another commitment now.
No bother, yeah. I only have, it's a different thread for Mr. Fowler, and it's one that's going to be the subject of an actual meeting. I'm only going to touch on it.
So, will you another 5-10 minutes or what?
5 max.
Oh well, then it's okay. Thank you, Deputy. I'll hang on, but just. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
So, Chairman Horgan, you will take that on board just on the basis that Dr. Love will move on, because that is important, and it's important that that's reflected in the record. Mr. Fowler, we'll be coming to it as a meeting, because I know on our work programme we've discussed loosely here, without kind of firming it up, that we're going to invite yourselves in again with the Department of Agriculture and the Greyhound Board. And obviously this is the issue to do with the sale and purchase of the Harold's Cross Centre, a much needed school out there in the area, which of course we'd all support. The issue, 2 schools, the issue of course is the price. I suppose I had the misfortune to having some experience valuing, and back in May I crudely put a valuation on it that was less than half of the amount paid. And I queried, was there a valuation available, and the Greyhound Board informed us they had one from Savills but wouldn't give us the amount at the time. But I speculated that it would have been very substantially less. And lo and behold, it's now in the public domain, and it's 11 million less. So how does that happen?
Do you want me to answer, Chair?
I think we've written to you in the last...
I haven't actually received a letter yet. I haven't actually received a letter yet.
Well, one went out during the course of this week specifically, okay. And we will be talking to you separately on that issue. Yeah.
There's probably a very good explanation for everything.
I mean, I can...
but it's just, the complexion looks a bit off.
We got an appropriate independent valuation from the valuations office, and we are bound to go with that price, and that's what we did.
Right,
and since then we've asked them to do a market check, and they have stood over their price and indicated the prices have gone up further since that time.
Yeah. Well, they're hardly going to come in and say, well, you know what, we got that wrong by about 11 million. We'll go with the Marc MacSharry valuation.
Well, it would have been great if we could go with your evaluation, but that wasn't the valuation that came through.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have a meeting about that, Chair, are we?
Yeah, Mr. Fallout, separately, it is an issue that
we're going to look at in isolation. But look, I won't delay the meeting now, and thank everybody for...
And it's a topic we will come back to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Deputy MacSharry and Deputy Aylward. So at this stage, we've concluded our meeting, and I found it an interesting and helpful, and I think a lot of members found the contribution positive and beneficial, I think, to the whole public discourse in relation to the role of the HEA and the regulation and the authority and powers of investigation by the HEA and vis-à-vis the department. So at this stage, Mr. Love, I want to particularly thank you for coming, because I know you were leaving shortly. You've been here a number of times, I think, in your short period, and I think you've always acquitted yourself very straight, honest, upfront, and knew your job, which was great. I mean, it is appreciated we wouldn't have asked you back if we didn't think you had something meaningful to contribute. So you can take that as a compliment. If we let you slip off and say goodbye, good riddance, that would be different. So take it as a compliment that we came to talk to you before you left. So at this stage, I do want to thank the witnesses from the Department of Education and Skills and the Higher Education Authority for their attendance and the material provided in advance of today's meet. And there's some information still to come through us from the Department and the HEA, in the coming period. And I mentioned I do want to thank Dr. Love and I wish him every success in your future career. So the meeting is adjourned until Thursday the 25th of October, when we'll be meeting with the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government in relation to house delivery and supply. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.